You are lying still, breathing softly, the weight of your body sinking into the mattress, the quiet pressing in like a slow tide rolling over sand. The room is dark but not empty. There is air around you, moving just enough to carry the faintest sigh of evening, cool and still, holding its breath as you do. You are not thinking about tomorrow or yesterday or what needs doing when the light returns. You are only here in this moment, where the world outside has settled into something slower than thought, something older than memory. The air is made of many things you cannot see, but it holds you, cradles you, and inside it, water is moving. Not as rain, not as steam, not as a splash or a stream, but as a ghost, an invisible breath rising from the earth below, lifted gently by warmth that no longer touches your skin. This water has left the soil, slipped from leaves, curled upward in silence, becoming something without shape, without color, without weight. Water vapor, the hidden life of moisture, drifting where the sky begins. Tonight's science is simplified for a quiet telling, so details may be left out and errors are possible. And now, as you lie here, still and warm beneath the covers, somewhere above you in the dark expanse between earth and starlight, that same invisible water is meeting a change. It is not sudden. There is no crash, no shout, no flash. Only a slow falling of temperature, the air growing cooler as it rises, lifting with the quiet rhythm of the planet's own breath. The pressure around it lessens, gently, imperceptibly, and in that lowering pressure, the air expands, like a sigh released too slowly to be heard, and as it does, its energy softens. Heat escapes, not in bursts but in whispers, and the water vapor within begins to feel the weight of its own stillness. It is no longer content to float untouched. It seeks something to hold on to. And so it finds them, the tiny particles that have always been there, forgotten, unnoticed, carried on every breeze since before you were born. Dust from distant fields, pollen from unseen trees, salt from ancient seas, fragments of ash from fires long cooled, even the smallest droplets left behind by other clouds, now suspended like secrets in the stilling air. These are not grand things. They are not mountains or rivers or storms. They are simply there, smaller than a speck you might brush from your sleeve, smaller than the blink of an eye, and yet they are enough. Enough for water vapor to settle against them, to cling as if drawn by a quiet pull no one speaks of but all know. And then it happens, not in a rush, not with drama, but in the hush between two breaths. The vapor condenses. Not all at once, not in torrents, but drop by invisible drop, molecule by molecule, settling onto these tiny anchors like dew forming on a blade of grass you never noticed until morning. The gas becomes liquid. The invisible becomes visible, Not to your eyes yet, not now, but in the sky above, where the air has cooled enough for this quiet transformation to take root. Each droplet is no larger than the width of a human hair, smaller even than the finest thread you've ever held between your fingers. And still, they form, hundreds, thousands, millions, all clinging, all suspended, all waiting. You cannot see them yet, but they are there, drifting in the upper air like stars too faint to name, each one born from a moment of cooling, from a particle that held its ground while everything else moved on. The cloud begins not as a shape, not as a form you can trace with your mind's eye, but as this invisible gathering, a population of droplets, each one an echo of water that once danced in the sun, then rose, then waited, and now, at last, has found its rest. And still the air moves. It does not stop. It never stops. The droplets are so small they do not fall. They float, carried by currents too gentle to feel, suspended like ash on a breeze that forgets it is blowing. There is no gravity pulling them down, not yet, because their size makes them light as thought, and the air around them holds them up with quiet patience. You are beneath them now, unaware, breathing in the same sky they drift through, the same water vapor that once kissed your skin as sweat, that rose from your breath last night, that now lingers above you in this silent assembly. The temperature continues to drop slowly, steadily, and more vapor condenses. More droplets form. The air grows heavier with them, not in weight, but in presence. They are neither cold nor warm, neither wet nor dry, they simply are. And as they multiply, the sky above begins to change, not visibly, not yet, but in texture, in density, in quiet accumulation. A haze forms where none was before. A faintness thickens. The air holds its breath again. And you remain still. Your lungs rise and fall, steady as tides. Your thoughts have softened into silence. There is no need to understand it all now, only to feel that somewhere above you in the dark, water is doing what it always does, returning, gathering, becoming something new without ever leaving itself behind. The droplets grow, not by swelling, not by merging, but by adding one more molecule at a time, clinging to their particles as if each one were a home they never knew they needed. And still, no one sees them. Not yet. The night holds them close. The wind cradles them gently. The air remembers how to hold them. And you, still lying here, eyes closed, breath slow, you are part of the same quiet cycle. You have been vapor once. You will be again. And for now, you are simply held. The air above you continues its slow descent into stillness, not because it has stopped moving, but because the motion has become too gentle to name. The droplets do not rush toward one another. They drift in separate orbits, each held by the same invisible thread of cooling and contact. There is no collision that bursts them open, no merging that swells their form, only the quiet addition of more vapor, molecule after molecule, drawn like breath to a surface too small to see. Each particle, whether it came from soil lifted by wind, from pollen released in spring's first warmth, or from salt once sprayed into the sky by ocean spray, now serves as a silent cradle. The water finds no resistance there, only a quiet welcome. It settles without demand, without urgency, becoming liquid not because it must, but because the air has softened enough to allow it. You feel none of this. Your skin does not chill. Your eyelids do not tremble with the change. But above you, in the dark where the stars have faded into haze, the same water that once clung to your forehead as sweat now hangs suspended, not as mist, not as fog, but as something quieter still. A gathering without direction, a presence without shape. The temperature has dipped just enough, just beyond the edge of what you can feel, to make condensation possible. No more than that, no less. And yet, it is enough. The droplets multiply in patterns no eye can follow, not because they are random, but because their formation is too small to track. Each one born from a single point of contact, a speck too fine to name, each one holding its place while the air around it shifts and sighs. There is no sound in this process. No crackle, no hiss, no whisper. Only the slow surrender of vapor into liquid, repeated endlessly across miles of sky. You are beneath them now, wrapped in the same atmosphere that cradles their birth. The water you exhaled hours ago has risen, cooled, and returned, not as rain, not as dew on your window, but as part of this invisible crowd. The particles do not choose where they rest. They do not seek warmth or shelter. They simply are floating, suspended, waiting for the vapor to find them. And when it does, the transformation is complete before thought can form around it. The gas becomes liquid. The invisible becomes visible, not in color, not in outline, but in density. A faint thickening of the air, a softening of the dark above you. It is not cloud yet, not as you imagine clouds to be, but it is becoming. And this becoming does not hurry. There are no shapes forming now. No wisps, no layers, no edges. Just an accumulation so slow that time forgets to mark its passage. The droplets remain too small to fall. Their weight is less than the air's gentle lift. They do not sink, they linger. And as more vapor condenses, they grow not in size but in number, like stars appearing one by one in a sky too bright for them to show. You breathe again, in and out. The same water you drew into your lungs earlier may now be part of this high-altitude gathering. It does not matter where it began or where it will go. For now, it is here, in the dark, in the cool, in the quiet space between breaths, doing what it has always done, returning to itself through stillness. The air continues to cool, not sharply, not suddenly, but like a hand releasing its grip on warmth, letting go inch by inch. And with each small drop in temperature, more vapor yields, more droplets form. The population grows not with noise or motion, but with patience. There is no storm here, no thunder, no wind to scatter them, only the slow, steady turning of the night. You are not separate from this. Your body once released this water into the air. It rose, it cooled, and now it hangs above you not as memory, not as ghost, but as living, suspended matter, held by the same physics that holds your thoughts when they grow too heavy to carry. The particles remain unchanged. Dust does not become anything else. Pollen does not dissolve. Salt does not vanish. They are simply there, anchors in a sea of vapor, and the water, ever patient, finds them again and again. No one sees this. No instrument needs to measure it. It happens whether you notice or not, whether you believe or not, whether you remember that you, too, were once vapor. And still, you lie here, eyes closed, breath slow, as if listening for something that never makes a sound. The droplets multiply. The air cools further. The particles hold on. And the water, always the water, continues to become. You are still beneath them, not looking up, not moving, just lying where you are, breathing in the same air that holds the invisible gathering of water and dust and sky. The space above you has grown heavier without becoming dense. It is a weightless density, like silence after sound fades, or warmth left behind when light goes away. There is no pressure on your chest, only a quiet fullness, air so full of potential that it feels like holding something before it can be named. The droplets are not falling, and they are not rising. They do not move in any way you could follow. They stay where they are, suspended as if the air has forgotten gravity for them. Their motion is only the drift of the windless dark, a slow turning that does not turn anything at all, only lets time pass through without stirring. The particles remain unchanged, not because they are strong or stubborn, but because they do not need to change. They are neither attracted nor repelled by what comes to them. A speck of dust floats in the same place it has for hours, waiting still. And when vapor reaches it, when enough molecules slow down and come together, the droplet forms quietly, like a breath caught at the edge of a word. It is not an event. It does not flash or bloom or burst into being. The change happens so gently that if you were to look away for just 1 second, you would miss it entirely. You might blink and feel nothing different, only a softening in the air, a stillness deeper than before, as though something had settled without sound. The water vapor does not travel far. It moves only by chance, bumping into other molecules with no direction or purpose. Some of them drift toward particles, some bounce away, some linger too long and cool further until they can no longer remain gas. They surrender to liquid the way a leaf yields in autumn, slowly, without force. And where one droplet forms, another soon follows, not because it is expected, but because conditions are right. The air is saturated now, not just at the edges of thought, but all around you, everywhere above your head. Saturation is not a threshold. It is more like an atmosphere that has forgotten how to be empty. The droplets grow by joining, by merging with one another when they touch, not through collision or crash, but through stillness. They meet as two quiet things might, gently, without speaking, and become one larger thing. The air does not notice the change. No one sees it, yet the number of droplets increases in silence. Each tiny sphere is a mirror that reflects nothing, only holds light in its curve, and lets it pass through like breath between fingers. They do not glint or sparkle. There is no shine to them, only opacity born from countless points of contact with vapor, each one shaped by the same slow surrender. You are inside this air now, not separate, but part of it. Your skin feels cool where it meets the atmosphere, and that sensation travels inward like a memory. You do not recall ever being in such a place before, but you have been here many times, over years, through seasons, across breaths. The water has come from your mouth, from your sweat, from the clouds that formed above fields and rivers where no one stood to watch. It is not about origin anymore. It is not about distance or journey. What matters now is presence. The fact of being in a space where vapor becomes liquid without noise, without warning, without need for anything but cooling and stillness. The particles do not grow. They do not absorb water like sponges. They remain small, fixed, unchanged, only serving as the foundation upon which droplets build. A single particle can host many droplets over time, each one forming, lasting a moment, dissolving back into vapor when temperature shifts or air moves. There is no order in this gathering, no hierarchy among particles. None are preferred, not dust more than pollen, not salt more than soot. All serve equally, each a single point of arrival where the invisible becomes visible only through accumulation. The droplets do not speak to one another. They do not know they are part of something larger. But when enough gather in one place, the air thickens just slightly, like mist forming at dawn. But still no wind comes to scatter them. You breathe again. The air feels heavier than before. Not dense with pressure, but full with the presence of what cannot be seen. It is not dampness on your face. It is not cold against your skin in any sharp way. But there is a thickness, like walking through still water without moving forward. The cooling continues, not steadily, but in patches. Some parts of the sky cool faster than others, just enough to change the balance. Where it cools, vapor condenses. Where it does not, the gas remains untouched, drifting like thought that never settles into meaning. There is no beginning and no end here, only continuation, like a breath held too long until you forget its start. The droplets form where they can, on particles scattered across space, each one waiting for the right moment of temperature, of stillness, of balance. And when they form, they are not alone. They gather in clusters, not by design, but because air moves slowly and molecules drift close to one another, like stars drawn together by gravity before anyone knows they exist. Some droplets touch others and merge, without sound or event. Their surfaces meet and become one, sharing a boundary that is no longer distinct. The shape changes only slightly, just enough so you would not notice if you were watching. But it happens. It is the way of things. Small changes adding up to something new without ever being noticed. The air around them shifts in ways you cannot feel. The kind of movement that occurs beneath sensation, like a shift in temperature before your skin registers it. The droplets remain suspended because their weight is less than the upward force of tiny currents. Air lifting gently, like hands holding something too delicate to hold tightly, but not enough to drop. There are no clouds yet, not as you imagine them. No layers, no edges, no visible form. Only a subtle change in how light moves through space. A softening at the boundary between sky and darkness. The air is not dark anymore. It has depth now, like water under moonlight where shadows do not fall straight but curve. You are part of this. You were once vapor yourself. Not metaphorically, literally. Your breath carried water molecules into a world they had never known before. They rose with warmth and lightness, floated above forests and oceans, climbed higher than any tower ever built, until the air grew thin and cold around them. And now they are here again, returning to liquid not through rain or dew, but through patience, through meeting, through staying still when all else moves. There is no need for purpose, no reason why this must happen. It happens because the conditions allow it, the right temperature, the right particle, the right chance encounter between vapor and surface. You lie beneath them as they form, not above you, not beside you, but in the same space where your body rests. You are not observing from a distance. You are inside the process, part of its quiet rhythm. The droplets do not grow large enough to fall. They remain small, each one too light for gravity to pull down. The air lifts them with such ease that even the slowest wind would carry them away if they were not held in place by balance. The same balance you feel when you lie still, suspended between waking and sleeping. They are not separate from the air, nor are they part of it entirely. They exist in a kind of in-between, liquid without falling, visible without being seen clearly, present without needing to be named. And still they form, over time, over space, across miles where no one stands to see them. 1,000,000 droplets, each born from a single point of contact with dust or salt or pollen, or even another tiny droplet that has already formed. The process repeats, not because it must, but because the conditions are met again and again. Cooling air, available vapor, particles waiting, stillness around. It happens wherever these four things exist together, the same way breathing continues without thought. The air continues to cool, just enough. Not enough to make you shiver, not enough to wake you, but enough that the vapor near your cheek begins to settle differently against your skin, as if it remembers being water once and longs to remember again. You do not feel this shift, but your breath still carries traces of warmth upward. And where those molecules meet the chill, they pause, not because they choose to, but because the temperature has become a quiet threshold, a line drawn in invisible ink that only vapor can recognize. And there, on a speck you cannot see, perhaps from a thread of your blanket, perhaps from far away, carried on a breeze days before they cling. Not stuck, not captured, but held just long enough for the next molecule to find them, and then another, until the cluster is no longer vapor but something softer, something that holds its shape by barely holding at all. You are not imagining this. The droplets are real. They form where the air is still enough for molecules to linger, where the cooling has smoothed out turbulence like fingers smoothing linen on a bed. Each one begins with a single point, no larger than a breath held too long, and grows only by invitation. Vapor arrives, touches surface, becomes part of it. No explosion, no rush, just the quiet addition of one more molecule to what already exists. And when that happens, the droplet does not swell suddenly. It thickens gently, like mist on a window pane that doesn't drip but deepens in hue, becoming slightly less transparent with every passing minute. Some particles are older than others, worn smooth by wind, carried across deserts and oceans, passed from leaf to air to sky and back again. Others are new, born of fire or salt spray or the quiet exhalation of a tree miles away. They do not compete. They do not seek. They simply exist, waiting for the moment when vapor finds them, and in that moment they become something more than dust. They become anchors, not for weight, but for transformation. The air around you holds hundreds of these tiny nuclei, each one a silent witness to change. You breathe in, and somewhere inside your lungs, water once left your body, now returned, not as moisture on skin, but as vapor in motion, rising, drifting, seeking the cold. And when it finds that cold, it does not freeze, not yet, but condenses, clinging, becoming liquid again, as if returning home after a long walk. There is no song to this, no drumbeat of droplets forming, only the slow accumulation of stillness, the quiet multiplication of presence. You do not hear them form, but you feel their absence when they are gone, when the air warms and the droplets vanish again into vapor, as if they were never there. Yet here, now, in this breath between wakefulness and sleep, they gather. They grow no larger than 1,000th of a millimeter, too small to fall, too small to be seen. But together, so many of them, they make the air feel different. Not heavier, not thicker, but more complete. Like the silence after a long song has ended, when the echo lingers just beyond hearing. And still they form. Not because they must. Not because someone asks for them, but because the conditions are met again. Cooling air, vapor in motion, particles waiting, and you, lying still beneath them, breathing softly, becoming part of the same quiet equation. Warmth rises, cold waits, vapor returns, and droplets gather where they can. You do not need to understand why this happens. You only need to be here, now, as it unfolds. Not above it, not outside it, but within its rhythm, like a heartbeat you no longer notice because it is yours. The particles are countless. The vapor is endless, and the cooling, gentle, inevitable is always coming. You are breathing in what was once sky. Stand out again, what will become cloud. Again. And again. And again. They form where the air grows still. They grow where the temperature dips, just below the edge of memory. They hold together because nothing pulls them apart. And you, still here, lie beneath them, not as observer, but as participant in the slow return of water to itself. The air around you carries more than it seems. Each breath holds traces of what has passed through other bodies, other trees, other waters long since turned to mist. You do not feel their journey, only the quiet result. A coolness settling near your skin, a stillness deepening in the space between your ribs. The vapor that once rose from a lake at dawn, or from the damp earth after rain, now moves through this room as if it had never left the ground. It does not hurry. It does not announce itself. It simply waits for the air to grow colder, not by force, but by the slow surrender of heat to night. And when that moment comes, the vapor finds what it has always sought: a surface small enough to be unnoticed, yet stable enough to hold. There are particles here you have never seen, minuscule fragments of soil lifted from distant fields, flakes of salt carried on winds that crossed entire oceans, ash so fine it could slip through the weave of silk without tearing. They drift in silence, suspended as if they had forgotten gravity. Some were born in the roots of trees, released when leaves trembled in a summer breeze. Others came from the breath of animals long gone, or from the crumbling edge of a rock worn smooth by time. None of them call out. None demand attention. They simply are, and in their stillness, they offer what vapor cannot find on its own: a place to gather. You feel the cooling not as a chill, but as a softening, the air becoming more tender, more willing to yield. The temperature dips just enough to make vapor hesitate. Not freeze, not yet, but pause as if listening for permission. And when it does, it leans in. Molecules slow their dance, lose their freedom, and settle onto the surface of these tiny anchors. One by one, they attach, no flash, no sound. Just the quiet joining of what was gas to what is liquid. Each addition so small you could not count them even if you tried. But together, they build something invisible yet real. A droplet no larger than the tip of a needle, round as a thought half formed in sleep. These droplets do not grow by swallowing others. They do not collide or merge like rivers. They expand only by gathering vapor, one molecule at a time, like moss on stone absorbing dew. And because they are so small, the air holds them effortlessly. Upward currents, gentle and patient, cradle them without effort. There is no fall here, no descent, only suspension, the art of staying aloft without wings, without motion, simply by being light enough to belong to the sky. You lie beneath this invisible assembly, unaware that your own breath has contributed to it. The water you exhaled hours ago now drifts somewhere above, cooled and quieted, becoming part of a cloud that does not know its name. It does not care if it is seen. It only knows the condition: cool air, particles waiting, vapor returning. And so it gathers. The same process happens near the ground, where fog lingers like breath held too long in winter. But here, above you, it rises gently with the night's cooling. No storm stirs. No wind rushes to scatter them. Only stillness holds them close, as if the atmosphere itself has paused to breathe. You do not need to imagine this. You are part of it. The water that left your skin yesterday, that rose from your pores in sleep, now drifts again, not as sweat but as vapor. And when the air cools just enough, it will return, not as rain, not as dew. but as a droplet, tiny and whole, suspended where no eye can find it. And still they form. Not because of pressure, not because of force, but because the world is made to hold water in its many forms. And when the air grows cool and particles wait, and vapor moves through space like a memory seeking its shape, it finds them. You are breathing this cycle. You have always been. The droplets above you are not strangers. They are echoes of your own warmth, returned to the sky, waiting for their turn again. The air above you carries more than just vapor. It carries the quiet residue of every breath that ever left a body, every sigh released into night, every exhalation lost to wind and time. These are not memories made of thought, but of molecules, each one once warmth, now cooled, now waiting. You do not feel them as they settle, but your own skin has been part of their journey. The moisture that rose from your forehead in sleep, the faint steam that curled from your lips when you turned beneath the blanket, it all moved upward, unremarked, unnamed. And now, in the dark, it finds itself again, not as vapor alone, but as something shaped by stillness and patience. A particle, smaller than a speck of dust, holds out its surface like an open palm. The vapor, having drifted long enough to forget its origin, bends toward it, not drawn by force, not pulled by hunger, but because the air has grown tender and cooling has made surrender feel natural. There is no rush here, no urgency in the gathering. Each molecule arrives alone as if it had chosen this moment before it even became vapor. One, then another, then a third. Not in sequence, but in silence, like stars appearing one by one when the last light fades from the sky. You do not see them forming. You never have. But you have felt their presence in the hush of morning fog that clings to grass without wetting your shoes, in the mist that rises off a lake at dawn as if the water itself were dreaming aloud. These are the same droplets born of the same quiet alchemy, vapor yielding to coolness, clinging to what was always there. The particles do not call out. They do not glow or shimmer. They simply exist in the hollow between breaths, in the space where air meets its own edge. And when the temperature dips just enough, just a fraction of a degree beyond what warmth can hold, the vapor begins to gather. Not all at once, not in clusters, but in slow, solitary additions like threads pulled from an invisible loom. Each droplet grows by becoming more itself, not larger in size, but fuller in presence. They are not heavy enough to fall, not dense enough to be noticed. Only the air remembers them, cradling each one as if it were a secret too small for language. You lie still beneath this slow accumulation. Your body, warm and quiet, continues its own rhythm, breathing out what was once rain, once ocean, once leaf. The water that passed through your cells now moves again, not as blood, not as sweat, but as vapor rising into the dark. And when it meets the right air, the right particle, it becomes something else entirely. A tiny sphere of liquid suspended in motionless space. There is no wind to carry them far, no current to tear them apart. Only the gentlest lift, so faint you might mistake it for stillness, holds them where they are. Above your closed eyes, thousands form every second. Not in clouds as you know them, not yet, but as individual points of gathering, each one a whisper made visible only by its absence of sound. The same thing happens near the ground when night falls heavy and the earth exhales its last heat. Fog does not descend. It rises from the soil like breath held too long, condensing where air meets cool stone or damp moss. The droplets there are no different from those above you. They form on the same particles, dust that once was mountain, pollen that drifted from a tree you passed without noticing. The mechanism is identical. Cooling air, invisible anchors, vapor returning to its liquid state. No storm stirs, no thunder rolls, only the quiet turning of the world, letting go of heat as gently as it once held it. You are not separate from this. You never were. Your breath has been part of every cloud that ever formed over your head. The water you drank last week, now vapor, now droplet, now suspended in air above a field you've never seen, is the same water that will one day fall again, though you will not be there to feel it. And still it gathers, one molecule at a time. One particle at a time, one breath after another. The sky does not need your awareness to hold these droplets. It only needs the right temperature, the quiet presence of something small enough to catch vapor's attention. And so they form, not as spectacle, not as wonder, but as routine, as rhythm, as the slow, inevitable return of what was once lost. You do not hear them forming. You will never see them begin. But you are part of their beginning. Your warmth is in their making. Your exhale is in their becoming. And when the air grows cool again tonight, as it always does, you will contribute to another cluster, another gathering, another silent assembly of droplets that do not know they are being watched. They simply form, and keep forming, and never stop. The air above you carries more than moisture. It carries memory. Each particle, no larger than a speck of ash from a fire long cooled, holds within it the history of where it has been. Lifted from cracked earth, brushed loose from bark, spun free from a feather that once knew flight. These are not chosen hosts. They do not wait. They simply are present in every breath you take, in every sigh you release without knowing. And when the air cools, even by the width of a single degree, those particles become quiet centers of gathering. Water vapor does not cling to empty space. It seeks what is already there, the faintest roughness, the subtlest edge, and settles like dust on a windowsill after rain has washed the glass clean. You do not feel it happen. Your skin does not tingle. Your ears do not catch the hush of molecules finding their place. But in the stillness between your breaths, droplets are forming, not as one great event, but as 10,000 small returns to liquid form, each anchored by something ancient and unremarkable. There is no sound when vapor turns. No crackle, no hiss, not even the whisper of a sigh given shape. It happens in silence so complete it becomes part of the quiet you carry into sleep. The droplets that emerge are smaller than the tip of a needle's point, lighter than thought. They do not fall because they are too small to be pulled by gravity alone. Instead, they drift on currents so faint they might be mistaken for the pause between heartbeats. You are surrounded by them, not as a crowd, not as a cloud, but as a field of stillness holding its breath. Each one is born from the same quiet law. When warmth yields, water remembers how to be liquid again. And it does so on whatever surface the air has carried along, never asking permission, never announcing itself. You imagine the ground below you now, cool and damp beneath the weight of night. The soil releases what it cannot keep. The last traces of daytime heat drawn upward like a slow exhale. As that warmth fades, the air near the earth thickens with vapor, and where particles linger, grains from a distant desert, fragments of fungus carried on a summer breeze. The same process begins again. Droplets form on moss, on blades of grass, on the underside of fallen leaves. They gather not to become rain, but simply because the conditions allow it. There is no purpose beyond physics, no intention in their gathering, only the quiet arithmetic of temperature and surface. You do not need to see them to know they are there. You feel their presence in the soft dampness that settles on your pillow, in the slight chill against your cheek when you turn slightly toward the window. That moisture did not fall from above. It formed right here, in the air just beyond your skin, because the temperature dropped just enough for water to return to its clinging state. The same particles that rise with your breath now rest on the surface of your sheets, holding their tiny spheres of liquid like beads on a thread no one can see. And still higher up, where the night is colder and thinner, the same thing occurs. Air lifted gently by the residual warmth of the earth expands as it climbs. Pressure lessens, temperature follows, and vapor finds its way to those same invisible anchors. Ice crystals may form if the cold is deep enough. But here, now, in this moment beneath your closed eyes, it is still liquid. Droplets, tiny, unseen, unmoved, suspended not by magic, but by the balance of forces too delicate for words. You are breathing out water that was once part of a cloud over a forest you will never visit. That same water, now vapor again, will rise and meet another particle, a speck from a mountain ridge in a land you have never named, and become something new. Not different in essence, only in timing, in location, in the quiet rhythm of the world turning. There is no rush, no urgency, only the slow, steady return of what was once dispersed. The air holds them because it must. The droplets do not choose to stay. They simply cannot fall, not yet. Not until enough gather, not until their weight outpaces the gentle lift that keeps them aloft. Until then, they are neither here nor there, only in between. And you, lying still, are part of that balance. Your warmth gave rise to vapor. Your exhale supplied the molecules, the particles in your room, on your sheets, in the air just beyond your reach. They too were once carried by your breath. And so it continues. One droplet, then another, then 1,000 more. No one counts them. No one needs to. They form and keep forming and never stop. The air above you holds its breath in layers, each one cooler than the last, each one carrying more of what was once sea, once leaf, once skin. You do not feel the rise, not the slow, patient climb, but you sense its aftermath in the quiet thickening around your face, in the way the moisture on your eyelashes does not evaporate, even as your breathing slows. It is not stubbornness that keeps it there. It is the air above having surrendered its heat, and so the water, drifting upward with no destination but the next particle it meets, finds itself again in liquid form. Not all of it does. Some remains vapor, invisible as thought, until a shift in temperature, subtle, unnoticed, tugs at its nature. And then, for an instant, before your mind can name it, it becomes something else. A drop, no larger than the tip of a needle's eye, clinging to a speck that once floated near a tree root, or was shaken loose from a feather long ago. You do not need to know where that particle came from, only that it is there, and that, in this cool stillness, it has become a home, not for life, not for memory, but for water returning to its most patient shape. The droplet does not grow because it wants to. It grows because more vapor finds it, because the air around it is saturated, because the temperature holds steady just below the point where change becomes inevitable. Each new molecule that joins does so without noise, without resistance. It settles onto the surface as if it had always belonged there. And when another comes, and then another, the droplet thickens, not in bulk, but in presence, like a sigh made visible only to the air itself. There are no storms here, no wind to stir them, only the gentlest currents rising from the warmth of your body, from the slow heat still held in the mattress beneath you. These movements do not scatter the droplets. They carry them gently upward, as if the air were a hand too soft to grip. And so they remain suspended, not because they are light, but because the forces that might pull them down are weaker than the quiet lift that holds them up. A single droplet weighs less than a grain of salt. 10,000 together still do not fall. They hover in the space between breaths, in the dark where your eyes close and your thoughts unravel. You imagine this same process happening far above, beyond the ceiling, beyond the roof, beyond the trees that stand silent under the stars. There, too, air has cooled. There, too, vapor finds its anchor. The particles are older there, carried on winds from distant continents, lifted by sun-warmed hills you will never see. But the mechanism is unchanged. No different than the one happening now in the air between your pillow and your cheek. A molecule of water, once ocean, once mist, once sweat, returns to liquid, not because it longs for the ground, but because the sky has grown too cold to hold it as gas. And still, it does not fall. The droplets do not wait for permission. They do not gather in clusters out of longing. They form one at a time on one particle, then another, each independent, each silent, each following the same law. When warmth departs, water remembers how to be still. And so it does. Not as rain, not as snow, not even as fog, though fog is its cousin, born of the same quiet surrender. Here, in this upper air, they are neither falling nor rising, not yet. They simply are. You feel it now, the weight of their absence, the space where they might have been if only the temperature had dipped a little further. But it did not enough. And so they remain, suspended in the dark like stars too small to see. Their existence is not measured by sight. It is measured by stillness, by the quiet between your breaths, by the way the air feels heavier, not with pressure, but with possibility. Somewhere far away, a droplet has grown large enough to meet another. They touch, and for an instant they become one, not because they choose to, but because their surfaces are wet and water remembers how to join. That new, larger drop still does not fall. The air holds it as it held the first. Only when enough have joined, when the weight becomes greater than the lift, does gravity claim its turn. But that is not here, not now. Here in this room, with your eyes closed and your breath steady, the droplets are small, too small to fall, too quiet to be noticed. But they are there. Forming, always forming, on particles you cannot see, in air you cannot feel, because the night has cooled enough for water to return to its gentlest shape. And so it does. Again. And again. And again. The air around you holds more than it shows. It carries the memory of every breath you've exhaled, every drop that rose from your skin in the quiet hours before sleep, each one a whisper of water returned to its invisible state. And still, as the room cools, slowly, inevitably, the vapor begins to listen, not with intention, but with physics, with the same quiet obedience that makes dew form on grass you'll never touch, or mist gather in the hollow beneath your window pane. You don't need to see it to know it's happening. The temperature has dropped just enough, barely a degree past what it was an hour ago. And now, in the stillness between your inhale and exhale, vapor finds its first anchor. Not on something grand, not on dust you might sweep away or pollen you might sneeze out, but on the smallest thing. A speck older than this house, older than the trees outside, carried here by air that moved without purpose, without notice. It does not call to the water, it simply is. And the vapor, having wandered long as gas, settles onto it, not with force but with surrender. You feel the weight of warmth leaving your body now, sinking into the sheets, drifting upward in invisible threads. The air above your chest grows cooler than the air near your feet. This difference does not stir. It does not rush, but it changes everything. Where the temperature dips just past a certain point, the point where gas can no longer hold itself apart from liquid, water turns inward. Not all at once, not in waves, but in single, silent moments, one molecule after another, drawn to that tiny particle like a sigh returning to its source. Each droplet forms alone. Each is born in solitude. There is no chorus here, no gathering, only accumulation by stillness. The particles are everywhere, though you cannot name them. They have been in the air since before you were born. They rode the wind from dried riverbeds, from crushed stone underfoot, from the breath of distant animals long gone. Some came with morning fog that lifted into the sky and never truly left. Others drifted through open windows during seasons you no longer remember, the scent of rain on pavement in autumn, or the dryness after a summer storm. They are not chosen. They are simply present. And when the air cools enough to ask for liquid form, they answer, not because they want to, but because it is their nature to hold what water cannot keep. You imagine one such particle, no larger than a speck of ash from a fire that burned out centuries ago, and how in this moment on the edge of your pillow, 100,000 water molecules turn toward it, not pulled, not attracted by force, but softened by cold, drawn like mist to a cool stone at dawn. They cluster, not as friends, not as kin, but because their surfaces, when chilled, become sticky with memory. Water remembers how to cling. It remembers the shape of things that came before it. The ocean's salt, the river's silt, the leaf's resin. And so it does again, on this speck. Now, there is no sound to this, no crackle, no hiss, only the slow thickening of air, not with density but with potential. Each droplet grows by fractions, one molecule, then 2, then 10. Too small to feel, too small to fall. They hang suspended like thoughts you almost had, fleeting, unformed, existing only because the mind was quiet enough for them to appear. The air around your face is full of these ghosts of water, not mist, not fog, not clouds, but the first whisper of what might become one. And still, none descend. Because suspension is not a choice. It is a balance between weight and lift, between gravity's pull and the breath of rising air. Even now, as you lie still, your body releases heat. Tiny currents rise from your skin, lifting the droplets just enough to keep them aloft. Not because they are light, but because the air holds them, not with strength, but with patience. You think of how many have formed already tonight. How many more will form before morning? Each one independent, each one silent, each one obeying only the law of cooling and the quiet presence of a particle that never asked to be remembered. And you, in your stillness, are part of it too, not as observer, not as witness, but as source. The moisture on your skin becomes vapor. The vapor becomes droplet. The droplet remains. And somewhere far above, another droplet forms on a speck carried from the Sahara, or the Himalayas, or the deep woods where no foot has walked in decades. It does not matter where they came from, only that they formed, and will form again, and again. The air is full of waiting. You are too. The air around your cheek is still warm from your breath, but higher, just beyond the edge of the pillow, it has begun to thin, cooler, slower, carrying less of the day's memory. There, where the warmth fades into the quiet of night, water vapor begins to settle, not as a drop, not yet, but as a hush between molecules, each one pausing before it decides whether to become something more. You do not feel this shift. No breeze announces it. No temperature gauge marks it, but the air itself knows. It has been waiting for this moment since the sun set behind the trees, since the last trace of heat rose from the roof tiles and dissolved into the dark. Now, in that stillness between your exhale and the next, a new cluster gathers. Not on your skin, not in your hair, but somewhere just beyond reach, where even your thoughts cannot follow. A particle older than the house you sleep in, older than the road that runs past it, floats there, barely moving. It has seen the breath of wolves, the dust from falling leaves, the salt spray that once climbed a cliff and never came down. It does not remember any of this. It only holds. And when the vapor comes, soft as a held sigh, it lets each molecule rest upon its surface, not because it is sticky, but because cold has made the air tender enough to let go. One more attaches, then another. The droplet that forms is smaller than the smallest grain you've ever seen in sunlight. Smaller than the gap between two eyelashes when they close. It does not grow quickly. Growth here is measured in silence, not by seconds, but by the slow turning of the world beneath you, the gentle settling of your ribs as you breathe deeper into sleep. There are no collisions among these droplets, no merging. Each remains separate, suspended like a single note held in air after the instrument has fallen silent. The air moves around them, not through them, not pushing, not carrying, but flowing like water past stones too small to see. They do not fall because they have never been heavy enough to try. Their weight is less than the whisper of a breath rising from your chest. And so they drift, each one on its own current, each one bound only to the particle that holds it, and the cooling air that asks for nothing but presence. You think now of how many particles there must be in every cubic inch above you, invisible, countless, indifferent. They do not wait for you. They do not care whether you dream or lie awake. But when the air cools, they become the only thing water can cling to. And so, over and over, night after night, they answer. Not because they are alive, not because they choose, but because cold makes memory real again. Somewhere above your window, a draft moves, slow, steady, rising from the earth's last warmth. It lifts particles you will never know. Flakes of old paint, fragments of seashell ground into dust by centuries of tide and wind, microscopic spores from moss that grew on a rock no human ever touched. They rise, they cool, they gather. One droplet forms on a speck carried from a desert 3,000 miles away. Another gathers on something once part of your own skin. Flakes shed days ago, now floating, now remembered by water. There is no order to this, no design. Only the slow law of cooling, the air giving up what it cannot keep, and the particles always there, holding what would otherwise vanish into emptiness. You are not watching, you are not listening, but your body still releases moisture, tiny amounts, imperceptible, rising from your pores like breath without sound. That vapor moves upward. It meets cooler air. And somewhere, far enough to be unreachable but near enough to be real, another droplet begins its quiet becoming. The room is dark. The sheets are warm. Your eyelids do not tremble, but above you in the space between ceiling and sky, the air grows heavier with potential, not with weight, not with threat, with possibility. Each droplet a single act of surrender, water giving up gas, finding form, staying suspended, not by will, but by balance. And still, none fall. Because suspension is not magic. It is the quiet agreement between cold and particle, between vapor and gravity's patience. You breathe again, slowly. And somewhere in the dark above you, another molecule turns toward a speck that has waited longer than memory. Just one more. Then another. The air does not hurry. neither do you. The air above you holds more than droplets. It holds the memory of every breath you've ever exhaled into night, every sigh released without knowing it, every warmth that rose from your skin and dissolved before it could be named. These vapors travel upward, not as streams, but as scattered thoughts, each molecule drifting separately, unattached, until the chill finds them. And when it does, they turn, not with intention, but with the quiet inevitability of dew on grass at dawn. They find what was always there, a speck of soil carried from a field you've never seen, a fragment of ash from a fire long cooled, a sliver of salt that once lived in oceans spray now lifted and lost among the higher currents. No one planted them here. No force summoned them. They simply are particles without purpose, yet the only things capable of holding water's return. You feel no shift in temperature. Your blanket does not tighten. The room remains still. But above you, where vision ends and silence begins, the air grows denser with latent form. Each droplet is born from nothing more than a change in mood, cooling enough to make vapor hesitate to let it settle into shape. There is no splash, no ripple, only the smallest of adhesions, one molecule, then another, clinging like dust on a windowsill after rain has stopped. The particle does not ask for this. It does not remember having been part of a tree or a mountain or a child's shoe. It simply exists, and in that existence, it becomes a center, a focal point for the invisible. You think now of how many such particles rise each night, not just above your home, but over every roof, every forest, every stretch of quiet road where no car has passed for hours. They gather where air moves slowest, where heat escapes upward like forgotten words. And wherever they gather, droplets follow, not as a crowd, not as a cloud yet, but as scattered answers to a question only cold can ask. Each one smaller than the blink of an eye, smaller than the space between two thoughts when sleep begins to pull them apart. The air does not know you are here. It has no sense of your breathing, your heartbeat, your dreams, but it knows cooling. It knows pressure giving way beneath rising currents. And so it yields not with force but with patience. Water vapor becomes liquid not because it wants to, but because the world around it has softened enough to allow it. There is no resistance in this transformation, no struggle, only surrender, gentle, silent, inevitable. You are not aware of the particles near your ceiling. You do not feel them brushing against the air above your forehead as you lie still. But they are there. And each one that catches a molecule of vapor adds another whisper to the silence. Not a sound, but a presence. A tiny anchor in the flow. They do not fall because their weight is less than the tremor of your exhale, less than the shift of a pillow beneath your cheek, less even than the faintest vibration from the house settling into night. Somewhere far above you, where the air has grown thin and still, another droplet forms on a particle that once floated through the upper branches of an old oak tree in a place where no one lives anymore. It held there for months, through summer heat, autumn wind, winter frost. And now, in this quiet hour, it finds itself again at the heart of something new. The water that gathers around it came from your breath, perhaps, from your skin, or your lips, or even from the dampness left behind when you washed your face hours ago. It traveled upward without direction, without purpose, until cooling found it. And so it rests. Not suspended by force, but by balance. Not held by wind, but by stillness. Each droplet a pause in the air's movement. A single moment made visible, not by light, not by sight, but by the quiet mathematics of temperature and touch. You do not see them. You never will. But you feel their presence in the way your breath slows, in the way your body sinks deeper into the bed, in the way the darkness around you feels less like absence and more like a vast, gentle gathering. There are no clouds yet, not as you think of them. No banks of white or gray, just these tiny accumulations, scattered and separate, each one a beginning without an end. And still they rise. Still they form. Still the air cools. You breathe in again. And somewhere, just beyond where your thoughts can reach, a molecule turns toward a speck that has waited longer than any dream you've ever had. You notice how the air near your window has grown cooler, not because the room has changed, but because the night has deepened its breath. The glass holds no warmth now, only the memory of daylight's last touch. And above it, where the ceiling meets the wall in a soft curve, another droplet gathers on a speck that drifted down from somewhere higher, perhaps from the attic's dust-laced stillness, or from the fibers of an old blanket left folded on a chair weeks ago. It does not choose its home. It simply settles where the air has grown quiet enough to hold it. The water vapor around it no longer dances free. It slows. It lingers. And when the temperature dips just beyond what the air can keep unseen, the vapor turns, not with a sigh, but with the quiet certainty of a leaf letting go at dusk. You do not see this happen. You never will. But you know its rhythm because your own body follows it, the same way your pulse softens as the hours stretch, the same way your thoughts loosen their grip before slipping into shadow. Each droplet forms in solitude, yet none are alone. They rise in silence, each one bound to a particle that has traveled farther than your memories reach. A grain from a desert wind, a fragment of sea salt lifted long ago by a storm you were never meant to witness. A speck of soot from a fire that burned out before your grandparents were born. These particles do not remember their journeys. They only know how to wait. And when the air grows cool enough, they become the first thing the water recognizes, not as a home, but as an invitation. The droplets are too small to feel, too light to fall. They exist in the space between your breaths, where the air moves without motion, where the slightest lift of warmth from your body rises like smoke through still water. You imagine them now, not as separate things, but as threads in a fabric you cannot see, a network of tiny pauses, each one holding its shape because the world around it has learned to be gentle. There is no rush here, no need for speed or size. A droplet does not grow large to matter. It only needs to be there, anchored, balanced, suspended by the same physics that lets dust hang in a sunbeam long after the light has faded. Somewhere outside, far beyond your walls, a breeze moves over open land where no trees stand tall enough to cast shade. The ground is cool beneath it, and the air above it rises, not in a rush, not in a gust, but as a slow exhale from the earth itself. As it climbs, the pressure around it lessens. It expands, and with each inch of ascent it grows colder, not bitterly so, not sharply, just enough. Just like the moment before sleep takes you, when your mind still flickers, but your body has already begun to let go. The water vapor in that rising air does not resist. It yields. One molecule at a time, it leaves its state of invisibility and settles onto a particle that has been waiting, not for this exact moment, perhaps, but for the right kind of quiet. You think of how many such moments occur above you every second, each one invisible, each one inevitable. A droplet forms on a speck of pollen from a flower that bloomed in May and was carried by wind into the upper air, where it settled into the slow drift of high-altitude stillness. Another gathers on a fragment of clay lifted from a dried riverbed during last week's light rain. A third clings to a salt crystal that once danced above an ocean now miles away, carried inland by a storm long forgotten. These are not accidents. They are outcomes. Natural consequences of cooling air and patient particles, no more mysterious than the way your eyelids grow heavy when you stop fighting sleep. You feel it in your own breath, the slight dampness on your lips as you exhale into the dark. That moisture does not vanish. It rises. It travels. And somewhere far above, a molecule of it finds its way to a speck that has waited longer than your name has been spoken aloud. The droplet forms not because it must, but because the air has softened enough to allow it. No force is applied. No command is given. Only temperature, patient and slow, guiding the invisible toward the visible. And still they form, still they gather, not in clusters yet, not in clouds, only as scattered answers to a question asked by cold. Each one smaller than a thought you've already lost, smaller than the silence between two heartbeats when your body forgets it's trying to stay awake. You do not need to see them to know they are there. You only need to be still, to breathe slowly, to let the night hold you as it holds them, gentle, patient, complete. The air above you carries more than just moisture. It holds memory, too. Not in words, not in stories, but in the quiet residue of things that once lived near the surface. A leaf's edge cracked by morning frost, a drop of dew that evaporated before the sun climbed high, the faintest trace of salt left behind when the tide pulled back over sand worn smooth by centuries. These are the particles now, drifting where you cannot see them, waiting not for anything grand, only for the right chill to slip through the air like silk unraveling from a spool. You feel it in your own skin as the night deepens, the coolness that doesn't come from outside but rises from within your stillness, the same kind of quiet that lets water vapor know it is safe to change, not to vanish, not to dissolve, but to become something more tangible than gas, less heavy than rain. A droplet, no larger than the blink of an eye, forms around a speck that has traveled farther than you've ever walked, not by choice, but because the wind carried it without notice, without judgment. It does not remember where it began. It only knows now how to hold. And so the vapor finds it. Not with urgency, not with need, only with the slow certainty of gravity's opposite, the way mist gathers on a window pane when your breath touches glass in winter. But here, far above, there is no pain, no boundary, only endless space and the patient lowering of temperature as the air climbs higher into thinner layers. The molecules shift. They lose energy, not all at once. One by one, like footsteps fading down a hallway after everyone has gone to sleep. Each one slows until it can no longer stay apart from the others, not because they are pulled together, but because there is nothing left to keep them apart. And then, when the moment comes, when the air has cooled just enough and the particle has waited long enough, a single molecule of water stops being vapor. It becomes liquid, a bead, a tiny sphere smaller than a grain of flour clinging gently to its anchor. It does not fall. It cannot. The air holds it not with strength, but with stillness, with balance, with the same quiet that lets your eyelids rest without effort. You imagine another one forming now, just beyond your window, just above the rooftops where the last of the day's warmth lingers in brick and tile. A particle lifted from a moss-covered stone, carried upward by an updraft so faint it might have been mistaken for the sigh of a sleeping cat. The vapor meets it, condenses. There is no sound, no flash, only the silent alignment of physics, as natural as the curve of your spine when you turn onto your side in bed. You do not see this happen. You never will, but you know it occurs, not because you've been told, but because you have felt the same thing inside yourself. The moment a thought dissolves into rest, and you no longer try to hold it. Somewhere else, far from here, the air over a field of tall grass has begun its own slow descent into coolness. The sun has gone. The earth exhales what warmth remains. And in that rising breath, water vapor follows, not as a flood, not as a stream, but as individual molecules, each one searching for a place to settle. A speck of ash from last autumn's fire, still airborne after months, drifts lazily downward until it meets the chill. The vapor gathers around it, one molecule, then another, then 10, then hundreds, all clinging, all suspended, not because they are heavy, but because the air has forgotten how to let them go. And still more form. In the space between your inhale and exhale, 100,000 droplets take shape on particles older than the trees outside your window, older than the roads beneath it, older than the names you've whispered into pillows in the dark. They are not alive, but they exist in that fragile balance between gas and liquid, between motion and stillness, between being seen and being felt only by the air itself. You are becoming part of this, too. Your breath, as you lie here, carries moisture upward. Not in clouds yet, but in whispers. Each exhale adds to what is already there, a molecule joining a journey that began long before you learned to breathe on your own. It will rise. It will cool. It will find its particle. And when it does, the world above you grows just slightly more whole, more complete, not by becoming heavier, but by holding more of itself in gentle suspension. The air is full of these small acts of belonging. And so are you. You do not need to understand how it happens to feel its truth. You only need to lie still, to let the night be as patient with you as it is with every droplet that forms without your knowing. And to trust that even now, in this quiet, in this dark, in this breath, you are part of something that does not rush, something that simply waits, and then becomes. The air above the wet soil near the stream doesn't rise quickly, but it rises nonetheless, slow enough that you could mistake its movement for the last tremor of a sigh. It carries with it not the scent of water, but the memory of it, the faintest trace of moisture lifted from moss between stones, from the undersides of leaves that never dried fully after dusk. There is no wind to hurry it, only the slow pull of cooling, like a hand letting go of a thread too fine to see. And in that stillness, vapor begins its quiet surrender, not all at once, not in clusters, but one molecule at a time, drawn by the chill as if pulled by gravity made gentle. It finds a speck, perhaps from the flake of bark that fell months ago and never landed, perhaps from the salt left behind when a tide receded far inland, carried on breaths older than memory. The vapor settles onto it, not with force, not with noise. With the same patience you feel when your body finally gives in to sleep after hours of turning. You do not know which particle it chose. You never will. But you can imagine how it clings, how the water, once invisible, now takes shape around something that has always been there, waiting. A tiny sphere, no larger than a speck of dust caught in a sunbeam long gone. It does not grow heavy. It does not fall. The air keeps it aloft, not because it is strong enough to hold it up, but because the motion around it is too quiet to disturb its balance. Each droplet hangs like a thought you almost had. There, just beyond naming, held by the hush of your own stillness. Further out, where the land slopes gently toward the valley, the air cools in layers, not all at once, but in whispers. One layer sinks slightly, then pauses. Another rises faintly, carrying its load of vapor like a breath held too long. And when they meet, when warm meets cool not with clash, but with surrender, the same thing happens again. A particle drifts into the path of moisture. The vapor condenses. Another sphere forms, then another, each one born from nothing more than temperature and time. No thunder, no lightning, just the quiet mathematics of molecules finding their place. You think of your own breath now, how it rises from your lips in faint curls when the room grows cool, how it dissolves before it reaches the ceiling. That vapor, too, is part of this. It does not vanish. It waits. Somewhere above you, a speck of skin cell shed weeks ago and still drifting through the silence between rooms meets that same moisture. And for a moment in that unseen space, something new comes into being, a droplet, smaller than a pinhead, suspended as if it had always belonged there. The air holds them all, not with arms, not with force, but with absence of motion, with calm, with the kind of quiet that lets you forget you are breathing until you notice how deeply you've settled into the pillow. Each droplet is an echo of something lost. The sea's salt, the river's kiss, the sweat of a leaf under moonlight. They do not remember where they came from. They only know how to stay. And so they gather, not in great clouds yet, but in faint clusters, invisible as thoughts before they become words. The air is full of them. You cannot see their number. You cannot count their stillness. But you feel it, the weightless abundance of things that do not need to be seen to matter. There are particles from the desert, carried across continents by winds too low to name. Particles from volcanic ash buried beneath moss, stirred awake after decades. Particles from your own skin, shed last night as you turned in sleep, each one a silent host for water that once belonged to rain, or ocean mist, or the steam rising off tea left on a windowsill years ago. None of them ask to be remembered. None of them demand notice. They simply are, small, suspended, patient. and still more form. In the hollow between your ribs, as you breathe in and out without thought, moisture travels upward, not as vapor you can feel, but as memory made liquid in the dark above you. A molecule finds a particle. It binds. It becomes. And for just an instant, before it is joined by another, before it drifts into a larger gathering, it exists alone. You are not separate from this. Your breath has always been part of it. Your sweat, your tears, the steam that rose when you washed your face earlier tonight, all of it eventually becomes air. And all of it, in time, returns to the quiet work of becoming cloud. There is no rush. There never was. You are not waiting for rain. You are not waiting for light. You are only here, lying still, as the sky above you gathers its silent children, one molecule at a time, into the arms of cooling air. The air above you holds its breath in a way that has nothing to do with lungs and everything to do with temperature's slow hand moving across the sky. You do not feel it, but the molecules around you are shifting, not fleeing, not rushing, but rearranging themselves in patterns older than trees, older than mountains, older than the names humans have given to things they cannot hold. A droplet forms on a speck of ash from a fire long turned to soil. Another gathers on a fragment of sea salt carried inland by winds that forgot their origin. There is no music here, only the quietest vibration, the faintest pull between water and particle, like a whisper seeking an ear that has learned stillness. You think of your own skin, not as surface, but as something porous, alive with release. Every night you shed thousands of cells, each one small enough to vanish in the draft beneath the door, each one capable of becoming a cradle for moisture when the air grows tender. No one watches this happen. No clock measures it. It simply is. Water finding its way back to form, not as rain, not as mist, but as something suspended, held in place by nothing more than balance and coolness. The droplets do not grow large. They do not fall. They remain small because the air does not let them go, not yet. It cradles them gently, like thoughts you almost remember but cannot name. You feel the weight of your body sinking into the mattress, and in that sinking, you sense how similar it is to the way these droplets settle, weightless, yet held. Not by ropes or wires, not by gravity's pull alone, but by the air's own quiet resistance. The same air that carries your breath now carries them too. You exhale, and somewhere above, a molecule joins a cluster already forming, a gathering so faint it would vanish if you could see it. But you cannot, and so you do not try. You let yourself be part of the silence in which they form. A particle from dried mud on a forgotten path meets vapor released by pine needles hours ago. Another rises from soil where rain fell last spring, now evaporated and lifted without fanfare. There is no journey here, only presence. No destination, only the condition of being cool enough to hold. The droplets do not know they are becoming cloud. They simply are, tiny spheres of water clinging to dust that once was rock or shell or leaf. Each one a mirror for something lost and found again, not in memory, but in physics, in chemistry, in the patient turning of temperature's wheel. You breathe out slowly, and the moisture leaves your lips not as steam you can see, but as possibility. Something that may rise, may meet another particle, may become part of what hangs above the trees outside your window. There is no urgency to this. No storm building, no thunder waiting, just the slow accumulation of stillness, molecule by molecule, droplet by droplet, in a sky you cannot see but can feel as a presence, soft, expansive, unpressured. The air does not force anything. It does not demand change. It simply cools. And when it cools enough, water remembers how to become liquid again, not from will, not from desire, but because the conditions allow it, because particles are there, because the temperature has dipped low enough for molecules to pause, to settle, to cling. You think of your own thoughts drifting as you lie here, fragments of conversation, half-remembered songs, the scent of soap on your wrist, and how they too gather in quiet clusters before dissolving. Nothing is lost, everything lingers. In the dark above you, the same thing happens. Vapor finds its host. A droplet forms. It does not ask to be seen. It does not wish to fall. It only wants to stay just for a little while in the cool, still air that holds it like a cradle made of nothing but patience. And still more form, one after another, without sequence, without order, without sound. You are not separate from this. Your body has been part of this cycle since you were born. Every breath you have ever taken, every sigh, every laugh, every quiet exhale in the dark is now somewhere above you, waiting to become cloud again. And so you do not need to understand it. You only need to be here, to lie still, to let the air carry what it will. The droplets multiply, not in number that can be counted, but in presence that can be felt, like the hush between heartbeats, like the pause before sleep finally comes. They are not waiting for anything. They are simply being, and so are you. You feel the air grow thinner above you, not because it is empty, but because it has stretched, softly, silently, as if the sky itself were exhaling after holding its breath too long. The droplets that formed earlier now drift further apart, each one suspended in its own small world of stillness, no longer rushing to meet others, no longer searching for warmth or pressure to change them. They simply are. Water held by dust, by pollen, by the faintest residue of a fire from months ago, carried upward on air that did not know it was lifting something sacred. There is no rush in their becoming, no urgency in their clinging. Each droplet rests upon its particle as if it had always belonged there, as if the dust had waited for this moment, just as you have waited for sleep to find you. Somewhere beyond your window, a breeze moves through the upper layers of air, not strong enough to stir the trees below, but enough to carry these tiny spheres along their invisible paths. They do not collide. They do not merge. They pass one another like thoughts in the quietest hours, familiar, yet never quite recognized. You imagine them turning slowly as they drift, each sphere catching what little light remains from the distant moon, refracting it into nothing you can see, but something your body feels, a coolness against your skin, even though no wind touches you. The air continues to cool, not in steps, not in pulses, but in a slow sinking, like a hand letting go of a stone beneath water. And with each degree that falls, more vapor finds its way back into liquid form, not because it wants to, not because it remembers how, but because the temperature has slipped below the edge where gas becomes something heavier, something that can rest upon a particle and stay there. You do not hear this happening. You cannot feel it on your cheeks. But you know it is there, just as you know your own pulse continues, even when you forget to count its beats. A molecule of water, once part of a dewdrop on a spider's web last autumn, rose into the air when the sun returned in spring. It traveled unseen through hours of warmth, through gusts that carried it over rooftops and fields, past birds whose wings cut through the same space now holding these droplets. It did not know where it was going. It only knew how to rise. Now here at this altitude, with no sun to warm it, no ground beneath to call it back, it finds a particle of clay, fine as ash from an old hearth. The water slows. It settles. And for the first time in weeks, perhaps months, it becomes something more than vapor. It does not become rain. Not yet. Not ever, perhaps, it becomes cloud, just this. A sphere smaller than the tip of your smallest fingernail, hanging where no one looks, held by nothing but temperature and dust. And still more form. A particle from a dried wildflower petal, lifted by wind in June, now reunited with water that once flowed through roots beneath it. Another from salt left behind on sea spray, carried inland by storms long forgotten, now resting in the same quiet air as your breath. You do not need to imagine the sky as full of these things. You only need to know they are there, not as a mass, not as a blanket, but as countless small acts of stillness, each one happening without witness, without purpose beyond being. The droplets do not dream of falling. They do not long for the earth. They simply exist in the cool air that holds them, as you exist in the dark room that cradles your body. And when a new breath leaves your lips, soft, slow, unnoticed, It joins the same invisible procession. You do not send it upward on purpose. It does not rise because you will it. It rises because the air is warm near your skin and the world above is cooler. And so it moves, not with intention but with physics, as water always has, since before there were trees to release it, or mountains to lift it, or beds to hold those who breathe. You are not separate from this. You never were. The water in you now, your blood, your tears, the moisture on your tongue is the same water that formed these droplets above. It has cycled through rivers and roots, through clouds that vanished without a trace, through rain that fell on stone, then evaporated again, rising like a sigh into the sky. And now it returns not as memory, not as story, but as vapor, waiting for its turn to become cloud. The particles are everywhere. They have been here longer than you. They will be here long after your breath has slowed beyond hearing. Dust from ancient deserts, salt from vanished seas, spores from flowers that bloomed before your name was spoken. They all wait, patient and silent, for the moment when air grows cool enough to remember how to hold water. And so it does. One droplet forms, then another, then 100 more. All without sound, all without need, all simply because the temperature has dipped low enough for just this breath, for just this moment, to let water become what it was meant to be again. The air around you grows heavier with stillness, not from weight, but from absence. The absence of motion, of noise, of urgency. There is no rush here, only the slow surrender of warmth to coolness. And in that surrender, water finds its quietest shape. You feel it in the way your breath lingers just a moment longer before dissolving into the room's depth, each exhale carrying with it the faintest trace of what once was ocean, or lake, or leaf moisture beneath summer rain. It does not vanish. It merely changes form, slipping from warmth into the space where vapor becomes something else entirely. Somewhere above, a particle of dried skin cells, shed weeks ago and lifted by a draft near an open window, drifts through layers of air that have grown colder with each foot of height. It has no memory of your touch, no recognition of the body it came from. But in this moment, as the temperature dips below the threshold where vapor can remain alone, it becomes a center, a quiet anchor for water that has traveled far and forgotten its origin. The molecule that was yours once slows. It does not choose to cling. It simply cannot help but settle. There is no will in this. Only physics, patient as stone. Another particle rises from the soil of an abandoned garden, carried upward by a breeze too gentle to name. It holds traces of composted leaves, of mineral dust ground fine by centuries of wind and rain. It has known neither sun nor shadow as you know them. But now it meets water that remembers the taste of morning dew on grass. The two do not speak. They do not need to. The air cools just enough, just below the point where vapor would otherwise remain invisible. And there, in the dark between stars and rooftops, a droplet forms around that speck. It is no larger than a single grain of salt, but it holds within its curve the memory of every river that ever flowed, every breath drawn before yours. You do not see these things. You never will. And yet they are real, not as symbols, not as metaphors, but as matter obeying laws older than language. Each droplet is a tiny sphere of liquid, suspended by air currents too faint to disturb them, held aloft because their size is smaller than the gaps between molecules in the wind. They do not fall because they are too light to be pulled down before the air itself carries them elsewhere. They drift like ash after fire, but without heat, without end. And still more form. A particle of pollen from a pine tree that stood tall before your grandparents were born now finds water vapor that passed through the lungs of someone who walked under it in October. The two have never met. They do not need to. In this silent assembly, they become one. A droplet no bigger than the blink of an eye, hanging where the world forgets to look. The air around you is full of these quiet unions, not crowded, not chaotic, just happening, as if the sky were breathing in slow, deep sighs, and each exhale left behind 1,000 tiny beads of water, clinging to dust no one remembers naming. You are not separate from this. Your skin sheds particles too, microscopic flakes of yourself, carried away by the quietest movements of air. One may rise now as you lie still and meet vapor that once belonged to rain falling on the roof of a house long gone. That droplet will form around your own lost cell and hang for hours, perhaps days, before the wind carries it toward another temperature shift, another particle, another slow transformation. There is no purpose in this cycle beyond its own continuation. No voice calls it sacred. No clock marks its passage. It simply exists, because when air cools, water returns to liquid, because particles are always there, because the world holds its breath just long enough for vapor to become cloud. And you lie here, breathing slowly, as if your body were not also a source of this same quiet alchemy. Each exhale is a whisper of what will rise. Each inhale draws in air that has held droplets before. You do not need to understand it all. You only need to feel how still the night has become. How deep the silence grows, not empty but full. Full of water, remembering how to be cloud. Full of dust waiting for its turn. Full of molecules drifting, settling, becoming, without hurry, without fear, without end. A particle lifted from the underside of a moss-covered stone now drifts through layers of air that have forgotten their warmth. It carries no scent, no memory of sunlight, only the quiet residue of damp earth pressed close for too many nights. Above it, water vapor moves like thought without form, invisible until the temperature dips just past the threshold where stillness becomes surrender. There, in the hush between breaths, the vapor slows its flight and settles onto that speck, not as a splash, not as a drop, but as if the air itself had decided to hold its shape for an instant longer than it meant to. The droplet forms without sound, without resistance. It does not grow large. It simply becomes what it was always capable of being when given the right quiet. You feel nothing of this. Your eyelids are heavy with sleep, your breath slow and even, but the air around you is still stitching itself together, one microscopic union after another. Another particle rises from the fibers of a woolen blanket left draped over a chair weeks ago, its surface dusted by flake after flake of skin long shed, now stirred loose in the dark by the faintest draft. It meets vapor that once curled above a forest stream under moonlight, then rose through cedar boughs, then settled into the hollow between two roof tiles where no one ever looked. That water remembers nothing but its own phase change, its turn from gas to liquid, and now it clings. The droplet is not alone. Around it, hundreds more have formed in similar silence, not clustered, not aligned, just present, each anchored to a different speck of dust, each born of cooling air that did not know it was about to give up its hold on vapor. They hang like secrets too small for language. There is no gathering, no swelling. They do not merge unless the temperature shifts again and they become something else entirely. For now, they remain suspended, lighter than a spider's thread, smaller than the shadow of a grain of sand. You lie still beneath covers that have absorbed your warmth, but above you, the air continues its patient work. A particle from the edge of a dried leaf, curled in autumn and forgotten underfoot, rises through layers where the cold is not sharp but soft, like silk drawn over skin. It meets vapor that passed through the roots of an oak tree whose bark once bore your name carved shallowly, long ago. The water does not remember the carving. It only remembers how to condense. Each droplet is a vessel made by accident and necessity, not created for meaning, but born because matter behaves as it must, because when air cools, vapor yields, because particles never leave the sky entirely, because liquid clings where there is something to cling to. You do not see them. They are too small to catch light unless you stand with a microscope and stare into darkness. But they are real, not imagined, not poetic but physical, spheres of water no larger than 10 millionths of a meter, held aloft by the same air that lifts pollen from wildflowers and carries your own exhales upward. Somewhere beyond the walls, in open space between rooftops and treetops, thousands more form. A speck of salt, carried inland from some distant tide long ago, settled on windowsills, lifted again by a child's yawn or a cat's stretch, meets vapor that has known frost and fog and morning mist over marshes no one visits anymore. The droplet forms around it without fanfare, without history, simply because the air is cooler now than it was 5 minutes ago. And still more form. A fragment of volcanic glass from an eruption generations past drifts down through high layers, chilled to near freezing, yet not cold enough for ice. It meets vapor that has traveled across continents, passed over deserts and cities and sleeping children like you. And there, in the silent dark between cloud layers, it becomes a droplet again. You are breathing slowly now. Your body gives off particles too, not just skin flakes, but tiny clusters of oils, salts, fibers, each one capable of becoming a seed for something invisible. One may rise as you exhale, caught in an updraft so gentle it doesn't even stir the curtains. It will meet water that has known every season since before your name was spoken aloud. The droplets do not fall because they are too small to feel gravity's pull strongly enough. They ride the air like feathers without wings. They move where the wind moves, but slower. So slow it seems as though time itself has paused just for them. And still more form. Not in clusters, not in lines, just appearing. One after another. Always one more. A particle from a moth's wing, shed during flight over an empty field. Another from the edge of a ceramic mug, left outside last winter. Yet another from the dust inside your pillowcase. Flakes of hair, fibers of cotton, grains of sand tracked in from a walk you don't remember taking. Each finds its vapor. Each becomes something new. And you are part of this too. Not as witness, not as observer, but as participant. Your breath is water rising. Your skin is dust lifting. The air around your bed holds droplets formed from what you have lost and will lose again. They hang there, silent and countless, waiting for the next shift in temperature, waiting to be carried somewhere else, waiting. Always waiting to become something new. The air near your pillow holds more than you know. Particles from the wool blanket you pulled over yourself an hour ago. Fibers loosened by slow turning. Each one a quiet anchor for something that was once invisible. A drop forms around it, not because it is special, but because it is there. The vapor that rises from your skin, warm and steady, meets the cooler layer just above your forehead, where the night has settled like dust on glass. There, without sound or signal, a droplet gathers. It does not choose its host. It simply follows the rule of coolness and presence. You do not feel it form. You do not need to. It exists because the air has changed, just enough, and because something small, something forgotten, still floats within it. Somewhere beyond your window, a breeze stirs the leaves of a maple that never lost its last autumn leaf. The moisture on those curled edges evaporates slowly, not in bursts, but in sighs. That vapor travels upward, not as a stream, but as a breath held too long. It rises past the eaves, past the wire where a sparrow once rested, past the thinning haze that lingers after dusk. And when it meets air cooled by altitude, by the slow expansion of rising layers, it finds another particle. Not dust from soil, not salt from sea, but something older. A fragment of ash from a campfire long extinguished, carried on wind through years of silence, now suspended in the quiet between cloud and sky. Around it, water gathers, one molecule at a time. No hurry, no need. The droplet grows to its natural size, too small for sight, too light to fall, and joins the others. You exhale again. A new cluster of particles leaves your lips, not just moisture, but tiny specks of proteins, of dead skin cells, of oils that once coated your cheeks as you slept earlier tonight. They rise with your breath, unremarkable, unnoticed. But in the air above your bed, they meet vapor that has known every season since before you learned to say night. And there, where temperature dips just past the point of holding, a droplet forms around one of them. It does not know it came from you. It only knows how to be water when the air asks it to be. The same thing happens over rooftops where no one walks anymore. Over rusted gutters that still hold rainwater from last spring's storm. Over the moss on a stone bench, damp with dew even now, long after sunset. Each surface gives up its moisture in tiny increments, so slow you could watch for hours and not see it move. But it moves. And each molecule joins the invisible river above your head. It rises until it finds stillness, until it meets cold enough to change, until it meets something small enough to hold. A speck from a moth's wing, brushed loose during flight over an abandoned garden, drifts down through layers where the air is thinner and colder than before. It does not fall quickly. It drifts as if remembering how to float. And when it passes through vapor that has traveled from the ocean, across plains, past sleeping towns, it becomes something new, not a cloud yet, but the beginning of one. A droplet, born of chance and chemistry, suspended by air that refuses to let go. You are not separate from this. Your breath is part of the cycle. The oils on your skin become dust. The water in your cells becomes vapor. Even now, as you lie still, your body releases what it no longer needs, and somewhere above you, those particles find their purpose. Not because they were meant to, but because matter does not disappear. It changes, and droplets form around them. Always one more. Another from the edge of a book left open on the floor. Paper fibers worn thin by time and touch. Another from the lint caught in your sock, carried upward when you pulled off your shoes before bed. Another from the dust inside the hinge of your bedroom door, stirred by the faintest shift in pressure as the house settles into night. They do not cluster. They do not call to each other. Each forms alone in its own quiet corner of the air, held by a particle that has known fire and wind and rain and stillness. And you, your warmth, your breath, your silent presence, are part of the same pattern. The droplets do not dream, but they hold what you have given up. They rise with the slow rhythm of night. They wait for nothing but the next cooling. They are never alone, because there is always another particle, always another vapor, always another place where air grows cool enough to remember how to become water, and still more form, one after another, never ending. The air above your window, where the curtain stills between breaths, holds a different kind of quiet, thicker with moisture that has climbed from the earth below, not all at once, but in whispers. From the damp soil beneath the potted plant on the sill, from the steam that rose when you washed your face before turning off the light, from the last lingering trace of bath water evaporating into the dark. It does not rush. It gathers slowly, like the faintest hum of a distant engine fading into sleep. And somewhere in that stillness, as the room cools just enough to ask for it, water vapor begins to gather, not in clouds yet, but in tiny, patient clusters around particles too small to name. A speck from the fabric of your pillowcase, worn thin by nights like this one, lifts gently on a current you cannot feel. It carries no memory of warmth, only the shape of stillness it has known since being spun from cotton and woven into rest. And when vapor touches it, when the air drops past the threshold where holding is no longer possible, it becomes something that was not there before. A droplet, no larger than the space between two heartbeats, clinging to its host like dew on a spider's thread. It does not fall. It cannot. The air holds it not with force, but with absence of motion enough to let it stay. There is no wind here, only the slow drift of temperature changing in layers you will never feel on your skin. Above you, another forms, this one around a particle that once floated from the crack between floorboards where dust collects like forgotten thoughts. It was there before you moved into this house, before the walls were painted, before the trees outside grew tall enough to cast shadows across your bed. That speck has seen seasons turn without witness. Now it is part of something quieter than time, a cloud in formation, not above the earth, but within the air that surrounds you, inside the room, just beyond reach, where your breath lingers longer than you remember giving it. The droplet does not know how far it has come. It only knows the cold that asked for its form and the particle that held still long enough to let it be. Another rises from the crease of your blanket, where body heat pooled and then slipped away, leaving behind vapor that had been warmed by your skin, now cooled by the night's slow hand. It finds a speck of lint from yesterday's sweater, carried up on air too gentle to call a breeze. The droplet forms around it, not because it was meant to, but because matter remembers how to become water when the conditions are right. And the conditions are always right somewhere. Always one more place where the air grows cool enough to remember. You do not see them. You never will. But they are there, in the space between your eyelids and the ceiling, in the gap where the window meets its frame, in the faint haze that gathers near the lamp you forgot to turn off. Each droplet is alone. Each clings to a different particle. One from the flake of chalk dust left on the windowsill by a child's drawing long erased. Another from the microscopic sliver of glass that fell when the mirror cracked years ago and no one swept it up. Another from the pollen that drifted in through the screen last spring, now dissolved into vapor, then reborn as liquid. They do not group. They do not call out. They simply form and stay, because the air has learned to hold them. The cooling continues. Not suddenly, not with a shiver, but like the quiet settling of heavy cloth after it's been folded and put away. The vapor does not vanish, it becomes. And each becoming is small enough to be forgotten, large enough to matter. A droplet forms around a fragment of salt from your last meal, carried up through the air vents, dissolved into invisible mist, then reassembled in coldness. Another gathers on a speck of soot that rose from the candle you lit for an hour before sleep. Now cooled, now quiet, now part of something larger than flame. You are not separate from this. Your skin sheds, your lungs release, the water inside you becomes air. And when it meets coolness and a particle waiting in silence, it becomes droplet, not as a choice, but as a law written into the way things change. There is no grand design, no voice guiding it, only temperature lowering, vapor yielding, particles holding, one after another, always one more. And still they form, around dust from the wool blanket you pulled over your shoulders hours ago, around fibers from your hair that floated free when you brushed it before bed, around microscopic fragments of dried soap left behind in the sink, lifted by warmth and now suspended in the dark. They do not know where they came from. They only know how to be water when the air asks. The room grows colder still. Not enough to freeze, not enough to make you shiver, just enough for vapor to remember its other shape. And so another droplet forms around a speck that once was part of a leaf falling outside, carried upward by an updraft no one noticed, now drifting through the open window's edge, now meeting your breath, now becoming something new. It does not fall. It cannot. The air holds it. And still more form. The air near your cheek has grown thinner with time, not because it's been taken away, but because its warmth has slipped into the dark like ink dissolving in water, slow, inevitable, without resistance. What remains is cooler now, still enough to let the vapor linger where it once rushed through. And there, just above the curve of your ear, a droplet gathers, not on anything grand, not on stone or metal, but on the faintest trace of skin oil lifted from your temple hours ago, carried upward in the quiet breath you didn't know you were still releasing. It doesn't cling with force. It simply settles where it can, as if the air had forgotten how to let go. Another forms near the edge of your pillowcase, on a fiber that came loose when you turned over once, maybe twice, and never landed back in place. The thread is too small for sight, but enough for water to remember its shape. It was dry before. Now it holds liquid not by choice, but because temperature has lowered past some invisible line, and vapor no longer resists the turn toward becoming. You do not feel this shift. You never have. But your body still releases what it carries. The moisture from your breath, the softness left behind when sweat evaporates without notice. And these things rise like whispers into a room that has learned to hold them. The particles are everywhere, but unseen. Bits of fabric from the quilt you pulled over yourself earlier, tiny flakes of dried paint from the wall beside the window, even the ghost of perfume that lingered on your neck after washing your face. There is no music here, no drumbeat of gathering, just vapor turning, not all at once, not in clusters, but one by one, as if each drop were a single note held long enough to be felt before it fades. A droplet forms around a speck carried up from the baseboard where dust had settled for months, undisturbed, until your foot brushed past earlier tonight. It rose without sound and now rests suspended in air that has grown too cool to keep it as gas. The particle does not ask to be chosen. It simply exists, and when the cooling reaches its quiet threshold, water finds it. Another forms near the lamp's shade, where heat had pooled all day and then slowly drained away, leaving behind a pocket of stillness thick with invisible moisture. There is no wind here, no rush. Only the slow settling of molecules that once danced freely now folding into liquid form around grains too small to name. Flecks from paper fibers torn by a turned page weeks ago, or the faintest residue left when your fingers brushed against glass and wiped away nothing visible. The air does not hurry. It does not need to. There is no urgency in becoming, no race toward fullness. Each droplet is complete as it forms, tiny, isolated, holding its shape because cooling has made space for it. Not because the world demands it, but because water remembers how to be still when the conditions are right. And they keep forming, not by design, not by plan, but simply because this is what happens when warmth yields to quiet cold, and vapor meets something small enough to hold on to. Your eyelids are heavier now. You're breathing slower. The air around you thickens with droplets that will never fall, that will never gather into rain or mist or fog, only remain, suspended in the dark, each one a silent answer to temperature's quiet question. One more forms near your wrist where the sheet has slipped just slightly, exposing skin cooled by night, not chilled, not dampened, but gently lowered past its own warmth. The vapor rises from that place like breath held too long and finally released. It meets a particle you cannot see, a fragment of dust carried in on yesterday's air, and becomes. And still more form. Always one more. You do not need to watch them. They are here already. The room has become full, not with noise, not with movement, but with the quiet accumulation of water that chose, once again, to be liquid instead of gas. There is no thunder in this change, no flash, only stillness holding its breath as each droplet finds its place among countless others, all of them alone, all of them held. And you are part of it too, not as a watcher, not as a witness, but as the source. The warmth that became vapor, the skin that released what was inside, the breath that lifted and rose into the coolness where droplets form without asking why. They do not know your name. You will never see them again. But they are here, each one formed from you, by you, through you, and still they rise, still they gather on particles too small to notice. Still they wait in silence as the night deepens, and the air grows colder with every passing minute. A droplet forms near the hinge of your bedroom window, where the wood has grown cool from outside air seeping through a seam you never noticed until tonight. It was warm here hours ago, pressed against the frame as the last light faded. But now, in stillness, the surface has surrendered its heat. The vapor that rose from your breath earlier, or from the damp towel left on the floor, drifts close and finds this small cold spot. Not because it seeks shelter, but because cooling has made the air too full to hold all of itself as gas. And so, where there is something, anything to lean against, water folds inward. A speck of dried skin cell, long fallen from your cheek as you slept earlier in the week, now rests on that wood grain, unnoticed by every eye but the quiet air S. It does not move. It does not plead. But when vapor touches it, it becomes a droplet, so small, so round, so perfectly suspended that even if you could see it, you would mistake it for a flaw in the dark. Another forms above your pillow, where the down has held warmth longer than the rest of the room. The air there still carries the ghost of your body's heat, but now it is slipping away, each molecule retreating like footsteps fading on carpet. The vapor that clung to this pocket begins to settle, not all at once, not in a rush. One molecule slows, then another, until they gather around a speck too fine for dust. A fragment of textile fiber from your nightshirt, worn thin over months of sleep, shed unnoticed into the air above your head. It does not matter what it is, only that it is there. And when the temperature dips just enough to ask for change, water answers by becoming liquid again. You do not feel this happening. You are too deep now for sensation. But your skin still releases moisture, softly, steadily, as if even in sleep you are breathing out what was once air. It rises like mist from a quiet pond at dawn, invisible until it meets the chill that has settled over the room. And there, near the edge of your blanket where fabric lifts just enough to let the cool touch skin, another droplet forms, on a particle carried in on last week's laundry, perhaps, or left behind by a visitor who brushed past this corner months ago and never returned. The air is not empty. It never was. Even when you think it is still, even when no breeze stirs the curtains, even when your breath has slowed to something quieter than thought, it is full of things too small to name. Dust from old books, salt from dried sweat, fibers from wool sweaters hung to dry in rooms long since closed. And each one of them, if the air grows cool enough, becomes a cradle. You are not alone here. You never were. The droplets forming around you are made from what you gave up, what your body released into the room without knowing. Your breath, your skin, your warmth. And now, in this quiet dark, they return, not as rain, not as mist, but as tiny spheres of liquid held by air too patient to let them fall. There is no pull downward yet. No weight has gathered. The particles are too light, the droplets too small. They do not seek the ground. They do not long for release. They simply exist, each one a moment caught between gas and liquid, between what was and what might become. One more forms near the base of your lamp, where plastic has cooled faster than glass. A speck of lint from yesterday's socks drifts into its shadow, and there, in that small pocket of stillness, water gathers. Not because it wants to, but because cooling made space for it. And when space is made, water fills it. You are breathing slower now, slower than the air moves, slower than the droplets form. Your body has become a quiet place, warmth seeping out in gentle waves, each exhale carrying vapor that will rise, find cold, and turn. Not all at once, never all together, one by one, always just one more. And still they come. A particle from your hairbrush, carried on air stirred by the turning of a page hours ago, now resting near the ceiling where heat lingers longest. The vapor finds it, becomes. Another from the edge of your pillowcase, lifted in sleep as you shifted. A thread too fine to see, but real enough for water to cling to. And another from the space between floorboards, where dust had settled and forgotten itself, until tonight's chills stirred it upward, into the dark, into the waiting air. They do not know your name. They do not remember your voice. But they are made of what you gave. Warmth that became vapor, vapor that found cold, cold that asked for change, and water answered by becoming something small enough to rest in silence. The room is full, not with sound, not with motion, but with these tiny gatherings of liquid, each one formed from the air around you, shaped by your presence, held by your stillness. And as the night grows older, so do they, gathering slowly, silently, endlessly. One more. Another. Just one more. A droplet forms near the hinge of your window, where metal has cooled beneath the night's slow breath. No wind stirs it, no hand touched it, but the air there remembers the warmth you left behind when you pulled the blanket higher. A particle, older than this season, drifts down from the frame's crevice. A flake of paint dried long ago, cracked by summers that have since passed, now loose enough to fall without sound. It settles just where the glass meets the sill and the vapor finds it, not because it calls out, not because it is chosen, but because the air has grown thin with coolness, and where coolness lingers, water remembers how to gather. Another forms near the edge of your bookshelf, where dust has settled in layers so fine they seem like silence given shape. A fiber from a forgotten scarf, woven in another time, rises in the faintest current, perhaps from the way your foot shifted beneath the sheets, stirring the air just enough to lift it. It floats upward, slow as thought, until it meets the cooler layer near the ceiling. There, water gathers, not all at once, not in a rush, but slowly, patiently, like a sigh held too long and finally released into stillness. You do not see them. You never have. But they are there, each one born from what you gave. Warmth that rose, vapor that drifted, particles that waited. And now each droplet is a whisper made liquid, a tiny sphere of water suspended by air that has learned to hold. The ceiling above you holds hundreds, thousands, more than you could count if your eyes were open and your mind awake. But they do not fall. They cannot. Their weight is less than the breath of a moth. The air moves around them, not with force, but with quiet current, and they drift as if they have always belonged there. A speck from yesterday's tea towel, dried in the kitchen before you turned out the light, has traveled farther than you know, carried by the draft beneath the door, lifted by the warmth of your steps across the floor. It found its way into this room, into this air, and now it holds a droplet as delicate as a memory. There is no thunder here, no rush, no need to hurry. The water does not long to become rain. It does not ache for the ground. It simply is, held in place by the same stillness that holds your breath between one exhale and the next. A particle from your hair, loose from its roots hours ago, slipped through the air as you turned toward the wall in sleep. It drifted upward, slow as a leaf caught in an updraft too gentle to name. Now it rests near the corner where ceiling meets plaster, and there water has gathered around it. Not because it is special, but because the cooling made space for it. You are not alone here. You never were. The droplets do not know you. They do not remember your voice, or the warmth of your hands, or the rhythm of your breathing before sleep took you. But they are shaped by what you left behind, each one a quiet echo of your body's passage through the air. Another forms near the baseboard, where wood has drawn the chill from the floor beneath it. A speck of dried skin, shed days ago and forgotten, was lifted tonight by the slow shift in temperature. The room cooling not all at once, but in layers, like pages turning one after another. The vapor finds it, and becomes one more, and then another. The air is full, not with noise, not with movement, but with these tiny gatherings of liquid, each formed from what you released without knowing, each held by the patience of a night that does not rush toward morning. They do not fall. They do not vanish. They simply are. And as your breath slows further, deeper now, softer, you become part of their quiet world. Not as watcher, not as guest, but as source. The vapor rises from your skin. The air cools. A particle waits. Water gathers. One more. Another. Just one more. A draft of night air slips through the space between curtain and window frame, not drawn by wind, not pulled by force, but guided by the slow surrender of warmth to coolness. It moves like a breath held too long, now released without thought. Along its edge, invisible threads of water rise from the fabric of your pajamas, still warm where your skin pressed against them hours ago. These are not mist, not steam, nothing so bold, but vapor, quiet and unmarked, rising as if it had never been anything else. The air around you is no longer only air. It carries what you have given without meaning to. The moisture of sleep, the breath that lingers after a sigh, the warmth your body left behind in the curve of the pillow. There is nothing urgent here. Nothing demands to be seen. A sliver of dust from the hem of an old blanket washed once long ago and never fully dried in memory has drifted upward with the rising air. It does not glow. It does not call attention, but it waits. And when the temperature nears that quiet threshold, not cold enough for ice, not warm enough to hold nothing, the vapor begins to gather around it, not all at once, never all together. One molecule touches the surface, then another, then a third. Each follows without knowing why. They cling as if they had always been meant to settle there. You do not feel this happening. You never did. Your eyelids are heavy, your thoughts softening into shadows beneath them. But above you, in the dimness where light does not reach, thousands of these tiny unions take place. Each droplet is smaller than a grain of salt, smaller than the blink of an eye. They form on particles that have traveled farther than you remember. From the soles of shoes left by the door, from the fibers of your brush as it sat untouched on the dresser, from the corner where dust settles when no one walks past for days. The air holds them gently, not because it is strong, but because it has learned to be still. There are no updrafts here now, no sudden shifts in pressure. Only the slow descent of heat into the floorboards, the quiet pull of night cooling every surface at its own pace. One droplet forms on a speck from yesterday's laundry, fluff caught in the lint trap and carried by the breeze when you opened the dryer door without thinking. Another gathers near a crack in the baseboard where moisture seeped through once, long ago, and left behind only the memory of wetness. They do not grow large. They cannot. The air is too thin to support them beyond this size. And so they remain suspended, balanced on the edge of falling, held by a force you cannot name but feel in your bones, the balance between weight and stillness. If you were awake, you might call it luck or wonder. But here now there is no need for names. A thread from your sleeve, loosened during sleep, has floated to the height of your pillow. It drifts slowly, turning once in the faintest current, perhaps born from the exhale that slipped out as you turned onto your side. And on it, water begins again. Not because it is special, not because anything here seeks meaning, but because cooling has opened a door and vapor walks through. You are not alone in this room. You never were. The droplets do not know your name, but they carry what you left behind. The warmth of your skin, the breath that rose like steam from tea long cooled, the quiet persistence of moisture leaving you even as sleep takes hold. They form on particles too small to see, suspended by air that has learned how to cradle. Another forms near the lampshade, where a flake of dried paint, chipped years ago and forgotten, now rests in stillness. The vapor finds it, not searching, not seeking, but simply gathering where conditions allow. And so another sphere is born, perfect, round, weightless as a thought you cannot hold on to. The room grows cooler by degrees, not all at once, not with shiver or sigh, but slowly, as if the night itself were breathing out. Each exhale lowers the temperature just enough to let one more droplet form. One on the edge of your bookshelf, where dust has settled in thin layers since last spring. One near the window's sill, where the glass is colder than the air around it, and a single particle, perhaps from a flower petal that fell through an open door months ago, is now cradling its first drop. They do not fall. They do not hurry. There is no gravity here strong enough to pull them down, not yet. The air still holds them in its gentlest embrace. And you are sinking deeper into the sheets, your breath slower than before, your body a quiet source of warmth rising like steam from forgotten earth. You give without knowing, and they gather without asking. One more. Just one more. One more forms near the hinge of your closet door, where the wood has softened over years, where the brass has grown dull with time, and a grain of plaster, long loosened from the wall behind, now rests in the shadow of the swinging panel. The air here is cooler than the room's center, not because anything moves, but because metal draws heat away without effort, without intention. And so vapor finds it, not as if it were waiting, but as if the cooling had always been preparing for this moment. A sphere no larger than the tip of an eyelash gathers on that grain. It does not tremble. It does not grow. It simply is. Another near the edge of your sock, folded neatly beside the bed, worn yesterday, still holding the shape of your foot, still warm from where it lay against the floor before being placed there with care. The moisture in the air finds the tiny fibers that escaped the wash, the microscopic lint that clings even after spinning, and on each one, a drop begins to form, not because it is needed, not because you asked, but because the temperature has dipped just below the point where vapor can stay invisible. You feel nothing of this. Your breath slows further. The sheets have pulled snug around your shoulders, not from motion, but from the quiet settling of your body into the mattress's curve. You are warm beneath them, and above you, in the air that brushes your cheeks as you exhale, droplets form on particles you cannot see, particles that once were part of something else. A leaf from the tree outside, now ground to dust by wind. A thread from the curtain drawn last autumn. The faintest trace of salt left behind when you wiped sweat from your brow during a day you no longer recall. Each droplet is alone. Each holds only what it has gathered. None are joined. None reach out. The air does not press them together, nor does it push them apart. It simply cools, and in that cooling, the vapor turns, not into rain, not into mist, but into these tiny spheres, suspended as if by a silence too deep to name. One forms on a speck of chalk dust, carried in from the hallway where a child once drew on the floor with fingers small and sure. It has been there for months, forgotten, unmoved. And now, at this hour, when the room has emptied of warmth and only your breathing remains, it becomes a vessel. A drop gathers, round, perfect, weightless. Another near the corner where the wall meets the ceiling. A place no cloth reaches, no hand brushes. Dust has layered there in slow spirals like snowfall trapped by stillness. On one particle among them, perhaps from the paper of an old envelope, perhaps from the fur of a pet that once slept here, the vapor finds its home. A droplet forms. It does not fall. It does not shimmer. It simply exists. The air is full of them now, not in number you could count, but in presence you can feel if you let your mind go soft. They do not glow. They do not whisper. But they are there, thousands, tens of thousands, each a silent answer to the cooling night. Each one born from vapor that rose from your skin, from your breath, from the tea left on the table hours ago, from the damp towel hung over the chair, now dry but still remembering moisture. They do not seek you. They do not remember you. But they are made of what you gave. And so they remain, suspended in the dark, balanced between falling and staying, held by a quiet law older than names, older than doors or beds or breath. That when air grows cool enough, water remembers how to become liquid again, and it does so on whatever is there. One more forms near the lamp's cord, where plastic has cracked slightly with age. A speck of fiber from your sweater, caught in the crease, now holds its first drop. Another on a hair that fell from your brush weeks ago and drifted down to rest on the windowsill, now cold from the night outside. The droplets do not touch each other. They do not merge. They are too small for gravity to claim them yet, and the air is still too calm to carry them away. Each one hangs in its own tiny space, a world unto itself, round, clear, unbroken. And you are sinking now deeper than before. Your thoughts have thinned like mist at dawn. There is no need to wonder why they form. No need to ask where they came from. The air cools, you breathe, and the water finds its way back to liquid, not in rivers or drops falling from eaves, but here, now, in this quiet room, on specks you will never see. One more. Just one more. One more forms on the rim of a teacup left to cool, its ceramic surface glazed with residue from chamomile steeped in quiet hours. Tiny crystals of plant oil, dried honey, the ghost of steam that rose before you set it down. The air near it is still warmer than elsewhere, but slower now, heavier with the weight of night. And as the last warmth bleeds away, the vapor hovers, not escaping, not rising, but pausing as if listening. Then, on a speck too small to name, perhaps a fleck of pollen from the window box you forgot to water weeks ago, it gathers. A sphere, no bigger than the blink of an eye. It does not roll. It does not drip. It simply is. Another forms where your pillowcase meets the seam, where fibers have frayed into threads finer than spider silk. Dust has settled there in layers, each grain a relic from another day, a flake of skin, a bit of lint from a blanket you didn't wash, the faintest dusting of outdoor air that slipped through the crack beneath the door. On one of them, the vapor finds purchase. It does not ask why. It does not hesitate. The cooling is enough. You feel it less now, not as a thought, but as a presence. Like the weight of blankets you no longer notice, or the quiet hum that lives in walls when everything else has gone still. These droplets do not make sound. They do not cast shadow. But they are there, countless and nameless, each clinging to something forgotten. A thread from your socks left on the floor, a grain of sand tracked in from a walk you took before summer ended, a particle of plaster that fell when the house settled last winter. The air is full of them, not crowded, not thickened, but layered, like breath held too long and then released slowly. Each droplet exists alone, yet all are born of the same quiet turning, vapor into liquid, not by force but by stillness. The cooling does not shout. It simply lowers the temperature 1 degree at a time until the water no longer remembers how to be gas. And so it returns, softly, patiently, to its older form. Near the baseboard, where the floor meets the wall and the paint has peeled into tiny curls, another forms on a speck of dried glue from a poster long removed. It was once bright with color, once held a face you smiled at every morning. Now it is gone, but the dust remains. And in that dust, moisture finds its way. One more on the edge of your eyeglasses, left beside the bed, their lenses cool now from the night air. A film has formed there, not smudge, not fingerprint, but a microscopic residue of oils and salts you shed without knowing. The vapor condenses upon it as if drawn by memory. You do not need to see them to know they are there. They are not waiting for anything. They do not long to fall. They do not wish to become rain. They simply exist as the air cools, as your breath slows, as the world outside forgets its motion. The droplets hold no story but their own, born of vapor, anchored by dust, suspended by silence. And still more form. On a hair caught in the bristles of your comb, left on the dresser since March. On a sliver of dried soap from the bathroom sink, now cracked and brittle. On the edge of a button that fell from your shirt, tucked beneath the bed where no light reaches. Each is a world smaller than a word. And yet, each holds the shape of water as it once was before it became air. The cooling continues. It does not hurry. It does not pause. It simply lowers. And in that lowering, the invisible becomes visible, not to your eyes, but to your stillness. You are no longer counting them. You are no longer wondering how they came to be. You are only aware of their presence, like the quiet between heartbeats, like the hush before sleep takes hold entirely. One more forms on the tip of a spider's thread stretched across the lampshade, thin as thought. It has been there for days, untouched. Now it carries its first droplet. Another near the hinge of the closet door, where metal meets wood and friction has worn away the finish. A speck of rust, so small you never notice it awake, now holds a drop that gleams only in the dark. They do not glow. They do not move. They are held by nothing but air that has grown too cool to keep them as vapor. And so they remain. As you breathe deeper now, slower still, the room grows colder, not with chill, but with quiet. The droplets multiply, not in number you could measure, but in presence you can feel if your mind lets go. One on a speck of fluff from your sweater, caught in the weave of the blanket beneath you. One on the edge of a dried leaf, pressed inside an old book on the nightstand. One on the tip of your eyelash, so fine it might have been there all along. Each is alone. Each is perfect. Each is made of what you gave. And still they form. One more forms on the edge of a dried petal pressed into the spine of a letter you never sent, its edges brittle with time, its color faded to something that once was violet, but now remembers only the shape of blue. The paper holds the scent of lavender long gone, and in the damp quiet of the room, the vapor finds it, not because it seeks, but because it cannot help but settle where stillness gathers. There is no intention in this. No purpose beyond the air's slow surrender to its own temperature. The droplet clings not to memory, but to the mineral residue left behind by centuries of breath and touch, the salt of skin that brushed against it once, the microscopic dust from a window sill long cleaned away. It does not know what it is holding. It only knows how to be. Another gathers on the tip of a single fiber from your sock, tangled in the fringe of the rug beside the bed. That sock was worn last winter when the heater sputtered and you pulled your knees close under the quilt. Now it lies forgotten, but its fibers still remember warmth, and so they welcome the return of water, not as relief, but as reunion. The air has cooled enough to forget how to hold it loose. And so the vapor settles, molecule by molecule, onto what is already there, tiny, silent, unasked for. You feel none of this. You do not need to. The droplets are not asking for recognition. They do not glow when you blink. They do not tremble as your pulse slows. They simply exist as the air becomes heavier with its own stillness, as your ribs rise and fall in rhythms older than thought. On the inside of a glass jar that once held honey, now rinsed clean but still faintly sticky at the rim, a single bead has formed. It is not water from the sink. It is vapor drawn from the air by the cool surface, drawn by the ghost of sweetness that lingers in microscopic traces, invisible to your eyes but known to the water molecules that once danced above it. The droplet swells slowly, imperceptibly, fed by nothing but temperature and time. Near the base of the lamp where the cord meets the plug, a place you never look at, there is a fleck of copper oxidation, dull as old coinage. It has been there since before this room was yours. Now, in the cool dark, it holds a droplet no larger than the head of a pin. It does not drip. It does not roll. It simply is. And still more form. On the edge of a thumbnail you bit last week and never let grow back, now smooth and pale from sleep. On the seam where your pillowcase frays just slightly beneath your cheekbone's pressure. On the tip of a single eyelash that fell during the hour when dreams were softest. The air does not hurry to cool. It does not rush toward saturation. It moves like breath held too long, slow, inevitable, gentle. And with each passing minute, more vapor turns, not into rain, not into mist you could name, but into these quiet things, suspended, clinging, unobserved. You do not see them. You cannot hear them. But if your mind lets go enough, if it forgets to count, to measure, to wonder, then you sense their presence like the weight of a blanket you no longer notice, like the way your body remembers how to breathe without being told. One forms on the inside of a window pane where the seal has begun to fail. Not from cold outside, but from warmth within. The heat of your skin, your breath, the quiet hum of sleep, and now that warmth is fading, and so the vapor turns back upon itself, drawn to the microscopic grit lodged in the glass's tiny imperfections. There are no storms here, no wind, no thunder, only this, water returning quietly to its older shape because air has grown too cool to keep it apart. And still more form. On a strand of your hair that slipped from your ponytail weeks ago and settled on the floorboard beneath the bed. On the curve of a teardrop-shaped crack in the plaster above the door frame, where moisture once seeped through during spring rains long past. On the tip of a splinter from the wooden frame of your favorite chair, the one you sit in to read, now empty and still. Each is alone, each is complete. You do not need to understand how they came to be. You only need to let them be. The cooling continues. It has no end in sight. The vapor does not resist. It simply becomes. And so do you. On the inside of a teacup you set down 3 nights ago, still warm from the last sip, though the steam has long vanished. The rim holds a faint ring where the liquid once kissed porcelain. Not a stain, not residue, just water that slipped back into its former state, drawn to the microscopic dust caught in the glaze's uneven surface. A speck of skin cell, a fleck of lint from your sleeve, a whisper of pollen that drifted through the open window during dusk. The air above it cooled as the room did, and the vapor, no longer held aloft by warmth, found its way back to something solid. It did not leap. It did not fall. It settled, not as droplets you could count, but as a film so thin it seemed like memory made visible. You do not need to know how many molecules gathered there, only that they did, and still more do. Somewhere beneath the floorboards, where the wood has softened with age and the air lingers in quiet pockets, another begins. A particle of dried mortar from when the house was built, older than your parents' voices, older than the first time you heard rain on a roof, holds a droplet no larger than the blink of an eyelid. It forms not because of pressure or wind, but because the air above it has lost its capacity to keep water apart. The vapor does not choose. It responds. Like your breath slowing when your thoughts dissolve. Like the way your fingers loosen their grip on the sheet without meaning to. So too does the invisible become visible, simply because the world around it has grown still enough to let it. There is a hinge on the closet door that never quite closes all the way. The metal has darkened with time, not from rust, but from the slow accumulation of airborne particles. The kind no brush can reach, no vacuum can lift. On its surface now, in the dim glow of the hallway light left on for comfort, there is a single bead. It trembles only when the house sighs, A shift in the wind outside, a floorboard settling, your own breath deepening into sleep. The droplet does not fall. It hangs, suspended by the same force that holds your eyelids closed. The quiet surrender of things to their natural state. You do not see it. You never have. But you feel its presence, not as moisture on your skin, but as a softness in the air around you, as if the room has become slightly heavier with stillness. Not thickened by humidity, but softened by return. Each droplet is an act of patience. A molecule once airborne and free now remembers what it was before it rose, before heat lifted it from lakes, from leaves, from your own skin, and chooses slowly, gently to be held again. In the crease between two bricks on the chimney's outer wall, where rain has never reached but air has passed for decades, another forms. A speck of soot, ancient and fine, becomes a cradle. The vapor does not ask permission. It simply gathers. There is no rush, no competition. Each particle, however small, holds its own. And each droplet, though smaller than the shadow of a dust mote, is complete in its solitude. The air continues to cool, not because it must, but because it can. The warmth you carried into this room has not vanished. It has simply moved outward, like thoughts dissolving when you stop chasing them. What remains is the space between molecules growing colder, and in that space, water finds a reason to settle. It does not become rain. It does not become fog. It becomes what it was meant to be before it rose, a tiny anchor in the air's slow dance. You are not watching. You do not need to. The droplets form without witness. They gather on surfaces you have forgotten, on edges you will never touch, in places your eyes have passed over 1,000 times and never seen. And still they come, because cooling is not an event. It is a rhythm, like the pulse beneath your temple, like the quiet pause between breaths. And now more form, not on glass or metal or wood, but on the surface of nothing you can name, on the edge of silence itself. A vapor that once danced above the river, above the forest canopy, above the roof where your dreams took flight, now finds its way back, not in a storm, not in a shower, but as a single, silent bead clinging to the invisible. You do not need to understand how it happened, only that it did. And still more. There is a seam in the curtain where the fabric has worn thin from years of being drawn open, then pulled shut again, not by force, but by habit, by rhythm. The threads are frayed just enough to let air pass through without stirring. And there, on the inner edge of that gap, where the morning sun once caught dust motes in golden spirals, and now only holds the quiet gray of late night, a droplet has begun. Not from condensation on glass or metal, but from vapor meeting fiber, each filament a micro-ridge, each twist of cotton holding a memory of moisture it never truly lost. The air here is cooler than near your pillow, not because anything is colder in the room, but because stillness gathers where movement ends. And when stillness deepens, water remembers how to settle. You do not feel it on your cheek. You do not hear its weightless touch. But if you could press your skin against that threadbare edge, just for an instant, you might sense the faintest chill, as though the air had been holding its breath and finally let go in a single drop. It does not roll down. It clings. Not because it is heavy, but because everything around it has slowed to match its pace. Far above you, where the ceiling meets the wall, another begins, not on plaster or paint, but between two grains of dried mortar, so fine they are invisible unless light catches them at just the right angle. One particle, older than this house, older even than the trees outside that once shed their leaves into the soil beneath your windowsill, now holds a molecule that traveled from somewhere else. A place you have never known, perhaps a marsh where fog curled over cattails in autumn, or a field where dew pooled on grass before sunrise. That vapor rose without intention and drifted without direction until it met this particle. And then, as if the world had whispered its name for the first time, it paused. There is no decision made here, no will, only physics softened by time. The air growing cooler not because of outside force, but because warmth has simply slipped away, like a thought you meant to write down but forgot before your fingers moved. And when that happens, water begins again where it left off. Small, quiet, certain. A droplet forms on the tip of an old hair caught in the corner of a bookshelf, long since shed from some head you cannot picture now, and there is no rush for it to grow larger. It does not need to become rain. It only needs to be what it has always been, liquid held by stillness, suspended because nothing pulls harder than gravity when everything else has gone silent. The air in the room continues its slow descent into coolness, not a drop in temperature you could measure with instruments, but a settling of energy, like the last sigh after tears have stopped. And with each passing moment, more droplets find their place, on the edge of a porcelain doorknob that has not been turned for hours, beneath the lip of an overturned teacup left to dry weeks ago, even on the surface of your own closed eyelid, not as moisture you feel, but as the faintest echo of wetness in the air between your lashes. You do not blink because blinking would break the rhythm. No two droplets are alike, though they all follow the same quiet law. One gathers on a sliver of dried glue left from an old sticker on the inside of a drawer. Another forms where the shadow of the dresser meets the floorboard, where air lingers longest after being disturbed by your footfall hours ago. Each is held not because it is strong, but because everything else has grown too still to carry it away. And now, in the narrow space between the mattress and the wall, where dust settles like powdered thyme, a cluster of droplets gathers on a single strand of thread that escaped from the seam of your pillowcase years ago. It was pulled loose during sleep, never noticed, forgotten even by you. But here, where warmth lingers longest before fading into coolness, it becomes home to 6 tiny spheres, each no larger than the blink of an eye. They do not merge, they do not fall, they simply are. And still more form, not on surfaces you know, but on those you have never touched and will never see. In the hollow beneath a loose floorboard where air moves too slowly for dust to rise. Inside the curled edge of a dried leaf, pressed between pages of an old journal that no one has opened since autumn. Even within the microscopic creases of your own eyelashes, where vapor finds its way back after traveling through lungs and breaths and dreams. The cooling does not stop. It cannot. Not while you lie here, breathing slowly enough to hear it, the faintest sigh in the air between heartbeats. And not until everything that was once held aloft has found a place to rest again. You do not need to name them. You do not need to count them. They are there because the world is patient. And so are you. And still, the air holds its breath, not because it wishes to, but because the cooling has deepened into something quieter than quiet. There is no wind here to carry the vapor away, no draft to tug at the edges of what gathers. Only the slow surrender of heat to darkness, the same as when your body stops fighting the weight of sleep and lets itself sink deeper into the sheets. The particles, tiny, nameless, older than any tree or stone, are there before you notice them, waiting in the spaces between molecules, resting where even dust dares not settle too long. They do not call for water. They do not ask to be chosen. But when the air grows cool enough that vapor can no longer remain invisible, they become the only places left for it to turn. You do not see them. You never have. Not in daylight, not in moonlight, not even in the dim glow of a nightlight left burning since childhood. But they are there, on the microscopic roughness of a speck of chalk dust that drifted from a teacher's hand decades ago, on the brittle edge of a pollen grain lost from a flower you passed without knowing, on the faintest film of salt left behind by sweat that evaporated hours before your eyelids closed. Each one is a silent anchor. Each one is a beginning. And then, always then, the vapor begins to change. Not with force, not with sound, but with the softness of surrender. It stops being gas. It becomes liquid, not all at once, not in great bursts, but drop by drop, in places too small for your fingers to reach, too still for your eyes to catch. One forms on a speck caught in the weave of your cotton blanket, where fibers cross and trap air that lingers longer than the rest. Another gathers on the tip of a microscopic fiber from an old sweater you haven't worn since winter, now folded beneath the bed like a memory tucked away. There is no urgency, no rush to grow, no need to become heavy enough to fall. They are not meant to be rain, not yet, maybe never. The air around them still moves, so slowly that movement might as well be stillness, but it does not displace them. It cradles them. The droplets hang suspended, held by the same physics that lets a feather rest on water without breaking its surface. They are not floating. They are resting. There is no upward pull from below, no downward tug from above, only balance, perfect and quiet, in the space between what was warm and what has become cool. You feel nothing of this. Your skin does not detect them. Your breath does not disturb them. Even your heartbeat, slow now as tide pulling back from shore, does not stir the air enough to shake them loose. They are smaller than the gap between two thoughts you had before sleep took hold. Smaller than the echo of a word you whispered in dreams and forgot by morning. And still more form. On the inside of a glass window pane that has never been cleaned, where condensation gathers only when the night is deepest, though even now it does not streak or drip. It remains as beads, each one a perfect sphere, each one clinging to its own particle, each one holding the shape of stillness. In the hollow beneath your pillow, where hair strands and skin cells accumulate over months, there are clusters forming, not in numbers you could count, but in patterns too delicate for any hand to trace. A droplet on a flake of dried skin, another on the tip of a single eyelash that fell during sleep and was never swept away. One on the edge of a threadbare stitch in your pajama sleeve, where fabric frays just enough to catch vapor. There is no pattern you can name, no reason why one particle gathers more than another, only the slow cooling, only the quiet presence of things too small to be seen, and water, always water, finding its way back to itself, not as a river or a stream, but as 1,000 tiny, still points in the dark. You do not need to know their names. You do not need to see them to know they are there. The air continues to cool, not by degrees you can measure, but by the deepening of silence. The droplets multiply without multiplying. They do not join together. They do not grow large enough to fall. They simply exist, each one a tiny mirror of the world's patience, each one proof that even in darkness, water remembers how to become liquid again. And still more form. On the surface of your closed eyelid, not as wetness you feel, but as the memory of it, the ghost of moisture left behind by breath that passed through warm lungs and met cooler air. Not a tear, not sweat. Just vapor, finding its way back to what it was before it became invisible. And still more form. On the edge of your fingernail, where skin curls slightly upward and traps air too still for movement. On the inside of your ear canal, where warmth lingers longest after you turned your head. On the hollow beneath your collarbone, where breath rises and meets cooler skin. Each one holds its shape, each one waits. And you, still breathing, still sinking, are not separate from this. You are part of it. The air that cools around you is the same air that cools above the trees, beyond the rooftops, high enough to touch the sky. And in every corner where warmth slips away, water begins again, not as storm, not as rain, but as something quieter than sleep. The air near your wrist, where the pulse slows beneath thin skin, holds a quiet film, barely there, just enough to remind you that moisture lingers even when no one is watching. It does not bead. It does not roll. It settles as a whisper of liquid on the microscopic ridges left by years of touching fabric, turning pages, brushing hair from your face. Each ridge holds a memory of warmth, and in that warmth's fading, vapor finds its way back, not as mist, not as fog, but as something quieter than either. A film so fine it does not reflect light, only absorbs the dark around it. There is no wind here to carry it away. No draft from an open window, no sigh of the heater cycling off. Only stillness, deep and heavy like wool wrapped over bare shoulders. And in that stillness, water returns, not as a flood, not as a drop falling from a leaf, but as 1,000 invisible hands pressing gently against the surface of things too small to name. You feel nothing of this. Your hand does not tremble. Your skin does not prickle. But somewhere between your knuckles and the curve of your palm, where sweat once rose during daylight hours and then vanished without trace, there is now a layer, not wet, not dry, just present. A thinness that remembers being gas, that remembers rising from warmth into cool. It forms on the bristle of an eyebrow you did not know had fallen loose while dreaming. On the rounded edge of a fingernail clipped too short last week and never fully grown back. On the inside of your lower lip, where saliva dried hours ago, but left behind molecules that still hold the shape of breath. There is no urgency to it, no rush toward heaviness, no need to become heavy enough to fall. These droplets are not meant to descend. They exist only because air has cooled just enough for water to forget it was ever invisible. Above you, higher than ceiling or roof, the same thing happens, not with your skin, but with dust carried up on yesterday's warmth. A particle too small to see, once part of a fallen leaf, now suspended in thinning air. Vapor finds it, clings to it, becomes liquid again without sound. You are not separate from this. Your breath is the same air that rises over fields and rivers you have never seen. The cooling tonight in your room is the same cooling above mountains where no one walks. A particle of ash, a speck of sea salt, a fragment of old pollen, all lifted once by sun, now held still by night. And here, in this quiet place, you are part of that same process. Not as observer, not as witness, but as participant. Your body gives off heat, the air takes it away, water follows. It does not ask permission. It does not wait for notice. It simply returns to itself again and again in every corner where warmth slips through fingers too slow to catch it. On the inside of a window you did not open today, on a spider's web long abandoned, on the tip of a single hair that drifted from your scalp during sleep, each holds its own tiny sphere. Not growing, not merging, just holding. There is no pattern in where they choose to settle. No reason why one surface gathers more than another. Only temperature, slow and even. Only particles, silent and countless. And water, always water, finding the shape of rest. Your eyelids are heavier now. Your breath slower still. The air around your neck has cooled enough that vapor no longer escapes as mist. It stays close, clinging to every curve of skin, every fold in collar fabric, every invisible crease where warmth once lived. It does not drip. It does not gather into drops large enough to tremble. It remains suspended, not because it is trapped, but because the air still holds it gently. And so it goes. In your room, beyond your walls, far above where no light reaches and no ear listens. Water returns again and again in silence without end. The air near your collarbone holds its breath longer than it did an hour ago. It does not stir with movement, nor does it rush to escape. You do not feel it change, but it has changed. The warmth you gave off while turning in sleep is no longer rising in spirals. It has settled into the space between fabric and skin like a sigh that forgot how to end. And where that warmth lingers just barely, water finds its way back, not as steam, not as mist, but as something quieter, a return to itself through touch. A particle older than this room, older than the trees beyond your window, drifts slowly through the air above you. It came from a crack in old bark, or the edge of a dried pond, or the hollow where a feather once lay before it turned to dust. It does not remember its origin. It only knows how to wait. And now, in this stillness, water vapor, soft as thought, invisible as memory, meets it. Not with force, not with sound, but with the quiet certainty of something that has always belonged together. The vapor becomes liquid again. A sphere forms around the particle no larger than a whisper. It does not grow. It does not fall. It simply is. Above you, higher still, where the air thins and the night deepens, the same thing happens over and over. No one watches. No clock marks it. The particles, so small they cannot be named without breaking them, are countless as stars that have forgotten their names. Some were once part of a mountain's dust, lifted by wind long before you were born. Others came from the ocean's spray, carried inland on breaths of air too faint to notice. One may have been inside your lungs yesterday, then exhaled into the dark. Another may have clung to the wing of a bird that flew over a forest you've never seen. They do not choose where they go. They are moved by currents you cannot feel, cooled by altitudes you cannot name. And when the temperature drops just enough, just a fraction of a degree, less than the shift from waking to dreaming, they become anchors. Tiny, silent anchors for water that has traveled far, forgotten its form, and now remembers how to be liquid again. You do not need to understand why this happens. You only need to know it does. Your body is part of this cycle, not because you command it, but because you breathe it. Every exhale carries with it the memory of water that once lived in rivers, in rain, in the roots of plants you passed without seeing. That water rises now, cools, finds its way back to particles no one counts. And here, in this room where silence has thickened like wool, it does so again and again. On the edge of your pillowcase, where sweat pooled briefly before vanishing. On the underside of your wrist, where the skin folds into a valley too shallow for shadow. On the tip of a single strand of hair that escaped your scalp during sleep and now floats, suspended, in air too calm to carry it away. There is no urgency here, no need for these droplets to become heavy. They are not meant to fall. They exist only because the air has cooled enough to let them remember what they were before they became invisible. And so they hold, each one a perfect sphere, each one clinging to something small and old and forgotten. The air does not push them. It does not force them down. It simply lets them be. You are breathing slower now. Your thoughts have thinned like vapor in morning light. The droplets above you do not hurry. They do not cluster. They do not gather into clouds you can name. They remain separate, each one a quiet act of return. One on dust from a dried lake bed. One on pollen that fell 3 seasons ago and never touched the ground. One on salt carried from waves too distant to hear. The cooling continues. It does not announce itself. It does not shiver or tremble. It simply lowers inch by invisible inch until even the warmest parts of your skin begin to surrender their heat. And with each small loss, water returns, again and again, in places you cannot see, in forms you cannot name. You are not watching it happen, but you are part of it. And so it goes. The air holds them. They do not fall. They wait. They are enough. As you are enough. The air around you holds its breath, as if it too has learned to sleep. It does not rush to cool further. It lingers in that quiet threshold where vapor remembers how to become something softer than wind. You feel nothing of this shift, yet your skin knows it. The slight dampness at the nape of your neck, the faint chill along your collarbone, as if the night had pressed a fingertip there and then pulled away without sound. The water that rose from you in warmth now drifts upward again, not as steam, not as mist, but as invisible threads drawn into the dark above, where temperature has lowered just enough to invite return. There is no song to this gathering, no drumbeat of droplets forming on window panes or sighing against glass. Only stillness and particles, each one a silent witness, to which water now returns. Some have traveled with you through days too ordinary to be remembered. The dust from your sheets, lifted when you turned in sleep. The microscopic flake shed by an old book beside your bed. The faint residue of soap that once clung to your hands and has since dried into nothing but memory. These are not chosen. They do not wait for favor or warmth. They simply exist, smaller than a thought, older than any name you've ever spoken. And when the air grows cool enough, they become places where water dares to be liquid again. You think of clouds as heavy things, full and swollen, but here, in this moment between breaths, there are no such masses. Only single droplets, each one smaller than a grain of pollen, hanging like beads on threads you cannot see. They do not join together because they must. They gather only because the air has grown quiet enough to let them stay. Each one is alone, and yet each belongs to dust that once fell from a tree in autumn, to salt carried over land by winds too gentle for notice, to flakes of skin long shed and forgotten on a pillow you no longer remember using. The cooling continues, not as an event, but as a rhythm deeper than heartbeat. It moves through the room without touching furniture or curtains. It slips between fibers of your blanket like water into sand. And where it touches, vapor softens, turns not to rain, not to fog, not even to mist, but to that first quiet moment when air lets go enough for something invisible to become visible only in its absence. You are breathing slower now. Your eyelids do not tremble. The droplets above you do not fall because they have no need to. They exist as the air allows, suspended, silent, perfect spheres of water held by particles that remember how to be anchors. One clings to a speck from last winter's snowmelt, carried upward on an updraft so faint it felt like stillness itself. Another holds onto something that passed through your lungs this morning. The same air you inhaled as the sun rose behind closed curtains, and now returns with you into night. There is no storm here, no thunder to mark time, only slow descent of temperature and water, always water, returning slowly, gently to its former shape. The particles do not compete for attention. They are not crowded or scarce. There are enough. For every molecule that seeks return, there is a surface waiting. And so they form, not in clusters, not in veils, but as solitary acts of becoming, each one complete without needing another. You will never count them. No instrument could catch their number. But you know they are here, because the air has cooled enough to let them be real again. The room grows heavier with stillness now. Your breath is a whisper against your lips. Outside, beyond walls and windows, trees stand motionless in darkened fields. The earth holds its warmth close. And above it all, the same quiet process continues. Water remembering how to be liquid, particles holding space without asking for thanks. You are not watching this happen, but you have always been part of it, not as an observer, but as a source. As the air cools around your body, more vapor lifts from your skin, tiny, invisible rivers flowing upward into darkness where nothing moves except time itself. And still they form. One on dust from yesterday's laundry. One on salt carried by wind through open windows last summer. One on something older than memory. A speck lifted long before you were born and never touched the ground again until now. They do not hurry. They are content to be small. You, too, are learning that stillness is enough. The air holds them, each one a quiet return, and they remain suspended in the dark as if waiting for something only sleep understands. And so it goes, not with noise or fanfare, but with the gentle persistence of water finding its way back into form. The air around you carries more than warmth. It holds memory, too. Each breath you release carries moisture drawn from the quiet depths of your skin, from the slow seep of sweat that has no name, no urgency, no need to be noticed. It rises not in plumes or clouds, but as a thinning haze barely there, like the ghost of a sigh caught between heartbeats. And where it meets the cooler layers above, something begins again. Not an arrival, but a return. The vapor softens, not with force, but with surrender. It does not choose to become liquid. It simply finds itself unable to remain as gas when the temperature lowers enough for stillness to take hold. There are particles in that space, countless, unnamed, unremembered, that have floated through seasons without falling. Some came from soil stirred by a wind you never felt. Others were lifted from the edges of leaves long turned brittle and brown, cracked open by morning frost no one witnessed. One may have been shed from the wing of a moth that passed over your window last autumn, too small to see, too light to matter. Yet now it holds water in its curve like a cradle made for nothing but silence. You do not need to imagine them. You only need to know they are there, not as invaders or intruders, but as old companions who never left. They wait without patience, without expectation. When the air cools enough, when vapor can no longer hold itself apart from form, it settles onto them, not because they demand it, not because they call out, but because they offer what vapor has forgotten, a surface to rest upon. And so droplets begin. Not all at once, not in bursts or waves, one here, then another farther away. Each tiny sphere forms on its own anchor, a speck of ash from last winter's hearth, a fragment of sea salt carried inland by air that forgot it was ever ocean-bound, a fleck of pollen released decades ago and still drifting, unclaimed, untouched. They grow no larger than the particle they cling to. They do not swell or merge. There is no hunger in them, no pull toward others. Their existence is singular, water made visible only by its refusal to remain invisible. A sphere so small it would take 1,000 of them to cover the tip of your finger, and still you could not feel their weight. The air does not rush to fill them with more vapor. It simply lets them be. There is no competition for molecules. None are hoarded. None are denied. The cooling continues, not as an act of will, but as a law written into the nature of rising space. When air moves upward, it expands, and expansion brings chill. That chill does not shout. It whispers through layers you cannot name, sinking slowly toward the ground like twilight settling over fields. And above your bed, above all things, the same thing happens again and again. Vapor finds its way back to form, not because it wants to, not because it remembers being liquid once, but because the air has grown quiet enough for it to try. There is no thunder here, no wind to scatter them, only stillness, deepening, patient as stone. You feel none of this on your skin, only the weight of sleep pulling at your limbs, drawing you deeper into the quiet where even thought grows soft around its edges. But they are there, the droplets, not above you in any visible sense, but within the same air that moves when you breathe. They form on particles older than cities, on dust from a child's toy left under a bed 2 generations ago, on flakes of paint long peeled and lifted into sky by summer drafts. One clings to something that passed through your nose this afternoon, the same air that brushed against your lips as you drank tea, warm and steaming, and now returns with the rhythm of your breath, slowed now to match the slow pulse of night. They do not fall because falling is not their purpose. They exist because the atmosphere allows it, because cooling has made room for them to be real without being loud, because particles have held space long enough that water can remember how to settle into shape. And still they form. One here, one there, each separate, each complete, each a quiet answer to a question never asked. You are not watching this happen, but you are breathing it in. And when your next breath comes, slower now, softer, it will carry more vapor upward, and the air above will cool again, and another droplet will find its anchor, and nothing will change. Nothing needs to. The room grows heavier with silence. Your eyelids do not move. Outside, the trees have stopped swaying. And still, the same quiet process continues. Water returning to form, particle holding space, vapor surrendering, not in collapse, but in calm. You are part of it. Not as witness, not as master, as source, as breath, as warmth rising into coolness, as return. The air above you does not hurry. It has no reason to. Each molecule of water vapor that rises from your skin, from the sheets, from the quiet warmth of your body, moves as if it were never anything else but air, until the coolness finds it. Not a cold that bites, but a soft letting go of heat, like breath held too long and finally released into a room where no one is listening. And when that happens, the slow surrender to temperature, the vapor does not vanish. It becomes something else. Something smaller than thought. A shift, not a storm, a turning inward. There are particles everywhere you cannot see, not because they hide, but because they were never meant to be seen. They float in the same stillness that holds your eyelids closed. One may have come from the soil beneath the floorboards, lifted by a draft you forgot was there. Another from the wool of an old coat hung in a closet years ago, worn thin and then forgotten, its fibers shedding slowly, endlessly into the quiet spaces between seasons. These are not dust as you imagine it, gritty, heavy, stubborn, but lighter than silence. They drift without destination. They do not seek. They only wait. And when vapor finds them, it does not cling out of need. It clings because the air has grown too cool for it to remain alone. You feel no change in your skin, no dampness, no prickling. Only the deepening weight of sleep pulling you down through layers of quiet where even time slows its pace. But above you, just beyond the reach of your breath, the same thing happens again and again. A molecule of water, once invisible, now finds a surface too small to name. It settles onto it, not with force, not with urgency, but as if it had always belonged there. The particle holds no memory of where it came from. It does not care if it was once part of a leaf, or a shard of glass, or the ash of a candle burned in a room you have never entered. Its only function is to be still, and in that stillness, water returns to its first shape, round, tiny, complete. No two droplets are alike in their origin, but all are made the same way by cooling, by surrender, by the quiet agreement between vapor and particle. There is no collision, no joining. Each forms alone, suspended in air that moves only because it must, the slow rise of warmth from your body, the faintest exhale drifting upward like smoke without fire. And still they form, one here, then another, 1,000 more beyond counting, not clustered, not gathering, just there. Like stars you cannot see, but know are shining. The air does not grow thick with them. It does not become heavy or wet. They remain too small to fall, too light to be felt. Their weight is measured in the silence between heartbeats. And still, they multiply not by number but by pattern. Every time you breathe out, more vapor joins the ascent. Every time the air above cools, even a fraction of a degree, another molecule finds its anchor. Not because it wants to, not because it remembers being rain, but because the law of cooling does not ask permission. It simply is. You do not see them. You will never see them. But you are part of their becoming. Your breath, your warmth, your quiet pulse, all of it feeds the slow dance above your bed. The droplets form in air that once passed through your lungs. They rise from the same moisture that clung to your skin after your bath. And now, they hang there, tiny, perfect, unchanging, waiting for a change you will never notice. The room is dark. The curtains do not stir. Outside, even the wind has learned stillness. But inside this quiet, the process continues, not as something happening to you, but as something happening with you. You are not separate from it. Your body is a source. Your breath is a current. Your warmth is the first step in the long, slow journey of water returning to form. And still, the same thing happens again. One droplet forms on a speck that drifted from a mountain meadow where no one walks. Another on a fragment of dried moss, lifted by spring air and carried for months until it found its way into your ceiling's silence. Each is alone. Each is complete. Each is made of the same water you drank this morning, the same water that flowed through rivers, through roots, through your veins. And now, here in the dark, it returns to the sky not as a flood, but as a whisper. You do not need to understand how. You only need to be still enough for it to happen. And so you are. Breathing slowly. Letting go. The droplets form. And you sleep. The air above you does not hurry. It does not rush to fill itself with droplets, nor does it pause out of caution. It simply allows what must happen to unfold, each molecule of water finding its way, one by one, through the quiet narrowing of temperature. You feel no chill on your skin, yet somewhere just beyond your eyelids, the air has slipped below the threshold where vapor becomes something more. Not liquid in the way you know it, not puddles or drops on glass, but 1,000 silent gatherings on particles too small to name. There is no flash, no spark, no suddenness. Only the slow settling of moisture onto stillness. You do not see them, but they are shaped by what lies beneath your bed. The dust from old books, the skin flakes that fell last night and rose with the warmth of your body, the pollen carried in through a crack you did not notice when closing the window days ago. Each is a seed for something that does not grow, but simply appears. A droplet forms on one, then another on a different speck, no larger than the space between two breaths. They do not touch. They do not seek each other out. Their closeness is not friendship. It is coincidence shaped by cooling air and the quiet laws of physics that ask nothing of you but your presence. The particles themselves hold no story. They are not chosen. They are not special. A grain from a distant desert, a salt crystal from an ocean long ago evaporated, a bit of soot from a fire that burned under stars you never saw, all become equally worthy. The water does not prefer one over the other. It only needs something to cling to when the air grows still enough to let go of its invisible form. And as you lie here, your breath slow and even more vapor rises, not because you are breathing harder, but because your body is warm and warmth carries moisture upward. Each exhale lifts a thread of it into the cooler layer above. There, the temperature dips just slightly, less than the difference between your pillow and your cheek, and again, another molecule finds its anchor, not with effort, not with intention, simply because the air has cooled enough to remember how water used to be. There is no sound in this process, no crackle of condensation, no whisper of gathering, only the absence of movement where there once was motion, the vapor becoming solid not by force, but by surrender. The droplet does not grow large. It remains small because the air holds it gently, keeping it aloft with invisible currents that rise and fall like the slow tide of your own pulse. Above you now, in this quiet chamber between ceiling and sky, thousands of these tiny spheres hang, not as a crowd, but as a pattern so vast it cannot be counted. They do not cluster. They do not collide. Each exists alone, suspended by the same balance that keeps dust from falling when the room is still. You have no memory of this happening. You never will. But you are part of its rhythm. The warmth of your skin, the moisture on your lips, the breath you release into the dark, it all feeds the slow turning of water's return. Not as rain, not as mist, not as anything that falls, but as something that simply is. And still, it continues. One more droplet forms on a particle that once drifted from a forest floor where no foot has walked in years. Another on a speck lifted from the corner of a shutter left open for a single summer evening. Each is made of water you have touched, water that passed through your hands when you washed, water that rose from your skin after your bath, water that flowed through your blood and now rises again, seeking its first shape. There is no hurry here, no rush to become something else. The droplets do not dream of falling. They do not long for weight or fall or thunder. They are content in their smallness, in the way they hang perfectly round, suspended by air that moves only because it must. And you remain still. Your eyes closed, your breath softening. The air above continues its quiet work. One more droplet forms, then another, and then another. Always one more. Not because anything asks for it, but because the world remembers how to hold water when the air grows cool enough to let it settle. And you are still here, breathing, sleeping, letting go. The droplets form. The air above you holds no memory of where it came from, only how it feels now, cooler than before, heavier with the ghost of warmth you left behind. Each droplet that forms does so in silence, not because sound is absent, but because what is happening cannot be heard by ears that listen for motion. It is the quietest kind of becoming. A molecule of water, once free and unbound, now finds its place, not by choice, but by temperature's gentle insistence. The particle beneath it does not call out. It does not reach up. It simply exists, small and still, as the vapor around it begins to soften, to hesitate, to gather. And then there is a shape, not formed in fire or force, but in the slow yielding of gas to gravity's quieter cousin, cohesion. The water clings because it can no longer fly. You do not feel this shift. You never will. But your skin, warm and damp with night's quiet sweat, contributes without knowing. Each exhale carries a whisper of moisture that rises, not as steam, not as vapor you can see, but as something lighter than thought, thinner than breath, dissolving into the dark above your head. The air there is colder now, though not by much. Not enough for frost, not enough for ice. Just enough to make the water pause, to let it settle onto a thing that has been waiting longer than you have lived. A flake of dried leaf skin carried up from a mossy log in autumn's last breath. A speck of clay from a riverbank that once held your bare feet. These are not relics. They are not treasures. They are simply there, unchanged by time, unmarked by use. And now, for this moment, they become the center of something new. The droplet does not swell. It does not multiply. It remains what it must. A sphere smaller than the tip of a hair, round because surface tension asks nothing more than to be whole. It hangs not because the wind lifts it, but because the air around it moves so slowly that falling would require effort. And effort is not part of this process. There is no struggle in the formation of clouds, no striving, no urgency. Only the steady descent of temperature through stillness, and the quiet obedience of water to its own nature. Above you now, thousands more form in the same way, not clustered, not dense, but scattered like dust caught in a sunbeam that never quite reaches the floor. Each one is alone. Each one is complete. They do not touch. They do not merge. The air holds them apart as gently as it holds your eyelids closed. You are not dreaming of rain. You are not thinking of storms. You are not wondering why this happens. And that is how it continues. Because you are still, because the room is quiet, because the night does not demand answers. Another droplet forms on a particle lifted from the inside of a shell left on a windowsill years ago. Another on a speck that drifted through an open window during a summer storm you barely remembered. They are not connected, not by origin, not by purpose, but they are bound by the same rule. When the air grows cool enough, water returns to its first shape, not as liquid from above, but as liquid born of stillness. The particles do not care where they came from. The vapor does not remember how it flew. Only the cooling matters now. And you are part of that cooling. Your body gives warmth. Your breath gives moisture. Your stillness gives time. And in this quiet, the air above you continues its slow, patient work, one droplet, then another, then another. There is no end to it, not tonight, not while you sleep. The water will keep rising from your skin. The air will keep cooling near the ceiling. And somewhere unseen and untouched, a new sphere will form on a grain that once danced in the wind above a field you've never seen. It will hang there, perfectly round, perfectly small, and it will not fall. Not yet. Maybe not ever. You do not need to understand why. You only need to be here, breathing, still, letting the night hold you as it holds the droplets in its quiet arms, in its patient dark, in its endless, gentle becoming. One more forms, and another, and still one more. The air near the ceiling still holds its cool, not with force, but with the patience of stone left in shadow. You feel it only as a whisper against your skin, a breath that has traveled upward, slow and sure, carrying with it the warmth you gave to the room without knowing. It rises because heat wants to rise, not because it seeks anything. And where it lingers, the water that slipped from your pores begins to listen, to the chill that waits there like an old friend who never left. A new particle drifts into this quiet space, not pulled, not pushed, but carried by a current so faint it could be mistaken for silence itself. It came from the edge of a curtain, where dust gathers in folds no one ever brushes. Or perhaps it was shed from the bristle of an old brush left on a dresser months ago, worn thin by use but never thrown away. It does not matter where, only that it is here now, small enough to float without effort and waiting, not for purpose but for temperature. The vapor finds it, not as if searching, not as if choosing, just as water always does when the air grows still enough to remember its first shape. A single molecule slows, then another, drawn by the tiny irregularity of that particle's surface. The way a drop of dew gathers on moss not because moss calls for it, but because moss offers what the sky no longer can, a place to gather without scattering. There is no splash, no ripple, just the quietest joining, a gathering so gentle it could be mistaken for stillness itself. The droplet forms not in growth, but in recognition. It becomes what it was always meant to be when the air cools enough to let go of its vapor form. And once formed, it does nothing more than exist, held by the air's quiet balance, suspended as if the sky had forgotten how to let things fall. Another forms nearby, on a speck that slipped from the seam of your pillowcase, carried up with each breath you exhale in sleep. It is not the same particle, not even close, but it obeys the same law. The air is colder here than where you lie, warmer below. And between those two temperatures, there is a zone where water chooses to become liquid again, not because it remembers being ocean or river or rain, but because cooling makes that choice inevitable. You do not see them. You never will. But they are there, countless, nameless, unremarkable in every way except for the fact that each one exists exactly as it must. Not by design, not by will, only by the slow turn of temperature and the quiet presence of something small enough to be ignored. The particles do not ask for anything. They do not remember being part of a mountain or a tree or a child's hand. They are simply here in this air with water that has traveled farther than any journey you have ever made. Through lungs, through leaves, through the hollows of old buildings and the silence between heartbeats. And now, together, they become something neither vapor nor liquid could be alone. A cloud, not as a shape, but as an accumulation. A gathering of stillnesses. 1,000 tiny spheres, each one perfect because it is small enough to be untouched by gravity's pull. Each one waiting, not for rain, not for wind, not even for light, but simply for the air to grow colder still. You are warm beneath the sheets. Your breath moves in slow waves, rising like mist from a quiet pond at dawn. The droplets above you rise with it, not because they follow you, but because they follow the same rule. When the air cools, water returns to its first shape. And your body, your warmth, your moisture, your stillness is part of that rule now. Not as an actor, not as a cause, but as a quiet participant, like the dust on the windowsill, like the pollen from a flower you never saw bloom. Another droplet forms, not on dust, not on skin, but on something older. A particle lifted from the inside of a ceramic cup, long ago washed and left to dry by an open window. It had been there for years, forgotten, then stirred by air that moved through a crack in the wall during last week's rain. Now it floats, and now it holds water again. The air does not hurry. The vapor does not rush. There is no race to become something bigger, no need to grow. Only the quiet, endless becoming of one sphere after another, each born from cooling, each held by stillness, each so small that even if you could see them, you would think they were shadows. You are not dreaming of clouds. You are not wondering how many there are. You are not measuring time or temperature. You are simply here, breathing, warm, still. And the air above you, cooling slowly, endlessly, continues its quiet work, one droplet, then another, then another. And still, one more. Another droplet forms on a grain that once lived inside the folds of a woolen blanket, tucked away in a drawer during summer, when the air was too thick with heat for anything to condense. It was not lost, only paused. Now, lifted by a draft that slipped through the edge of your curtain, it drifts upward, weightless as thought. The vapor finds it without searching. There is no decision, no signal sent, only temperature falling like slow footsteps on carpet. And when the air reaches that quiet threshold, not cold enough to freeze, not warm enough to hold all its breath, the water slips into stillness around it. Not clinging, not attaching, simply becoming part of what was already there. You do not feel this shift. You never will. But your body knows it, in the way your skin remembers the brush of linen before you opened your eyes this evening. The droplet is smaller than a period at the end of a sentence. Smaller than the space between two breaths, and yet it is complete. A sphere held by nothing but air's gentle resistance and the silent gravity of molecules drawn to what they have touched before. There are particles from the inside of old books, lifted when pages were turned in a room you've never entered. From the fibers of a scarf left on a bench beside a window that faced east, where morning fog once brushed its surface. From the crack between floorboards where dust settled after rain washed the street outside. Each one carried upward, not by force, not by intention, but because air moves, and air is always moving, even when you think it has stopped. The vapor does not seek them out. It simply becomes what it must become when cooled. And so the droplets multiply, not in number as you would count stars, but in presence, like the quiet gathering of silence around a closed door. Each one exists because the air is colder than the ground beneath you, because the temperature has lowered just enough to make water remember its first shape. You are warm. Your breath rises, slow and even, carrying with it the faintest trace of moisture from your lungs, moisture that once passed through rivers in the soil, through roots, through leaves trembling under summer sun. It rose without notice. Now it returns not as vapor alone, but as something new. A sphere, no larger than the blink of an eyelid, suspended by air's refusal to let go. There is no sound here, no rush, no crackle or hiss, only the slow settling of molecules into formation, each droplet born from cooling, held by stillness, invisible not because it hides, but because its size makes seeing impossible. You could press your face against a window on a winter morning and see frost form, but you would never see this, not even then. Another forms, on a speck that drifted up from the seam of your sock left near the foot of the bed. It was there when you took them off hours ago, forgotten in the quiet dark. Now it floats, not as debris, not as waste, but as something necessary. A tiny anchor for water that has traveled farther than any map can show. The air above you continues to cool. Not by degrees you could measure with a hand or a machine, but by the slow surrender of warmth to night. And in that surrender, more droplets come, one after another, never repeating, always new, always small enough to be missed. You are not watching. You do not need to. The process does not ask for witness. It only asks for cooling, for particles, for vapor that has nowhere else to go. And so it continues, this gathering of stillnesses, this slow weaving of liquid spheres from invisible gas, each one a perfect circle because nothing in the air is strong enough to bend it. Each one held not by strings or winds, but by the gentle balance between what rises and what falls. You are asleep now, or nearly so. Your breathing has softened further. The droplets above you have slowed too, not in number but in rhythm, as if they, like you, have begun to rest. Another forms on a particle from the inside of an old teacup, the one with the chipped handle, the one that sat untouched for months after someone stopped drinking tea at night. It was washed once, then left to dry by a window where moonlight pooled in the morning. Now it rises, not as memory, not as artifact, but as matter obeying law. And another on something older still, a flake of dried skin shed from your cheek last week, carried upward by air that moved through the vent above your dresser. It had been there for days, forgotten, then lifted, then held. The vapor finds it without hesitation. There is no urgency here, No race to grow, no need to become rain, only the quiet unfolding of what must happen when temperature drops and particles wait, patient as stone. You are warm beneath your covers, and above you, the air grows colder still. One more droplet forms, then another, and then just one more, and another, on a thread pulled loose from the hem of your nightgown, woven in a faraway factory where looms hummed through shifts no one remembers, where cotton once grew under suns you've never seen. It drifted up with the slow sigh of fabric settling after movement stopped. No one noticed when it left the edge, but the air did. The vapor found it without asking why. It didn't care about origin or purpose, only that it was there, small enough to be ignored, solid enough to hold. And so it became a droplet, not by choice, not by design, but because cooling had come and water had nowhere else to settle. You feel the weight of your blankets, soft as cloud base, but above you, where the ceiling meets the dark, the air is thinner now, colder still. Not frigid, not sharp, just less warm than it was before. A gentle subtraction. And in that subtraction, more spheres gather. One on a speck from yesterday's shampoo bottle, the kind with the pump that stuck sometimes, leaving behind a film of scent and salt. Another on dust, stirred when you turned over an hour ago, when your arm brushed the pillowcase and lifted something ancient from its rest. It had been there since before you learned to sleep without dreaming aloud. There is no wind here to carry them away. No draft from the window, not even a whisper through the crack beneath the door. The air moves only as it must, to fill the space left by warmth slipping into night. And in that slow motion, droplets form and stay. Not because they are heavy, but because they are too light to fall. Each one smaller than a grain of salt, each one shaped by nothing but surface tension and silence. They do not cluster. They do not collide. They simply exist, hanging in the space between your breath and the ceiling, as if suspended by the quiet itself. You remember once, long ago, watching dew form on grass at dawn. But this is different. This happens above you where no light touches, where no footstep ever comes. No child reaches up to point. No photographer waits with a lens. It does not need to be seen to be real. It only needs the air to cool and particles to wait. Another forms on something from your hair, lost when you brushed it before bed. A single strand that fell onto the rug, then rose again as the room settled into stillness. It carried with it the faintest residue of oil, of water left behind by shampoo, of time spent beneath a shower's warmth. Now it floats, and vapor finds it like an old friend returning home after a long walk. No greeting is spoken, only condensation follows. And another, on a sliver of paper fiber from the envelope you opened days ago, now crumpled in the wastebasket but lifted by air that moves even when you think it has stopped. It traveled upward without permission, without sound, and now here in this quiet cold it becomes the center of something new. A tiny sphere, a perfect circle, holding water that once was sea, then cloud, then rain, then root, then breath, now returning again to air, not as vapor but as droplet. The air above you continues its slow descent into cooler temperatures, not by force, not by rush, but like the deepening of a sigh after long speaking. And with each small drop in warmth, another droplet finds its anchor. Not because it must, but because it can. Because cooling has come and particles have waited, and water vapor, patient as dust, has nothing left to do but become what the air allows. You are warm. Your chest rises and falls like tide without shore. The droplets above you move no faster, no slower. They simply are. One more forms on a flake from your pillow's inner lining. The cotton woven so fine it cannot be felt, only remembered by touch. It had been there since the first time you slept here. Now, in this hour of deepest quiet, vapor finds it again. And another, on something older still. A particle lifted from the soil beneath your house, carried up through cracks in the floorboards, through air that moved unnoticed for years, until now, when cooling made it necessary to hold. There is no music here, no rhythm you can count, only the endless, quiet making of spheres, each one born not of thunder or wind, but of temperature's gentle surrender. And another, and another. Each so small they cannot be seen by eyes open or closed. Each so light they cannot fall. Each so perfect they need no name. The air grows colder still. You do not shiver. You do not stir. Above you, the droplets gather, not in number, but in presence, as if the night itself is breathing out, and the water remembers how to be liquid again. The air above you holds its breath, not because it is still, but because it has forgotten how to move quickly. It moves now in slow circles, like the last swirls of tea left cooling in a cup long set down. Each tiny droplet rides one of those currents, not pulled, not pushed, but carried as if by memory. There was a time when this water was part of something larger, a wave breaking against stone, a leaf trembling after rain, the steam that rose from your morning tea before you remembered to sip it. Now it is small enough to be held in silence. It does not ask for direction. It only waits until the air grows cool enough to offer it a shape. Somewhere beneath the floorboards, deep where no light reaches and dust settles without disturbance, there lies an old grain of soil that once belonged to a root. That root drank from rain that fell in another season, long before your house was built. When the wind stirred through cracks near the foundation, it lifted that particle, so small you would never notice its absence, and carried it upward, not with force but with patience. It rose past floorboards, through gaps between baseboards, into air warmed by your body's quiet heat. And now, here in this cooler layer above the bed, where warmth has slipped away like a sigh forgotten mid-breath, that grain becomes more than dust. It becomes a place for water to rest. You do not hear it happen. You cannot see the moment when vapor touches and clings, not because it is hidden, but because such things are never loud enough to be noticed unless they fall. But here, in this suspended space between sleep and stillness, every droplet forms without urgency. No rush, no storm, only cooling, slow as a candle's wax hardening, and the quiet certainty that water remembers how to become liquid again when given the right kind of cold. Another settles on something older than your house. A flake shed from an ancient tree outside, carried for miles by winds you never felt, landing in this room not by accident, but because air moves where it is allowed. It landed on your windowsill weeks ago, unseen, and was lifted again when the heater turned off and the night drew closer to its deepest hour. Now, with each passing minute of cooler air, more vapor finds it, not because there are many droplets yet formed, but because the conditions have become gentle enough for them to begin. The particles do not choose, they simply exist, and water, patient as shadow, follows where cooling leads. There is no plan in this gathering, no architect above or below. Only physics, soft and slow. Air loses heat, vapor gives up its gas form and finds a surface that has waited long enough to hold it. A speck from your sweater's inner weave, the one you wore yesterday but didn't wash, has risen too. It carries the faintest trace of wool fiber, softened by sweat, touched by perfume you no longer remember using. No one noticed when it came loose. But now, in this quiet air, it becomes a home for water that once danced as mist over mountains, and then fell as rain into forests far away. You are warm beneath the sheets. Your breath moves slowly, so slowly it seems to pause between each rise and fall. Above you, the droplets do not change position much. They drift in currents too faint to name. Some hang near your forehead where warmth still lingers. Others rest higher where the air has cooled more completely. None of them are alone. Each one is attached to something that came from earth or plant or skin, and each holds water that remembers being ocean. There was a time when this same vapor passed through the lungs of someone else, someone who walked barefoot on wet grass and looked up at clouds without wondering how they stayed there. That person breathed out, and some of their breath became part of what now forms above you, not because it belongs to them anymore, but because water does not keep track. The air continues its descent into stillness, not by force, not with noise, only temperature gently lowering like a hand letting go of a thread tied too long around the wrist. And each time it drops another fraction of warmth, more vapor finds a place to rest. There is no crowd forming here, no gathering that might be called thick or heavy. Just single spheres, one by one, appearing where particles wait and cooling allows. You do not need to know how many there are. You only need to feel the quiet they make, the way sound softens when nothing rushes to fill it. Even your heartbeat seems distant now, not because you are asleep, but because the air above you is full of something too small to disturb silence. And still another forms on a fragment from an old book page that was tucked between pillows long ago and forgotten. The ink has faded. The paper is brittle with age. But in this cool air, it becomes more than paper. It becomes the center of water returning home. There are no names for these droplets, no labels, no numbers, only existence, quiet, complete, unasked for, and they remain suspended not because gravity forgets them, but because they were never meant to fall here. The night deepens further. The air grows colder still, not enough to freeze, only enough to hold. And another. And another. Each one a tiny vessel for water that has traveled farther than any dream you've ever had. You do not stir. They do not move. Only cooling continues, softly, endlessly, and with it, the quiet making of spheres. And another forms on a sliver of dried leaf, curled at the edge like an old letter never sent, carried upward by a draft you didn't feel, lifted from a windowsill where it had rested through autumn and winter, untouched until tonight's air found it again. It holds no memory of rain, only the shape of stillness. But now, in this quiet high place, water gathers, not to revive it, not to restore it, but simply because cooling has made the air tender enough for such a thing. The vapor does not seek the leaf. It finds it, as if by accident, as if the leaf had always been waiting, not for purpose, but for permission. You are deeper now beneath the covers, your body sinking into the weight of sleep like stones settling in still water. Above you, the droplets multiply without sound. Each one is smaller than a pinhead, each one born from nothing but air that has lost its warmth and particles that have known no name. They do not cluster. They do not argue. They simply are held by the same quiet force that holds your eyelids closed. A speck from the inside of a shoe, worn thin by steps you took months ago on a path lined with damp moss. It rose too, carried on a breath of air that slipped through the cracks of your closet door. It carries the ghost of earth, of moisture absorbed and released, of time passed in darkness before being lifted again into this cool expanse. And there, on its surface, water gathers, not as a drop, not yet, but as a film, thinner than thought, clinging because the air has cooled just enough to let go of vapor, and the speck is still there, patient as stone. You do not dream of clouds. You do not need to. The formation happens without your knowing, just as your lungs draw in air without asking why it feels like silk against the back of your throat. Each droplet is a pause between breaths, a moment stretched thin until water becomes visible only because the air has grown too still for vapor to remain invisible. There was once a seed that fell from a tree you passed by last spring. It rolled into the gutter, dried in sunlight, and was swept away by wind that had no destination. Now it floats above you, tiny, cracked, porous, and on its fractured surface, water begins again. Not as river, not as rain, but as a sphere no larger than the space between two heartbeats. The air continues to cool, not with urgency, not with change, but with the inevitability of night deepening. You do not feel it. You only feel the weight of your own stillness. And above you, in that silent place where warmth has faded and motion has grown faint, more droplets form, on fibers from a child's scarf left on a bench years ago, on grains of salt carried inland by a tide forgotten by memory, on microscopic fragments of volcanic glass from an eruption before your ancestors were born. They do not know their origins. They do not care. Water simply returns to where it can rest. And still another. On the edge of a moth's wing that fluttered through an open window in July and now, in death, drifts upward like a whisper caught in draft. It holds no scent of nectar, only the faintest dust of scales. Yet here, in this quiet air, it becomes the nucleus of something new. Liquid suspended, trembling with potential but never falling. You are breathing so slowly now that your breath and the air above you have begun to match. One slow rise, one slow fall, and the droplets, too, move as if they are breathing with you. Not because they are alive, but because everything in this space has learned to wait. The particles do not ask why they were chosen. The vapor does not remember where it came from. Only the cooling remains, a constant, a quiet hand pressing down on temperature until the air can no longer hold what it once carried freely. And so, water becomes visible, not as mist, not as steam, but as spheres, each one held aloft by nothing but physics and patience. You do not need to see them to know they are there. Just as you do not need to feel the wind to know it has passed. And still another. On a fragment of old candle wax, hardened and cracked, lifted from a windowsill where it had melted once in summer sun and now floats like a forgotten offering. Water gathers on its uneven surface, not pooling, not dripping, but clinging in perfect, trembling spheres, each one a mirror for the dark sky above. No one will ever name them. No one will count them. They are not meant to be seen. They are only meant to exist, here now suspended, while you sleep. And still, one more. On a sliver of dried petal, once pink and fragrant, now brittle as parchment, carried on the breath of someone who never knew it had left their hand. It drifts higher than your dreams. And there, in the cool dark, water finds its surface and becomes something new again. You do not stir. The air does not hurry. And the droplets, countless, nameless, weightless, continue to form. On a speck of dried seaweed, curled by sun and wind into the shape of a half-remembered question, lifted from a tide pool long since gone silent, the air now holds its breath just enough for water to settle, not in drops, not in streams, but as a quiet film clinging to every irregularity, every microscopic ridge where warmth once lived. You do not hear it happen. The cooling does not announce itself with shivers or sighs. It simply deepens, like the space between two notes held too long by an instrument that has forgotten how to resonate. And there, on that brittle thread of ocean life, once alive with salt and surge, it now carries a new kind of stillness, liquid shaped by nothing but absence and patience. A fragment from a bird's feather, shed in autumn when the wind was tired and the sky too gray for flight, rises slowly through layers where temperature has begun to forget its earlier warmth. It does not drift with purpose. It simply moves as air moves, slowly, unevenly, like thought dissolving into sleep. And on its finest barbules, where no eye could trace the curve, water gathers, not in beads, but in a faint sheen that exists only because the vapor has run out of places to hide. You think of how much was once carried upward, how many breaths exhaled by creatures long turned to dust, how many leaves released their moisture into air that no longer remembers them. But here, now, none of that matters. Only this, a particle small enough to be forgotten, and water willing to become visible if the air will only let it. A speck from old paper, ink faded, fibers frayed by time, floats where the last warmth of day has been absorbed into darkness. It carries no message, no name, no story written in lines or smudges. Only cellulose and dust, softened by humidity that once clung to a desk beside an open window. And now, above you, it becomes the anchor for something tender. Spheres so small they could be mistaken for errors in perception, if your eyes were open enough to see them. The air continues to cool, not with intention, not with speed, but as if time itself has begun to slow its pulse. Each droplet forms without fanfare. There is no gathering storm, no rush of wind to carry them higher or pull them down. They simply appear, as though the sky had learned how to hold its breath and let water settle into shape. A mote from a woolen blanket, spun in a season when winters were colder than this one, now drifts where the air has grown thin with chill. Its fibers are worn smooth by years of warmth pressed against skin, but here, above your stillness, it becomes something else. A scaffold for liquid that remembers how to be water. You do not need to name them. You do not need to count them. They exist because cooling is patient and particles are countless. Because vapor does not vanish. It only changes its form when the air grows too quiet to hold it as gas. And still another forms, not on anything grand or strange, but on a sliver of dried glue from an envelope sealed long ago, forgotten in a drawer that never opened again. The adhesive has cracked into fine lines, each one a tiny canyon for moisture to pool without spilling. It does not drip. It does not fall. It simply hangs, tiny as a thought half-formed, and waits. The air above you is full of these quiet miracles, not because they are rare, but because they happen endlessly in silence, beneath the weight of night and the absence of movement. You do not feel them against your skin. You will never touch one. But you sleep knowing that somewhere beyond your eyelids, water is choosing to be visible again, on things no one remembers having lost. And still, one more. On a fragment of old plaster from a ceiling cracked by time and heat, now lifted into the air like dust too light for gravity to claim. It holds droplets shaped not by design, but by necessity. The vapor does not choose where it lands. It simply settles on what is there. And what is there always is something small enough to be overlooked. You are breathing so slowly that your breath and the air above you have become nearly indistinguishable. One slow release, one slower return, and still droplets form, not because they must, but because the cooling allows it. And still, one more. And still, one more on a sliver of dried moss, once clinging to the underside of a stone in a garden that no longer remembers its name, now lifted by the quietest draft and carried upward until the air has grown too cool to keep it dry. It does not seek to become part of the sky. It simply is there, and the water, when it finds it, gathers like memory returning to a place long abandoned. You do not need to know how long it waited. You do not need to imagine what sun warmed it before the night took hold. Only that now, in this suspended hush, its surface becomes the first touch for liquid that was once invisible, and is now small enough to drift without falling. Another forms on a grain of salt, carried from a distant shore by winds that did not mean to travel so far but were simply moving, as air moves when it has no destination. It sits in silence, crystalline and ancient, its edges softened by time and moisture. The vapor does not know it is salt. It only knows the surface is there, and so it clings, not with need but with the quiet obedience of matter responding to temperature. There is no decision made. No voice speaks. Only the air grows cooler, and the water, finding its way back to form, settles where it can. You feel nothing. Your skin does not prick with chill. The sheets hold warmth you have forgotten how to notice. But above you, in the dark that has become a kind of velvet silence, droplets are gathering, not as one event, not as a single moment, but as an endless unfolding, each one born from the same quiet law. When air gives up its heat, water returns to what it was before it became invisible. On a speck of ash, so fine it might have come from a candle long extinguished, or the last ember of a fire that never roared, it finds purchase. The surface is porous, irregular, imperfect, and that is why the vapor chooses it, not because it is special, but because it exists. And in this vastness where nothing calls attention to itself, existence is enough. Another forms on a thread of spider silk, long abandoned, still stretched between two blades of grass that no longer reach for each other. The filament is thinner than your eyelash, finer than the edge of a thought you almost had and then let go. It trembles, not from wind, but from the weight of what has gathered upon it. Droplets smaller than the smallest word you've ever whispered. You do not see them. You will never touch one. But they are there, hanging in the air like half-remembered dreams, each one a tiny world that holds only water and stillness. And still, one more. On a particle of dried flower pollen, carried from a bloom that opened under moonlight and closed before dawn, it becomes the cradle for liquid that remembers how to be round. The pollen does not know it is helping. It does not remember its purpose. But in this cooling air, it serves as a quiet anchor, and the water, with no other place to go, settles upon it. The air above you continues to thin, not because it is being pulled away, but because it is giving up what it cannot keep. Heat slips out like breath held too long, and with each degree lost, another droplet finds its shape. You are breathing so slowly now that your lungs have become part of the night's rhythm. In and out, longer than before, softer than memory. The air you exhale does not rise far. It does not need to. It is already surrounded by what it has always been, water waiting to be seen again. On a speck from the inside of a seashell, worn smooth by waves that no longer crash against stone. It holds its first liquid curve. The calcium carbonate surface is porous in ways you cannot see. Tiny pits and hollows where moisture lingers, even when everything else has dried. And now, here, far from salt water, it becomes the place where vapor returns to form. And still, one more. On a sliver of old glass dust, ground by time, carried on wind that forgot its origin, it offers an uneven surface for water to gather. No one remembers how the glass was broken. No one knows if it once held wine or medicine or tears. But now, in this quiet suspension, it holds droplets that have never known a container. You do not need to name them. You do not need to wonder where they came from. Only that they are forming again and again in the dark above you, on things too small to be noticed, too ordinary to be remembered, yet perfect for what they now serve. The air is full of these silent births, not because there is urgency, but because cooling has no hurry. And water, when it remembers how to be liquid, does not rush. One more. On a particle from the lining of an old coat, worn by someone who never spoke loudly, who walked quietly through rain and snow, it becomes the first point where vapor gathers its shape. The fabric fibers are frayed with use, softened by sweat and steam, now lifted into the air like dust that remembers warmth. And still, one more. On a speck from the edge of a book's page, ink faded, paper brittle with age, it holds a droplet shaped not by design, but by the quiet geometry of surface tension. The paper does not know it was once read. It does not remember the words. But now, in this cool stillness, it becomes a cradle for water that has no story. You are so deep in sleep now that your thoughts have become air, soft, slow, and full of quiet movement. And still, one more. On a grain from the dust of an old chimney, soot softened by decades of rain that never fell, it holds its first curve. The carbon is porous, uneven, ancient, and water finds it without hesitation. You do not need to count them. You will never see one. But they are forming. And still, one more. On a speck from the inside of an acorn cap, dried in autumn, lifted by wind that carried it farther than any squirrel ever intended, it becomes the place where vapor returns to form. The air is cooling. The droplets are forming. Still, one more. On a fragment of dried moss, curled tight by summer's last sun, and lifted without sound into the air above the forest floor, it holds its first wet curve. The surface is fine as powdered velvet, pocked with microscopic valleys where moisture lingers even after the dew has vanished. No root reaches it now. No rain has touched it for weeks. But here, in this slow descent of cooled air, it becomes a quiet host, not because it was meant to be, but because its texture remembers how water settles when there is nowhere else to go. You are not dreaming of forests. You are breathing where the forest's breath still lingers, carried upward on invisible currents that have no destination, only temperature. The air grows heavier with absence. Each degree lost allows another molecule to let go of its gaseous life and find shape against something small enough to be overlooked. On a speck from the outer skin of a dried seed pod, cracked open by frost long ago, scattered by wind that passed through bare branches, it becomes a surface where vapor begins again. The casing is brittle with age, etched in microscopic ridges shaped not by design, but by time's quiet pressure. No bird carried it far. No animal noticed its fall. Yet now, suspended in the dark above you, it cradles what was once invisible. The droplets are too small to fall. They do not need to. The air holds them as if they were always meant to hang, not by force, but by balance. There is no weight here that demands descent. Only the gentlest tug of gravity, softened by the movement all around you, the slow drift of molecules, the whisper of rising and sinking currents. On a particle from the tip of a dried fern frond, once green with morning dew, now brittle as parchment, it becomes another point where water gathers its shape. The surface is honeycombed in places no eye could trace, each hollow just wide enough to hold the first curve of liquid. It does not know it was once part of something that reached for light. It only knows what it holds now. You are sinking deeper into stillness, not because you have stopped moving, but because your breath has become part of the air's own rhythm. The water vapor you release does not vanish. It drifts upward slowly, finds its way to places where cooling has already begun. And there, on something forgotten, a sliver from a cracked clay pot buried beneath leaves for years, it becomes droplet number so many that counting would be meaningless. The particles are everywhere. They have been here before you arrived. They will remain after your eyes open again, if they ever do. Some came from the sea, carried inland in salt mist long forgotten. Others were scraped loose from stone by wind that blew without season. One may have traveled with a moth's wing, another with the breath of a sleeping fox. There is no urgency in their gathering, no signal to begin, only cooling, slow, inevitable, and water that remembers how it once was before it became air. On a speck from the edge of an old wooden shutter, weathered by decades of rain that never came, sun that never burned, It holds its first liquid form. The grain is worn smooth in places, splintered in others, full of tiny crevices where moisture finds purchase even when everything else has dried. You are not watching this happen. You do not need to. It happens because the air is cooling and water is returning, not as a flood, not as a storm, but as 1,000 quiet returns, each one held by something too small for you to name. And still, the droplets form. Not in clusters, not in lines, but singly, each anchored to its own tiny host, each shaped by the irregular geometry of dust and skin and ancient fiber. No two are alike. None were chosen. All are simply possible. The air above your closed eyes is full of them now, not as a cloud you might see from afar, but as the quiet beginning of one. 1,000 silent births happening in darkness, where no witness exists except the cooling itself. And still, one more. On a grain from the dust beneath an old window ledge, where sunlight once warmed the sill and rain never reached, it becomes another curve, another hold. The surface is fine as powdered bone, porous with age. It does not ask to be used, but water finds it anyway. You are so deep now that your thoughts have no edges. Your body is not yours alone. It belongs to the air, to the cooling, to the slow gathering of what was once invisible and will soon become visible again, if you were awake to see it. But you do not need to be awake. The droplets form because they can. And still, one more. The air remembers how it felt when it was warm, though now it is slipping gently into something quieter. You feel it in your skin, not as a chill, but as the slow softening of warmth that once clung to you like a second breath. It does not rush. There is no need for haste here. The water molecules drift with the same patience as shadows lengthening at dusk. They do not know they are becoming something else. Only the temperature knows, and it speaks in sighs, not commands. A particle from the inside of a hollow acorn cap, dried long ago by autumn sun, then lifted on a breeze that carried no destination, catches what was once vapor. Its surface is pitted with age, each dent a miniature basin where moisture lingers like memory. No one planted it there. No hand placed it in the path of rising air. It simply waited, as things do when they have known stillness for too long to remember motion. You are not observing this. You never were. But you are part of its unfolding. The warmth leaving your body now becomes a thread woven into the cooler air above. Each exhale is not lost. It is absorbed. And where it meets the cooling, something begins again, not with sound, not with light, but with stillness that holds shape. There was once a leaf that curled inward at the edges before falling. Its underside held tiny ridges, worn smooth by rain that never fell hard enough to wash them away. Now, in the dark above your eyelids, one fragment of it, no larger than a grain of salt, is holding water again. Not because it is meant to, but because the air has grown tender and the vapor has nowhere else to go. The particles are not chosen. They do not compete for attention. Some came from the dust beneath old bookshelves where paper turned brittle with time. Others drifted down from the lint of woolen blankets left folded in drawers long untouched. One may have been shed by a spider's leg as it moved across stone, silent and unseen. The droplets form without direction. They do not gather toward one another. Each is alone, anchored to its own small thing, and yet together they are becoming the cloud you will never see from below. Not because it is hidden, but because you have closed your eyes, and in doing so, allowed the world above you to unfold exactly as it must. Cooling does not shout. It simply deepens. The air expands upward, loses its hold on warmth, and lets go of what it no longer needs to carry. Water responds, not with struggle, but with surrender. It becomes liquid again because that is how it remembers itself when the temperature lowers enough for memory to return. You are breathing slowly now, so slowly your lungs have become part of the rhythm of the night. The vapor you release rises without intention. It meets air that has cooled in places far above where your bed lies, and there, on a speck from the inside of an old ceramic bowl, the kind that once held soup long forgotten, it finds its shape. The glaze was cracked once, decades ago, not shattered, just fractured along one quiet seam. That fracture is now a cradle for water returning to form. No force pulls them down. No wind gathers them. They hang suspended, not because they are light enough, but because the air holds them with kindness. There is no gravity here that demands fall, only balance. Only the slow dance of molecules holding still long enough to be seen as something more than vapor. And you, still lying there, are not separate from this. Your warmth left behind has become part of what cools. Your breath, once yours alone, now moves with the air's own quiet pulse. One droplet forms on a particle carried by the wind off the roof of an abandoned barn. The wood grayed by decades without paint, its shingles curled like old fingers. A single grain came loose from that surface during some long-ago storm and has floated since, unseen, unclaimed, until now. It does not ask to be used. But water finds it anyway. And so another forms. And another. And still, the cooling continues, not as a change you can measure, but but as something felt in the hollow of your chest when you breathe out. The air above you has grown thinner in its warmth, not because it has been taken away, but because it has stretched itself further into the quiet dark. You feel it in your ribs, the slow release of heat that no longer clings but slips upward like smoke without fire. And where it lifts, the moisture follows, not as a rush, not as a mist, but as a whisper returning to its shape. A particle small enough to be forgotten by any hand that might have touched it, drifts in this rising breath of night. It came from the inside of a ceramic cup, glazed blue with cracks too fine for eyes to catch unless held to sunlight long ago. That cup sat on a windowsill where rain sometimes pooled after storms, and when the water dried, it left behind a film of minerals, salt, and dust so old it had lost its origin. Now, in the cold above your roof, that same speck holds the first drop, not because it is special, but because the air has grown still enough to let it matter. Another forms beside it, on something softer, a flake of skin shed from a child's elbow years before, carried by wind through an open window, drifting past curtains that never quite closed. It settled in the attic for months, wrapped in silence and the scent of cedar, until one day the rafters shifted just slightly with the weight of snow outside, and it tumbled free again. Now it floats where the air has cooled to the point of remembering how to cradle water. No force pulls it down. No current sweeps it away. It simply is, held in place by the balance between what was once gas and what now remembers being liquid. You are not watching this happen. You do not need to. Your breath, still slow, still deep, has already become part of the same air that lifts these particles upward. The water you released hours ago, when you first lay down, is not gone. It has climbed, it has cooled, and now it returns in tiny forms, each one anchored to its own quiet thing. One droplet clings to a scrap of pollen from a flower that bloomed long before you were born, carried on the wind across fields that no longer have names. Another finds its home on a speck of soot from an old stovepipe, worn thin by decades of winter fires that never burned too hot, never roared too loud, just enough to warm rooms where people slept with windows cracked open for air. The droplets do not grow large. They do not collide or merge. They simply exist as small as they can be and still hold the shape of water, suspended. Not falling because there is no need to fall yet. The air holds them not with strength but with patience. It has learned how to carry without burdening. You feel it in your throat, the quiet ache of breath that doesn't need to rise or fall quickly. Your lungs are full of the same air that lifts these particles now, and when you exhale again, another thread joins the slow drift above. Not because you mean for it to, but because the world remembers how water behaves when it cools. It does not resist. It does not hurry. It becomes what it was before it became vapor. A particle from the inside of a wooden spoon, sanded smooth by years of stirring soup in kitchens where no one spoke much after dark, finds its place in this gathering. The wood had absorbed salt, herbs, steam from pots that sat on stoves long turned cold. Now, far above your bed, it holds water again, not as a relic, but as a vessel made new by stillness. And another, on a sliver of glass from a broken vial, once filled with perfume that smelled like lilacs and memory. It shattered in a drawer decades ago, forgotten under folded linens, until the wind found its way through the cracks in the wall and lifted it into the sky. Now it is not glass anymore, not really. It is a stage for water to return. There are no voices here, no names, no stories written down or spoken aloud. Only molecules rearranging themselves with the gentleness of falling snow that never lands, only hovers. You are part of this not because you understand it, but because your body still gives off warmth and your breath still rises, and the air above you has grown cool enough to hold what was once lost. The droplets remain small. They do not become rain yet. Not tonight. Not here. There is no rush. The sky does not need them to fall. It only needs them to be, each one alone, anchored, suspended in the dark where even stars are too far away to notice. And you are still breathing. Still. A speck of clay, dried in a riverbed under a sun that has since moved on, rises unnoticed through layers of air grown thinner and quieter. It was once mud pressed between bare toes, carried home in the creases of a child's sock, washed away by rain that never reached the sky, only soaked into earth that sighed and settled. Now it floats, weightless, a fragment of ground turned to sky. Water vapor finds it without seeking. There is no decision in this meeting, no call or answer. Just the slow surrender of heat, the gentle letting go that happens when air forgets how to hold what it once carried. The droplet forms, not as a drop, not as a tear, but as a whisper of wetness clinging to something older than memory. You do not know its name. You never will. But your exhale, soft and steady, carries the same kind of quiet that lifted it. Another finds a thread of cotton, spun long ago from a plant that grew where the wind brushed against stone. It was woven into fabric worn by someone who walked barefoot in mornings when dew still held the shape of night. The cloth frayed over years, shed fibers into laundry baskets, then into air vents, then into updrafts that carried it higher than any hand could reach. Now it hangs suspended, not as lint, not as waste, but as a cradle for water returning to its first shape. The droplet does not swell. It does not tremble. It simply is. a perfect sphere of liquid held in place by the faintest attraction between molecules and dust. There are particles from the inside of a closed book, pages yellowed but never burned, where ink faded slowly into paper like breath into fog. One speck, no larger than a single letter's curve, holds water now, not because it remembers words, but because it once held stillness. The air around it has cooled enough to let go of its invisible burden. And so the vapor becomes something visible only in its absence of movement. You are not seeing this. You do not need to. Your eyelids are heavy with the same quiet that holds these droplets up. The air above you is full of things that have been forgotten by people, by time, by the earth itself. And yet they rise anyway, lifted not by force, but by the slow turning of the world's breath. Each one is a pause in motion, a moment where water chooses to remember what it was before it became vapor. A sliver of ash from a candle that burned through an evening of silence. No music, no conversation, just the flicker of flame and the weight of someone thinking too deeply to speak, now drifts as dust among the cooler layers. It is not charcoal, not soot, not even properly residue. It is the ghost of fire that never roared. And water, cooling gently above your bed, settles onto it not as a stain, but as an echo. The droplets do not grow because they are not meant to yet. They are held by the air's patience, not its strength. There is no gravity pulling them down, only stillness holding them in place. You feel this same stillness in your chest, in the space between each breath. It is not emptiness. It is presence without demand. A particle from the edge of a window pane that once fogged with winter breaths now floats far above where you lie. That glass was wiped clean many times, by hands that never knew what they were wiping away. Each time, a thin film of condensation disappeared, only to return again when warmth met cold. Now, in this high quiet, the same thing happens, but without touch, without wipe, without end. Water returns because it always does. You are not watching. You do not need to. Your body has already joined the cycle. The water that passed through your skin hours ago, the vapor you released with every slow exhale, it is not lost. It is gathering. It is becoming. Each droplet a small answer to the question of how something invisible can become something real. And still, they remain small. Not because they cannot grow, but because there is no need for them to yet. The air does not hurry. It only cools, and waits, and holds, and lets go just enough. You are breathing in what was once vapor, breathing out what will become droplet. There is no beginning here, no end either. Just this, the slow, silent return of water to itself. The air above you carries more than dust. It holds fragments of morning dew that evaporated before the sun could claim them. Particles lifted from moss on stones no foot has touched in years. Tiny shards of sea salt carried inland by winds too gentle to be named. These are not remnants of storms or distant oceans made loud. They are quiet survivors of countless transitions, each one a whisper between states. Water vapor does not rush toward condensation. It lingers, patient as the space between heartbeats, waiting for the air around it to soften enough to release its hold. And when that moment comes not with a sigh, but with the slow surrender of temperature, it finds what was always there. Something small enough to be overlooked, yet essential enough to make the invisible real. You do not see these particles, nor need you. They are not meant for sight. They exist in the same silence as the spaces between your thoughts, when sleep begins to pull at the edges of awareness. A droplet forms, not by growing outward, but by drawing inward, gathering itself around a nucleus too fine to name. It is not born from force or heat. It arises because the air has cooled just enough for water to remember its liquid form. There was no command given, no signal sent, only the slow descent of warmth into stillness, and within that shift, molecules found their way back to one another, not as gas, not as vapor, but as something heavier than breath yet lighter than memory. You are breathing in air that has passed through forests where leaves released water without sound, across rooftops where rain once pooled and vanished, over fields of grass bent low by night's weight. Each exhale you make carries a trace of what was once cloud. What is now cloud may have been your own breath hours ago. The particles do not choose their shape. They are not shaped by intention or design. A speck from the inside of an old wool sweater, worn thin and left in a drawer where it gathered no dust for years, now suspended above you, is as capable of holding water as any grain of volcanic ash carried across continents. The difference is not size, nor origin. It is only that both are still. Both have waited. And now, the air has cooled to their level. There are droplets forming on particles from a child's forgotten toy, left under a porch for seasons, its plastic cracked but intact, absorbing humidity until it released what it had held, not as liquid, not as stain, but as vapor rising into layers no eye can reach. There are others from the flaking edge of a painted wall in an empty room where sunlight once touched only at dawn. Water finds these surfaces and lifts them gently upward, turning touch into flight. You do not feel this happening on your skin. You cannot sense the exact moment when vapor becomes droplet. But you know it is true because you have felt the weight of air before. When a room grows thick with evening, when the window fogs without rain, when your breath leaves a ghost behind each exhale. That same quiet pressure exists here, high above you, where the world has gone still and water chooses to become visible only in its most fragile state. The droplets do not fall because they are too small to be pulled down, not by gravity alone, but by the air's own gentle resistance. They float as if suspended by breath itself, each one a tiny sphere of liquid held aloft by nothing more than balance and patience. There is no storm here, no wind strong enough to carry them farther, only the slow drift of rising currents, barely moving, holding them in place like thoughts you almost remember but do not need to grasp. You are surrounded by this, by what was once vapor, now droplet waiting for something that has not yet come. The air does not hurry its work. It cools, it holds, it lets the water settle into form without urgency. You have known this stillness before in the hush of a room after everyone has left, in the quiet between two songs on an old record player, when silence is not empty but full with what might be said. The droplets remain small because they are meant to stay that way, for now. They will grow only if the air grows colder still, or if more vapor joins them layer upon invisible layer. But tonight, there is no need for growth. Only presence, only suspension, only the quiet truth of water returning to itself, not as river, not as rain, but as something held lightly in the arms of cooling air. You are breathing it now, not as mist, not as steam, as what comes after vapor before falling, something too small to be called a thing, yet real enough to hold your sleep within it. The air above you has no memory, yet it holds every breath that ever rose from skin, from soil, from leaves that trembled in summer and let go without sound. It does not recall which droplet came from a forest stream or from the damp collar of your nightshirt, but it knows how to hold them, how to cradle each one as it forms, quiet and unasked for. You feel no pull, no tug, only the softening of temperature around you, slow as a sigh settling into a pillow. The particles, tiny, unnamed, carried through years of stillness, wait not with longing but with absence. They are not waiting to become something else. They are already what they are, anchors for water that has forgotten it was gas. A speck from the inside of a woolen glove, tucked away in a drawer where winter once lingered long after the season had passed. It holds no scent now, no warmth, only the ghost of fiber and time. But when the air cools enough, when the invisible threshold is crossed, that speck becomes a home for water to settle into shape. Not as a drop large enough to fall, but as something smaller than a grain of salt, held by forces too gentle to name. You do not need to know its origin to feel its presence. The air does not care if it came from dust kicked up by a boot in 1987, or from the flaking paint of a barn that stood empty before your grandparents were born. It only needs to be there, still and small, when the cooling begins. And the cooling is never sudden. It does not crash like a door shutting. It slips like the last warmth leaving a teacup left on a windowsill, like the edge of a blanket slipping from your shoulder without you noticing. The air above you loses heat as it rises, not because it moves fast, but because space grows thinner, pressure lessens, and the molecules spread apart, stretching their energy thin until there is not enough to keep water in its invisible form. Then, slowly, steadily, it begins to gather. Not all at once, not in clusters or clouds you can name. Just one droplet here, another there, each clinging to a particle that has spent decades, centuries even, drifting without purpose. Until this moment, when the air remembers how to turn vapor into something that glimmers with silence. You have seen this happen close by, in the mirror after your shower, in the fog that rolls over grass at dawn, in the mist that clings to your glasses when you step outside on a cold morning. But here, above you, it happens without witness, without sound, without need for notice. The droplets do not rise together. They form alone, each one separate, each one complete in its own stillness. They are not trying to become larger, not yet. They are only becoming real, liquid where there was nothing but air. There is no rush here, no thunder to hurry them along, no wind to scatter them before they find their shape. The currents move so slowly that a droplet might stay suspended for hours, days even, held not by strength, but by balance. A perfect quiet between the pull of gravity and the lift of air too thin to push back. You are surrounded by this. Countless spheres, each smaller than the blink of an eye, each holding within it a trace of water that once was part of a sea, a lake, your own breath, or the sweat on a sleeping child's brow. And still, they do not fall, not because they are too light, but because the air holds them in a way that feels like care. Like the way a hand might cradle a feather without closing its fingers. The droplets float as if they have always belonged here, in this space between vapor and rain, where time stretches thin and nothing is demanded of them except to be. You are breathing it now not as mist, not as steam, but as what comes after the gas has let go, before the drop decides to fall. There is no name for this state, only the quiet truth that water can exist in many forms, and one of them is this: suspended, small, silent, held. The particles do not ask to be chosen. They are simply there. When the air cools enough, they become the first thing the water touches. And so, droplet after droplet, the cloud begins, not as a shape, but as a presence. Not as a thing you can point to, but as something you feel in your breath when the night grows heavier, when the room feels full even though no one is there. It does not matter if you see it. It matters only that it is forming, quietly, endlessly around you. The air does not notice when a droplet forms, nor does it care how many have formed before. It simply continues to cool, gently, evenly, as if remembering a rhythm older than trees, older than the bones of mountains. You are lying still beneath this slow transformation, unaware that each breath you take carries within it the ghost of water that once danced above an ocean, or curled from a leaf at twilight, or lingered in the steam of a forgotten bowl of soup left on a kitchen counter long ago. Now here it returns, not as vapor, not yet as rain, but as something quieter, a sphere no larger than the space between two cells, clinging to dust that fell from a wing or pollen released generations ago, or salt crystallized in the breath of a wave that never reached your shore. There is no signal for this. No bell, no shift in light, no wind to announce it. Only temperature slowly sinking pulls the water back into itself. And when it does, it finds its way to what was already there. The smallest things, the forgotten things, the particles that never asked to be anything but still. They do not glow. They do not hum, but in their presence, vapor changes. It gathers not as a flood, not as a sigh, but as a whisper made liquid. One droplet, then another. And then, slowly, 1,000 more, each forming where the air is just cold enough and the particle is just right. You have felt this before, in the dampness on your skin when you wake before dawn, in the way the window pane holds its breath until it begins to weep. But here, above you, there is no glass to hold it, no surface to collect it, only air, so thin, so still, that even these tiny forms do not fall. They drift, suspended, as if gravity has forgotten their weight, or perhaps chosen to let them linger. Each one holds a moment of condensation, a single instant when gas became liquid, and that moment is enough. There are no meetings between droplets, no joining, not yet. They exist alone, each in its own quiet orbit, held by currents too gentle to name. The air moves around them like water around stones in a stream bed where the flow has slowed to nothing. And still, they remain smaller than a speck of ash, smaller than the shadow of a thought. You could close your eyes and imagine them as stars, not bright ones, not even the dimmest flickers, but as points of stillness within the dark, each one a tiny anchor in the vastness of the sky. The particles do not choose to be chosen. They were never meant for this. Dust from a desert that blew across continents, salt from a tide long since receded, ash from fires that burned before your ancestors knew fire. These are the silent companions of every droplet. They have traveled through storms and calms, through heat and stillness, through decades of wind and silence. And now, in this cool pocket of rising air, they become the first touch point for water returning to its liquid form. There is no decision here, no will, Only physics, quiet, patient, unchanging. The cooling breath of the atmosphere meets the lingering trace of something once earthbound, and for a moment the invisible becomes visible, not in color, not in shape, but in presence. 1,000 billion times over this happens, not in clusters, not in lines, but as single points of condensation, each one independent, each one complete. You are breathing it now. You have always been breathing it. The droplets that form above you do not know your name. They do not know the weight of your thoughts or the warmth of your dreams. But they carry within them a piece of what you have released, water from your lungs, water from your skin, and return it to the air in a form too small to notice, yet too constant to ignore. The cloud is not growing because it wants to. It is not thickening because it must. It simply exists as a consequence of cooling, as an echo of evaporation, as the quiet result of particles waiting, always waiting, for the right kind of stillness. And you are beneath it all, still, warm, breathing slowly. The droplets above you do not need your attention to be real. They only need the air to cool a little more. And so it does just enough for another. And then another. And then in the dark, where no one watches, the sky becomes fuller, not with light, but with this silent, suspended truth. That water remembers how to become liquid, even when no one is there to see it happen. The particles do not speak. The droplets do not sing. But together, they hold the air in a way that feels like patience, like waiting without expectation, like being held by something vast and gentle and never needing to be anything more than what you are. And so you sleep, and above you still another droplet forms, smaller than a breath, quieter than a sigh, and for a moment the world holds its own kind of peace. The air above you grows cooler still, not with suddenness, but as if night itself has leaned closer to listen. There is no wind to announce it, only the slow surrender of warmth to the dark. And in that quiet descent, another vapor molecule finds its way to a particle. Not the same one, not even near it. A different dust, perhaps lifted from a crack in old stone, or a fragment of dried leaf that once trembled in sunlight before falling into stillness. It drifts, weightless, until the temperature around it dips below what the water remembers as its home. And then, without pause, without hesitation, it becomes liquid again. Not by choice, not by design, but because the air has softened enough to let it return. You do not feel this change. You never did. The droplet forms in silence, so small that even if your eyes were open and fixed upon the spot where it gathers, you would see nothing but shadow. Yet there it is, a sphere of water clinging to something once part of earth, now suspended in sky. No larger than 1/100th of a millimeter, smaller than the tip of a hair, smaller than the memory of a breath you took 3 nights ago. It does not grow, not yet. It simply is. And it will remain so until the air cools further, until more vapor finds its way to it, until gravity begins to whisper its name. But for now, there is only suspension, only the slow dance of molecules settling into place around a nucleus that has no memory of being anything but airborne. The particle does not care what it once was. It does not miss the ground. It does not long for warmth. It simply accepts the water that comes to rest upon it, each molecule drawn by forces older than language, older than trees, older than oceans. There is no hunger in this joining, no urgency. Only the gentle pull of surface tension, the quiet agreement between gas and solid that says, "Here, now, this is where you belong." And above you, another forms, and another. Each one born from cooling air, each one bound to a speck too small to name. Some are salt, carried on winds from faraway seas. Others are ash, fine as forgotten prayers. A few may be fragments of insect wings or pollen that drifted too high and never found its way back down. None of them chose this. None of them planned it. But here they are, anchors in the invisible sea, holding water in place long enough for a cloud to be born. You breathe out slowly. The moisture from your lungs rises, faint as mist, dissolving into the room's air. It does not know where it will go. It may rise through the ceiling, drift upward past the attic, slip between the rafters until it meets cooler layers above. There, perhaps, it will find its own particle. Perhaps it will wait for hours, days. Maybe it will never condense at all. But if the air grows cool enough, if the pressure lowers just a little more, then yes, it will become liquid again. And when it does, you will not know. You will not hear it happen. You will not see the moment it changes. But it will be real. It always is. The droplets do not gather in clusters because they are meant to. They do not form lines or patterns as if guided by some unseen hand. Each one stands alone, a single point of condensation in an ocean of air. And yet, when there are enough of them, the sky begins to hold its breath. Not because it is full, but because it has learned how to remember. You sleep beneath this remembering. Your eyelids are heavy now. Your thoughts have softened into the quiet between heartbeats. The droplets above you do not need your awareness to exist. They only need the air to be cool and the particles to be there, and they always are. Another forms, and another. 1,000 more. Each one smaller than a dream. Each one older than time. They hang in the dark like stars that never shine. Just hold. Just wait. Just become. You do not stir. The room is warm. The night is deep. And still above you, the sky continues its silent work, not to fill, not to grow, but simply to be what it must be when water returns home. One more droplet forms, then another, and then nothing. Just the air, just the cooling, just the particles, waiting. The air above you is not empty, even when it feels like nothing is there. It carries what has been lost, whispers of salt from distant tides, fine ash from fires long gone, spores that rose on still mornings and never came down. These are not guests. They are the quiet foundations. The water vapor does not choose them. It simply settles where it can, drawn by the smallest irregularity in the endless flow of molecules. There is no decision made, no invitation issued. Only the physics of cooling, slow and certain, turning gas into something that clings. You feel the weight of sleep pulling at your limbs, but above you, the same force pulls water to rest upon dust. Each droplet begins where a particle holds still enough for vapor to pause, not because it wants to, but because the air has grown too cool to let it fly free. You do not notice how the temperature lowers, not in this room, not yet, but outside, beyond the walls, beyond the roof, the night breathes deeper. The ground cools first, quietly releasing heat into the dark. Above it, the air follows, not all at once, not in a rush, but in layers like pages turning one by one, each thinner than the last. And where the air grows thin and cool, water finds its way back to form. It does not gather in clouds because it wishes to. It gathers because it cannot stay as vapor any longer. The particles are always there, always have been. They do not announce themselves. They do not glow or tremble. They simply exist, tiny, motionless anchors in a world that moves around them. And when the right moment comes, a drop in pressure, a shift in stillness, they become the center of something new. A single droplet, no bigger than the space between two thoughts. You dream without knowing it. Your breath slows to match the rhythm of the night. Somewhere above you, another vapor molecule drifts, unmoored, until it meets a speck older than your bones. It hesitates, not with fear, but with physics, and then it joins. The surface holds it gently, not because it is strong, but because it is there, and that is enough. The droplet does not grow larger yet. It does not fall. It does not collide with others. It simply becomes a momentary shape in the air's endless motion. You are held by your bed, and above you, these tiny forms are held by nothing but cooling and patience. The particles do not remember where they came from. They do not miss being on leaves or stones or ocean spray. They do not long for warmth or sunlight. They only know the air that carries them, and when it cools enough, they become the first thing a cloud can call home. You think of clouds as big things, white masses in blue skies, but each one begins with this: a molecule finding stillness on something too small to see. There is no grand design, no plan. Only the quiet law that says water will return to liquid when the air lets go of it. You do not hear the droplets forming. You cannot feel them. But they are there, countless, silent, suspended like thoughts you almost had but forgot before waking. Each one a perfect sphere of water, held in place by surface tension and the faintest touch of dust or pollen or sea salt. They do not cluster because they want to. They cluster because the air is cooling everywhere at once, and every particle, wherever it is, finds its own vapor. The night deepens. The room grows stiller. Your body sinks deeper into rest, and above you the process continues, not with noise, not with light, but with the slow, inevitable gathering of water where it has always belonged. A molecule drifts, finds a particle, becomes liquid, waits. Another does the same, then another. The air is full of waiting, full of tiny, invisible births. You do not need to see them to know they are real. You only need to be here, breathing, sleeping, as the sky does its quiet work, holding water in place, one speck at a time. The droplets do not hurry. They do not fight. They do not try to become rain. They simply exist in the space between air and something more. And you are beneath them, wrapped in warmth, unaware that your own breath may have helped make them. Another forms, and another, and then nothing but the cooling. The particles remain. The vapor still rises, and the air keeps growing cooler. The air above you holds its breath longer now, slower than before, as if the cooling has found a rhythm only the night understands. You do not feel it, but your skin remembers the warmth of the day, and your body lets go of it gently, like a hand uncurling from a stone left in sunlight. Above, the same air continues its quiet descent into stillness, each layer settling like dust on an unseen shelf. A vapor molecule, drifting where no wind dares to name itself, touches a particle that has floated for hours, perhaps days, since it was lifted from the soil or the edge of a leaf long since turned dry. It does not land with force. There is no splash, no sound, no sudden change, only the slow surrender of gas to liquid, as if the water had been waiting for this exact temperature, this exact speck, this exact silence. The droplet forms not because it must, but because it can. And in that small act, the air becomes slightly less empty. You are not told this by any voice. You are not shown it in light or shadow, but you sense it deep in your bones as a quiet certainty that something is being made quietly, without hurry, without witness. The droplet does not know it is part of something larger. It does not think of clouds or sky or the weight that might one day pull it downward. It simply is a sphere of water smaller than the blink of an eyelid, held by surface tension and the faintest curve of a particle that once was sand or ash or salt carried from some far shore you will never see. The air around it does not push. It does not resist. It only cools, and in that cooling, more vapor finds its way to other particles, each one as quiet, as patient as the first. There is no rush here. No gathering storm, no rushing wind to sweep them together. They form alone, and yet they form everywhere, at once across miles of open sky, above forests you have never walked through, over rivers that flow without names, over fields where no foot has pressed since autumn. Each droplet begins in isolation, a solitary act of condensation, born not from desire but from the simple truth that water, when cooled enough, seeks return. The particles do not choose their partners. They do not reach out. They wait, motionless, and the vapor comes to them, not because they call, but because the air has grown too still to hold it as gas. You breathe in, you breathe out, and somewhere a molecule from your exhale, just one among countless others, rises into the coolness above, drifting upward until the temperature drops just enough for it to pause, to hesitate, to settle onto something small and ancient. It becomes liquid, not because you meant it to happen, not because the sky planned it, but because the laws that govern motion, heat, and matter do not forget their own rules. They are not loud. They do not announce themselves with thunder or lightning. They simply continue, unseen, unchallenged. The droplet does not grow larger yet. It does not need to. Its existence is enough. A single sphere of water, suspended in a world that moves around it without noticing its presence. The air currents above you are slow now, almost still, as if the night has drawn a blanket over the sky and whispered for quiet. You feel the weight of your blankets, the soft press of the pillow against your cheek, and above you, countless droplets hang in the same stillness, each one born from the same quiet law. Water becomes liquid when the air lets go. There is no beginning to this process. There will be no end. It has been happening since the first rain fell on the first land. It happens now as it did then, on particles older than mountains, in air that has passed through forests and oceans and deserts without ever stopping. You do not see them. You cannot count them. But they are there in the dark above your window, in the space between stars you no longer look for. They form. They wait. And when enough have gathered, not because they wish to, but because the air has cooled long enough, they become a cloud. But that is not what matters now. What matters is this: each one began alone. Each one was held by nothing more than a speck and a drop in temperature. You are not separate from them. Your breath helped make them. The warmth you released into the room, the moisture your skin gave to the air, some of it rose, some of it cooled, and somewhere high above it found its way home. The particles do not remember being anything else. They do not long for land or sea. They only know the air that carries them, and when it cools, they become what water becomes when it has nowhere left to go but stillness. You sleep deeper now. Your thoughts soften into silence. The droplets continue their quiet work, each one a perfect sphere of water, suspended in the dark, held by nothing more than physics and patience. And you are beneath them, wrapped in warmth, breathing slowly, as the sky does its oldest, gentlest work, turning vapor into something small enough to dream about. The air above you carries more than what your eyes can see. It holds the quiet residue of every breath, every sigh, every warm exhalation that rose without notice. It is not empty space. It is full of tiny things, settled in stillness, waiting for the right kind of cool to ask them to change. And when that moment comes, not with a signal or a sound, but as slowly as twilight deepening over distant hills, the vapor begins its return. Not all at once, never in groups. One molecule lifts from the warmth near your skin and drifts upward until it meets air thinner than before, colder by fractions you cannot feel. It does not hurry. There is no rush to become liquid, only a quiet surrender to temperature's gentle insistence. You do not hear this change. You will never hear it. But somewhere beyond the edge of your window, where the dark holds its breath, another molecule finds itself pressed against something older than memory. A speck carried on wind from long ago, dust lifted from soil that no longer remembers being turned by plow or hoof. It does not know what it is holding. It only knows how to be there. And when vapor touches it, just the faintest brush of moisture, the bond forms without ceremony. No light flashes. No whisper marks the moment. Only a shift. Gas becomes liquid and stillness holds its shape. The droplet that results is smaller than the tip of a needle, smaller than the finest grain you've ever seen in sunlight. It does not fall. It cannot yet. The air around it moves too gently to let go. There are no currents strong enough to pull it down, and none weak enough to hold it still. It exists in balance, suspended by nothing more than the faintest resistance of molecules that have learned how to linger. Above you now, thousands of these moments unfold, not clustered, not grouped, but scattered like thoughts half remembered upon waking. Each one is its own quiet miracle, water returning to form because the air no longer has the strength to keep it apart. There is no will in this, no intention. Only physics moving as quietly as a heartbeat under wool. You feel the weight of your eyelids, heavy and warm, like fabric folded over skin after hours of stillness. And above you, something similar happens. Water molecules find their way back into form not because they want to, but because the world has grown cool enough for them to rest. The particles do not ask to be chosen. They are simply present, the same ones that have been here since before your name was spoken aloud. Some came from ancient rock, worn down by rain over centuries. Others drifted up from the sea long ago and never settled. A few were once part of a leaf in summer, released into air that carried them far beyond where they began. They do not speak to one another. They do not gather with purpose. Yet when enough have found their way onto these tiny anchors, something begins, not a cloud yet, but the slow gathering of possibility. Like stars appearing one by one in an evening sky, each droplet is invisible alone, but together. When viewed from far below, they become a shape you know without understanding how it came to be. You breathe again. Slowly, the air leaving your lungs carries more than carbon dioxide. It carries warmth and moisture and the faintest trace of what you've eaten, drunk, dreamed. Some of that rises, some of it cools. And somewhere above the roofline, beyond the trees that sway without sound in this quiet night, one molecule from your breath finds its way to a particle, old, patient, unchanged, and becomes liquid. There is no song for this moment. No poem written about how water remembers its shape when cooled enough. Only silence and stillness and the endless repetition of small things becoming what they were meant to be, not because you watch, not because you understand, but because it has always been so. The droplets do not dream. They do not hope for rain. They simply are. Suspended, held, tiny spheres of water caught between two states, neither gas nor fall, neither sky nor earth. And you lie beneath them, wrapped in warmth, breathing the same air they came from, unaware that your own quiet presence helped make this moment possible. The night grows deeper now. The coolness spreads not as a wave, but as a slow filling, like water seeping into sand until every pore holds its share. Above you, more droplets form, not faster, not louder, but steadily, like thoughts dissolving at the edge of sleep. Each one born from vapor meeting particle. Each one held by nothing but air that has learned to let go. You are not separate from this. You never were. The water in your body once fell as rain on mountains you have never climbed. It passed through roots and rivers, rose again into clouds like these, hanging now above your head and returned. And it will return again, not because of memory, but because the laws that shape air and vapor do not forget their own rhythm. And so they continue, the droplets forming one by one in the dark, each a perfect sphere born from stillness, held by dust older than any story you've ever heard. You sleep now, deeper than before. The clouds above are not yet visible, but they are gathering not with urgency but with patience. Like time itself, they wait. And you, still breathing, still warm beneath your blankets, are part of the same quiet process. Giving up moisture, releasing warmth, becoming part of what rises, and eventually what falls again. The air is cooling now, slower than before, deeper. The particles remain. The vapor finds them again and again and again. And you, still here, do not stir. The air above you is not empty, even when it feels that way. It carries the ghosts of every breath you've ever taken, each one still trembling with heat and moisture, rising gently as if guided by a hand too soft to feel. Some of those vapors find their way upward through the spaces between roof tiles, past the last leaves on the oak tree, into layers where the night holds its breath longer than it does below. There, in that quiet thinning of warmth, the vapor begins to change. Not all at once, not with a sigh, but one molecule at a time, drawn toward the smallest things that have never moved. They do not call out. They do not shine. They are not noticed by wind or bird or falling leaf. Yet they are the only reason any of this happens. You feel no shift in the temperature where you lie. No chill creeps under your blanket to tell you the air above has grown colder. But somewhere just beyond your window, the heat escapes, slowly, patiently from the rising column of air that lifted from your roof, from the pavement still holding yesterday's sun, from the quiet pond at the edge of the yard where frogs have long since gone silent. As it climbs, the air expands, not because it wants to, but because there is less pressing down on it now. Less weight above, less pressure. And when air spreads out like this, it loses heat without touching anything colder. It cools simply by becoming more space, and in that quiet stretching, water vapor begins to remember what it was before it became invisible. It does not rush. It waits for the right particle, not because it chooses, but because only those tiny anchors can hold its shape when the world around it forgets how to keep it whole. A speck of soil, worn smooth by centuries of wind. A fragment of salt carried inland from a sea you've never seen. The husk of a spore that once drifted above a forest now buried under pavement. These are not chosen. They are simply there, always have been, always will be, and when the vapor finds them, it settles. Not like rain falling, not like dew forming on grass, but like a sigh becoming liquid in the hollow of your chest before you even realize you were holding it. Each droplet is smaller than the tip of a needle's eye, smaller than a grain of pollen that never landed, smaller than the thought you had 3 nights ago, half remembered now, slipping away as you drift deeper into sleep. And yet, because there are so many of them, Collectively, they make something visible from below, not because they grow large, not because they multiply in number with urgency, but because each one is a mirror for the same quiet law. Vapor cools, finds its anchor, becomes water again. You do not see them forming. You never will. No eye can catch the moment when gas becomes liquid without help from light or motion or change you can name. But they are there, countless, silent, suspended, as if held by invisible threads spun from stillness itself. The air around them moves not with force, but with a gentle flow, like water through moss-covered stones in a creek that never speaks its name. And the droplets do not fall. They do not rise. They simply are, held by the same currents that carry your breath upward, that lift the scent of rain before it comes, that move the clouds you will see tomorrow without ever knowing how they began. There is no song for this process, no drumbeat to mark each new droplet's birth. Only the slow turning of the world beneath a sky that forgets nothing, not the warmth of your skin on a summer evening, not the steam from your teacup in winter, not even the faintest trace of salt left behind when you cried without knowing why. And still more form, one after another. Always one after another. The particles do not tire. The vapor does not grow weary. The cooling air does not hurry. They move together, not as a plan, but as a rhythm older than mountains, older than the first breath drawn by anything with lungs. You are breathing now, so softly that even your own heartbeat might miss it, and each exhale carries something away from you, something that will rise, something that may one day find its way into this quiet sky above your head, where droplets gather like thoughts too fragile to hold on to. They do not know they are part of a cloud. They do not know they will become rain. They only know coolness comes, a particle is near, and so again they become liquid. And you lie beneath them, wrapped in warmth, unaware that your own quiet presence helps keep the cycle turning. Not because you choose to, but because you are made of the same air, the same water, the same stillness. The night deepens further now. Not with sound, not with movement, but with the slow, patient gathering of tiny spheres, each one born from vapor and dust, each one suspended in a breath that will never be taken back. The air above you holds its breath, not in waiting, but in habit, each molecule of water vapor drifting where it has always drifted, drawn downward only by the slow pull of temperature, never by desire. There is no urgency here, no rush to become something more, only the quiet surrender to coolness and the gentle turning of the world that makes that coolness possible. You feel nothing of it, the lowering of the night's warmth, the thinning of heat as the earth releases what it held all day. But above you, in the dark where stars are not yet named, the air grows heavier with stillness, and the vapor begins to listen. A particle smaller than the silence between two heartbeats drifts on a current that remembers nothing but motion. It has no memory of the ocean's spray or the leaf it once clung to in spring. It does not know it is dust or salt or ash from a fire long cooled. It simply exists, and when vapor touches it, it does not resist. The gas softens. It yields. A skin forms, not thick, not strong, but enough to hold shape against the wind's whisper. This is not glue, not magnetism, not magic. Just the natural curve of water seeking its own weight again, and finding a surface small enough to rest upon. You are not watching. You cannot see it. No lens could capture the instant when vapor becomes droplet without breaking the stillness that makes it possible. But you are part of it. The warmth of your body, the moisture in your breath, the quiet steam rising from your skin like a secret only night knows. That water is traveling now, rising through layers that grow colder with every foot. No one calls to it. No force pulls. Only the pressure drops, slowly, steadily, and with it, the air gives up its hold on vapor's lightness. Each droplet forms alone, then another, then 1,000 more, spaced by distances too small for any instrument to measure, yet held apart by the same currents that lift your hair when you walk outside on a still morning. They do not cluster in groups. They do not seek each other out. Each is its own quiet event, born of vapor and particle, sustained by suspension, never falling because the air around them moves just enough to keep them aloft. And still more come. The sky does not fill with them as if filling a cup. It does not overflow or spill. It simply becomes more dense with stillness, with tiny spheres that have no color, no sound, no purpose beyond being. Liquid held by air, suspended in the same space where your dreams unfold without weight. You do not know how many there are above you now. You never will. But if you could see them, one at a time, you would notice they all move together as if bound by an invisible thread woven from patience. Not pulled, not pushed, just carried like thoughts that drift through your mind in the hour before sleep, unbidden and unhurried. The particles do not choose where to land. The vapor does not decide when to condense. And the cooling, oh, the cooling is not a decision at all. It is simply what happens when air rises, expands, loses its warmth, and forgets how to hold onto everything it once carried. There are no clouds yet, not as you think of them, not as shapes against the moon. Only this, an invisible thickening, a gathering of breath made visible by absence, not presence. The air becomes more itself, more weighted with water, less able to keep it airborne. And so, droplet after droplet, the vapor returns. You are lying still. Your chest rises and falls like tide without shore. Each exhale carries a trace of what you once drank, what you once sweated, what your body released into the air long before you were born. That water is climbing now, rising through layers where the cold waits, patient and endless. It will find its particle. It always does. And when it does, it becomes something no one can name without breaking the quiet. It becomes liquid again. And still more form. One after another. Always one after another. No storm calls them. No wind gathers them. They simply are the result of coolness meeting dust and water remembering how to be wet. You do not need to understand it to sleep beneath it. You only need to breathe. And breathe again. The air above you is full now, not with noise, not with weight, but with the quietest kind of becoming. Each droplet a single moment of return. A tiny homecoming for vapor that once danced free and now rests, suspended, on something small enough to be forgotten. But it was never forgotten. It was always waiting. And so are you. The night does not hurry. Neither do the clouds. Only your breath changes, slowing, softening, and with each exhalation, you add another whisper to the sky. Another molecule, another chance for droplet. They will not fall tonight. They never do, unless the air grows heavy enough. And even then, it is not a fall. It is simply the next step in a rhythm older than your name. You are held by it. The air holds you. The water remembers you. And above you, still and silent, more form. Always more. The air above you carries more than it did an hour ago. More molecules, quieter now, slower in their dance. Each one was once a breath from somewhere else. A forest after rain, a lake at dawn, the steam rising from your skin when you washed before bed. That water did not vanish. It simply slipped into the space between atoms, becoming invisible until the chill found it. And when the chill came, gentle, inevitable, it touched the vapor like a hand on a window pane in winter. Not enough to freeze, not enough to rush, just enough to make it remember what it was before it became air. There is no call for it to change, no signal, no alarm, only the slow unraveling of warmth as the air climbs, stretches thin against the sky's quiet pressure and lets go. The particles, so small you could hold 1,000 on a single grain of sand without knowing, are there always, not waiting like sentinels, not gathering like witnesses, just present, dust from distant soil. Pollen released months ago, drifting through seasons no one named. Salt carried up from waves that broke against rocks before your grandparents were born. Even water droplets, tiny and long forgotten, still hang in the air, ready to be touched again. And when a molecule of vapor brushes against one, just once, the surface holds it. Not by force, not by glue, but because cold has made the air too tired to keep everything. The vapor slows, its motion softens, it loses its hunger for flight. And in that moment, it becomes something else, not liquid yet, not quite solid, but a whisper of wetness clinging where it never thought to settle. You do not feel this. You cannot hear it. But above you, in the dark where your breath ends and the sky begins, thousands of these moments happen every second. Each one a quiet surrender, each one a return. No thunder announces them, no light reveals them. They form without ceremony, suspended by air that moves just enough to keep them from falling, but not enough to scatter them. And still more come. The same air that cradles your eyelids now also holds these droplets, each no larger than the tip of a needle, each shaped like a tiny sphere because surface tension does not care about direction, only balance. They do not cluster. They do not touch. Each lives alone in its own pocket of stillness, carried by currents too faint to name. You might think they would fall, tiny as they are, but the air holds them as if they were feathers made of mist. There is no reason for them to rise or sink, only that they are. And because they are, the sky becomes denser, not with weight, but with presence. Not with sound, but with silence that has substance. You are breathing in time with them. Your lungs draw in air that once held vapor, vapor that became droplet, that drifted for hours or days, that may have been part of a cloud over mountains you've never seen. That water is now inside you. And later, when your body releases it again, it will rise, not as steam, not as sweat, but as something the sky knows how to receive. The cooling does not end. It simply shifts. Higher up, colder still, some droplets may freeze, becoming ice crystals so small they look like dust under a microscope. But here, where you lie, it is too warm for that. Only liquid remains, only suspension, only the slow, patient work of vapor becoming wet without ever being asked. And still more form. You do not need to see them to know they are there. You only need to be still. The night does not hurry. Neither does the air. It moves slowly, so slowly you could mistake it for absence. But it is full of molecules that have forgotten how to be gas, full of particles that remember how to hold, full of droplets, each one a single act of return, born from nothing but coolness and dust, and the quiet will of water to become itself again. And still more form. Always more. The air above you still carries the same quiet tension, not heavy, not thickened with urgency, but threaded with the slow gathering of what was once invisible. You feel nothing of it in your skin, no dampness, no chill that could be named as coming from above. Yet somewhere beyond the weight of your blankets, where the darkness is deeper and the silence has height, more vapor finds its way to rest. Not all of it turns, not all of it holds, but enough do. Enough to keep the sky alive with the memory of water. A molecule drifts, unseen, unnamed, and brushes against a particle that has been still longer than you have been breathing. It does not cling at first, not like love, not like fear, but like a sigh settling into a pillow after a long day. The cooling has made the air too weary to carry it anymore. So it lets go not of itself, but of its state. The gas becomes something softer, something that remembers being ocean, being rain, being mist on a window you wiped away without thinking. It settles onto the particle like breath onto glass in winter. But here, there is no warmth to fade it. Only stillness, only time. You do not know how many particles lie waiting in this air. You cannot count them. You cannot name their origins, whether from soil cracked open by drought or from leaves that turned brown and fell into quiet streams, or from salt spray lifted high over waves that never touched land you've walked on. They are not rare. They are not special. They are simply there as the air is there, as your breath is there. And when vapor finds them, it does so without choice, without intention. Only because the temperature has dropped enough to make holding on feel like a burden too great to bear. The droplet forms, not in a flash, not with sparkle, but as if the water had always meant to be this small, this suspended, this gentle. There is no rush here, no competition for space. Each droplet holds its own pocket of air, separate and whole, like stars in a night sky too vast to name. They do not collide. They do not merge. Even when the currents shift, even when the breeze above you stirs faintly, so softly it would never wake you, they drift apart again, as if remembering their solitude is part of what keeps them aloft. The air does not push them up. It does not lift them with force. It simply moves around them, letting them hang in the spaces between its own motion. And still more form, not because anything calls for them, not because the sky needs filling, but because water, when cooled enough, always seeks a surface to return to, even the smallest one, even the most forgotten, even the ones that have traveled farther than your dreams. You are breathing in air that has held these droplets before. And later, when you exhale, your breath will carry vapor out again, tiny and invisible, and it may rise into this same layer of cooling, where another particle waits, patient as stone, ready to receive what the night is willing to give. The cycle does not ask for permission. It does not announce itself. It simply happens as quietly as an eyelid lowering, as softly as a blanket settling over shoulders that no longer stir. There are moments when you might imagine the droplets trembling, not from fear, but from the faintest vibration of air too distant to name. A ripple from a leaf falling far away. A sigh from a tree in a forest you've never seen. But they do not tremble. They only hang, steady, unmoved. And still more form. The particles do not grow. The droplets do not swell. They remain small enough to be carried, light enough to be forgotten, perfect enough to be ignored. Yet here they are, everywhere you cannot see. And because you cannot see them, they belong entirely to the dark, to the space between your breaths, to the quiet that lives just beyond sleep. You do not need to understand how this happens. You only need to let it happen around you. The cooling continues, not as a force, but as a rhythm. Like the slow beat of a heart too tired to speak. Like the pause between two thoughts that never fully form. And still more form. The air grows thinner above you, not because it vanishes, but because it spreads, each molecule drifting farther from its neighbor, losing contact with the warmth that once held it close. You feel no drop in temperature, yet your skin remembers what your mind has forgotten. The slow pull of evening, the quiet surrender of heat to space. The vapor follows. It does not hurry. It does not resist. It simply loosens its grip on being gas, as if remembering how it once clung to oceans, to moss, to the damp inside a shell left behind on a shore you no longer visit. A particle drifts, not large enough to cast shadow, not bright enough to catch light, but present all the same. It has known fire and wind, rain and silence. It does not care that it is now part of something larger than itself. It only holds. And when vapor touches it, there is no spark, no sound, only a stillness thickening into shape. A droplet forms on its surface, small as the pause between two breaths you took hours ago and have since stopped counting. You do not know how many such particles move through this air with you, not because they are hidden, but because their presence is too ordinary to notice. Like dust on a windowsill that no one wipes clean, like fibers from yesterday's sweater caught in the folds of your blanket. They exist without demand. They do not ask for attention. They only offer themselves as anchors. The droplet grows no larger than its birth allows. It does not swell with hunger or thirst. It simply is. A sphere held by surface tension, suspended not because it floats, but because nothing pulls it down hard enough to break the balance. The air around it moves, not in gusts, not in currents you could name, but in slow undulations, like the breathing of something too deep to wake. And still more form. not from pressure or force, not from need or longing, only from the math of cooling, the quiet arithmetic of molecules slowing until they remember how to be liquid again. Each one a tiny mirror for what was once sea, once mist, once steam rising off skin after rain. They do not remember their pasts, but they carry them anyway, in the curve of their surface, in the way light bends, just slightly when it grazes them, even though no eye is there to see. You are surrounded by these small hungers, not for air, not for warmth, but for a place to settle into stillness. They do not cluster. They do not crowd. Each holds its own space as if instructed by some law older than language. There is room enough here for all of them, more than enough, for every drop that ever formed in this sky and every one yet to come. The particles are silent companions. You have walked through air full of them before, in morning fog thick as wool on your ankles, in the steam from a teacup left too long on a counter. But you never noticed how they waited, how patiently they let vapor find them, how gladly they accepted what came to rest upon them without complaint, without resistance. You exhale again, softly, and some of that moisture rises. It does not vanish. It becomes part of the same quiet becoming. Somewhere above your pillow, a particle you cannot name catches it. A droplet forms, not because anything demands it, but because the air has cooled enough to let go of its own invisibility.